शॉट देते सर पे सीधा जमापुर कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार जमापुर मगले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार कर ले यार या तो पार क्यों करते ही 5 स्टैक सारी बीड़ी भूल जाते नुस्ता मचाते भूल जाते घर के लफड़े जो बता नहीं पाते खर्चे रोजे बटे जाते जूते नए लेने हैं पर खुद का कुछ कमा नहीं पाते मेरे पास सारे खास मेरे हाथ में नहीं क्लास है my dreams नहीं ये नींद बस एक काम का बुखार तुझे चेंज करना कल तो फिर घिस लाला आज रो मत बीटी लेते टाइम ही ये जो देगा सब जवाब मेहनत करते रे मत रुकना नहीं तू करना मत सवाल फले मीठा पर ये सफर उससे बहुत ही लाजवाब सारे रास्ते बंद तब कर देगा वो कुछ ना कुछ कमाल फोकट वास्ते देने वाले लोग तो बहुत ही ये जरूरी ठोकर खाकर ही तू लेगा सबसे लंबी ये उछाल बस कर दे लाला झर्रे तेरे बाल स्ट्रेस को तू भाड़ में डाल खुश रह मिल रहा तेरे को खाने को डाल रखचे विचार जाना है आखिर में कंधों पे चाल टेंशन का को ले रहा सीधा भेज जिसको किधर को जमापुर कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार जमापुर मगले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार कर ले यार या तो पार 8 साल का ग्राइंड तब करा शाइन ट्रेन के खाए तके अबे फ्लाइट एवरी टाइम टू बेबी व्हाट अप खाना खा रहा था यार खाना खा रहा था आज स्ट्रीम के पहले खाना खत्म किया हूं and you're back your t-shirt back print that's a secret for now I'll send you photos welcome back to another live stream bhai today is the big day sir it's GEN.G versus T1 जो मैच का मेरे को सबसे ज्यादा इंतजार था भाई
tournament.
game.
So T1 looking to change the
already.
narrative of their squad in Valorant, but GEN.G trying to continue a dynasty that they are not finished building from 2024.
All of these
next year VCT तेरे forehead पे organize करे क्या
propel you, they can drive you, and that's what we're gonna have starting things off onto Pearl. GEN.G on the defense with their standard composition.
सुबह उठ के good morning
We'll see how
expect
this works
करता
out.
है
We
अपनी
haven't
chat
seen
से
it yet, but I
लेकिन
do
मेरी
have
chat
to
ये
recall that
लिखती है
every time the two
टट्टी
times
खाओ
GEN.G
मेरी
has banned Pearl, it's to leave Haven open as that last map. So I wouldn't quite say that they were always looking to ban it out, but it's more so that they just simply prefer Haven. So we'll see what they've prepped against T1's composition. The composition, it's not exactly built to stop the Neon. We'll see what their plans are.
Definitely a lot of adaptation needed to go through, but for now, just Buzz already starting things off straight in towards the back of halls. Nice little frenzy double kill, and off towards Carpion the Classic.
मैच कल हुआ है ना भाई
Yeah, it's hard on the pistols,
ये
but this
तो
is something that GEN.G's gonna have to watch out for.
सिर्फ
The Neon
कल नहीं
simply just
सॉरी
gonna
आज
get
सुबह
ahead of everything you have.
मैच
Same
तो
with
हुआ
the
है आज
Yoru. So
सुबह
even if
भाई
you stop the second line of
क्या
attack, there's
ओटी पे
always
ओटी
going to
हुए
be the
भाई
double
जिसने
duelist
मिस
that's
किया
able to break onto site.
मजाक सेट किया तुम लोगों ने बहुत मिस किया भाई
Already breaking the back lines, and the rest of them holding out from the back of P-Long
क्या
as
बोलते
well. A little bit of a peek out from Yeoman alongside Texture, and Texture of course starts things off with a bit of a snappy headshot, but down to it,
इन्होंने
Meteor
मैच मिस
answers
किया ना
right
भाई
back. Yeoman trying to play around the back of the boxes, but still Meteor able to find him at the very
क्या
end.
बात है
It's a rough position for Yeoman, not
पहला
able to get
round
any type of trade off of Texture's
तुम लोग
initial
किसको
kill
support कर रहे
onto the site. But once you've already
लोग
given
किसको
up the site
support
like
कर रहे
that on
जल्दी
the
बताओ
pistol
जल्दी
round, it's
बताओ
always
भाई
going to be tough. And T1 already buying up several rifles, trying to just continue things on. But yeah, the Flash, the Yoru, he's already drawing so much attention. The Neon slides through. I mean, you don't have
GEN.G
something like
supporters
a
है सब
Fade to
chat
see
में
some people in the back. You don't have a Vice to just bring up that wall
I'm
to
sorry,
really shut things
but
down and
T1
only focus on the
it is.
duelist.
I am
So
sorry
it's definitely going to take a little bit of
I
time.
am
but in
sorry
that
guys
time,
but T1
T1's
it
gonna
is
build up this advantage. You mentioned the rifles.
I am
There's
sorry
3 of them. 2 ghosts.
And that does allow for 2 members to kind of play a little bit more aggressive.
T1 it
Meteor
is
going to be on his own over by B main, just with that ghost. So even if he loses it, not a big deal. But if he can get information, that'll be huge for T1's play.
Hence the smokes at the same time, you know, trying to deny as much as possible. But Meteor picking up the ult, or that's quite a good pickup as well. The rotations from GEN.G quite early.
Yeah, they go for the orb on A main, and now because they've heard some noise, they have some intel on B, they're just going to shift their weight. I mean, they're taking the 50-50 shot here, and they will be wrong.
Okay, Slayer,
we'll see. If they can take out Meteor nice and early, they would have a numbers advantage.
Oh, bhai, pe koi nahi hai.
It only knows the one player, and that's why you can already see Texture trying to head back.
Yeah, and look at Khelraay's position. During all of this, now he can just wait for Meteor to return
Karan
and
bhai
still
ko free kill
guarantee
hai,
a
lekin gun nahi hai
5v4
Meteor
if
pe.
it in fact is an A-site hit. There's no
Free
way
kill
that
on
Meteor
Karan bhai.
expects this. Just no way, and damn
Purane
hell,
yaar ko
Khelraay will
marte
get
hue.
that kill.
Good little pickup. Ghost Fortitude
Purane yaar
as
ko
well,
marte
but
hue, dosto.
look at T1 as well. I mean, they're continuing to push further back into spawn.
Gen.G को तो पता रहेगा भाई, Meteor दिख रहा है मतलब वो लर्न कर रहा है.
And just absolutely spray them down. Use the weapon advantage you have. Stacks
Kumar,
not
you
in a
supporting
position to recover
T1.
the weapon just yet. That's something that T1 wants to keep a note of.
And at that time, Gen.G's continuing to
Dodge,
try and
dodge
set up
nara.
Yomen out from the back, as well as Karen out from Art. The spike, of course, taken away though, so very likely just looking for the exits, possibly die to the spike.
Yeah, we did see a
G
ping
fighting.
onto the dead
भाई
body where
पेपर
there is
संपले
one
आता
rifle,
उसका
I believe,
ढिंगाना.
a bulldog left
Final
over,
exam
but
संपली. वाह वाह
the two
वाह
remaining
वाह.
members of Gen.G just looking to go to that spike. And things relatively going as planned. T1, you
तो T1 के बारे में कुछ मत बोल. क्यों भाई मेरी favorite team है.
Damage, but obviously you also had 2 ghosts, so it's not the end of the world. You'll still have a Phantom and a Guardian and 2 members to buy up. So there's some options for you to work with, and then you have the speed on your side.
Yeah, in a way, just kind of both sides still parking the bus and then trying to keep to their advantages as much as possible.
ये कार्पिक को क्यों खिला रहे? अच्छा प्लेयर है भाई इसलिए.
That's going to be even more crucial.
कल मचाया वो.
What we can
कल
see
या परसों
is
पता नहीं.
quite a bit of reliance on
into Bangkok. मैच बुक इतनी इसका तू भाई.
anchor down the B site.
Yeah, but is it enough to
ऐसा
stop
OT
your
हुआ है ना वो.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just always so curious. They're gonna really want that operator in Texture's hands if you're Gen.G. But also, something else I want to keep a note of is what the Des talked about. T1, how's their movement on this attacking side? Because like they said, it was really just Meteor trying to get as many kills when they were playing against Boom. A lot of people said Boom Esports should have won that match 2-0. They shouldn't have let the Pearl get out of their hands. So hopefully T1 will have needed to fix things up. Meteor not going to play with fate just yet over an Art.
दो साली का हो.
At least a little bit of information.
कितनी वास्तव समझी भाई 8-9 वाजता ना.
Might inform Buzz.
मैं 11 11:30 ला उठलो.
game plan as they head on into the A site.
11 11:30 ला उठलो परत झोपलो मग 12:30 ला
Spike a
उठलो.
little bit down as well though, so maybe
अंघोळ करायला गेलो.
game plan.
Yeah,
जेवलो
just
आणि आलो.
perhaps noting potential rotation trajectories from T1, but now noting the drone as well. So Meteor just identifying that they are looking for information in mid. That should let you know that, yeah, okay, well, 3 members tagged as well, that it was a likelihood that it's still a default hold. T1, they're just going to try to mask info and then go all out onto A. They will have the numbers advantage, but Texture, he wants to get ahead of it. He wants to shut things down. It's a judgment in front of him. He's just going to get 1 kill, gets out. Buzz wants to chase him down, but he is going to get gunned down at range. Izu finally in for the trade. Already a little bit of damage done. Munchkin, can he hold on? Not quite.
Never mind, 2v2.
And that's damage on to Gen.G. 3 rifles dropped, 3 members gone.
20 seconds left though, and T1 have to head in to get the spike down, and just in that time, Karen and Foxy9 have arrived close to the site. Foxy9 starts things off with a headshot and a second kill to go through to end the round.
Oh, and that could light a fire in both of those players, Foxy9 and Meteor. Obviously, Foxy9 taking over Meteor's position. A lot of people said he couldn't do it, but Gen.G said, no, we can mold him, and we can work around him. He's been looking happier on stage, looking comfier, and getting that kill against Meteor, obviously at low health, but it's going to be a huge confidence boost for that new addition to Gen.G.
Foxy9 versus Meteor, Texture possibly versus Buzz. There are a lot of parallels that you can draw between both teams, but this definitely is one of those that stands out. They are both on the killjoys right now, and Foxy9 is doing a fantastic job so far.
Khelraay picking up the judge, so they want to just maximize the firepower that they can still have. You know, obviously you're taking econ damage, but you don't want to take a step back from the fight. You want to still try to recoup here, and he will be playing close on B Link. The question is again, if it's a fast hit onto B, Khelraay's rotations won't be enough, so Gen.G already pulling members over to make sure they can cover Foxy9 at range.
Just trying to give him a little bit more assistance. Yeoman up by Heaven. Texture also around B Link though. I mean, must have heard a little bit of something, so just trying to set up for the angles.
So you can just trust Khelraay here. He's got the judge. He can hold double doors, but that's going to be the dimensional drift. Already jumping onto site, catches sight of 1 member. Not quite spotting Texture just yet.
Pull up.
You are just trapped there. It is a grinder of stuns and firepower all around. And Buzz and Izu breaking the site with E. Spike will get planted, and Texture, he cannot risk the fight just yet. He has to wait for backup.
Oh, it's just way too tough. Although
back
Munchkin
up
and
and
Karen
pack
might
up and go
arrive
home.
towards the back of tunnel, I don't know if it's going to be enough for Gen.G to really look for a possible angle and some kills. A 3-on-5 right now.
Yeah. It's looking like it's going to be a save. Yeah, because especially Karen has a judge. He can try to get some cheeky exit kills or whatever else he might find.
GEN.G की
But the
वॉच
rest,
पार्टी
it's just
करने वाले
already
हो
the
क्या?
odds are
भाई
so
मैं
stacked
पहले ही बोला
against
हूँ, मैं
you.
सारे वॉच पार्टी
There's a
करूंगा,
vandal.
लेकिन मैं
Yeah,
EME का
okay.
नहीं
All right,
देखूंगा
you get
आज
out with
का,
a gun.
क्योंकि
But I mean,
I'm not interested in that
still
match,
a wound for
to be
sure.
honest.
Gen.G bleeding out already here in the very beginning of Pearl, and T1 looking much more decisive on their hits.
Yeah, you can definitely feel it. I mean, you're starting to see how effective
बस Meteor
this
तो
double
DRX
duelist
पे देना,
can be.
Meteor
Yes,
नहीं, Buzz
earlier
और
on might
Stack.
have been, especially in that game against Boom, might have been Meteor. But this is what Big Time was talking about. There's a lot of individual firepower, and if you are able to string them together somehow,
EME में
the
TH versus
dimensional
Liquid है.
drift, the relay bolt, just to collapse in towards the back of halls, it's just
Then
that
versus
much
G2
more
में कौन जीतेगा,
oppressive
G2?
and difficult for Foxy9 to react.
But it will be a tough fight.
Can you imagine?
उससे tough fight ये होने वाली है, ये वाली match.
Because if the Euro is always going to blink in some way onto the back of sight, right, into B halls, and then the Neon's going to put up the fast lane diagonally, and they could cut in maybe on a surround, maybe they double peek over in the back sight. The only way really is to body block the Neon and try to take him out. You don't have any utility that just hard stops the Neon. So that's something we'll have to figure out. It's a nice setup, and Buzz will get traded immediately, but he's a nice movement. Decisive Texture is going to win out on the trade.
Now afterwards,
GEN.G is not able to
low
read them
HP,
maybe, or maybe
not
उनका
really
pace
enough
बहुत ज़्यादा
time
fast
to
है.
really pull out utility, so a little bit of assistance from Karen on the back of stairs, but is that going to be enough? 0 point, and that's all the info that he needs.
They know it's close. He didn't hear travel all that long, and Stacks with a wide swing, baits him into the fight, takes him down. Karen gets one trade, but he will be pushed out. In fact, gunned down from behind.
Stacks just triangulates his position off of where the Tracers
Crazy,
were last
crazy,
seen.
crazy
That
round.
is wild. Down to just Foxy9, and then a 1-on-3. Not in a prime position to stand out
पूरा
and
घर
find the
तक भाग के
retake.
गया ना वो
And
Stacks.
he's going close, maybe looking for at least one kill to start things off. If not, it just might be exits.
I mean, this is rough, right? Because even if you save it over, it's not exactly a great round. Sure, you'd have a hero rifle, but I don't mind going for it. See whatever advantages you can gain. If he could have gotten an early kill, maybe there's a shot. No, he can't even land a single shot at the Stacks.
भाई
Stacks
एक
tells him
बुलेट
there's a
मारना था
reason I
Stacks
was
को,
leading you
वो
last
नहीं मार
year,
पाए
and
रे.
puts him down to the grave.
And that is one of those statements that definitely rings in the back of your mind. Foxy9, a little bit of an opportunity. Stacks was low HP as well, but couldn't quite convert it all the way to the end. T1 just looking so darn fluid right now. The call to head over from B from the previous round, back into A main this time. And they were just able to fight back against Texture's
नियॉन का
assaults.
बफ आने वाला है, ये कौन बोल रहा है भाई?
And a nice
ये तो
early
गलत फैमिली है
timeout
कोई.
coming in from
देखो
Gen.G.
ये हुआ है चैट, क्या उसे कहते
About
हैं?
halfway through the first half, Gen.G
Time out.
traditionally
Time out हुआ है,
looking to
तब तक
kinda
मेरे को
save
अपना
things up,
earphone
see if they can figure it out on the server, trusting in the teams. But right now,
For some
Munchkin
reason.
sharing his thoughts through and through. And the coaching staff of Gen.G
YouTube तो ऑफ है.
hunched
इसलिए नहीं
forward,
हुआ.
trying to
अभी
figure
होगा.
out how to stop this double duelist. Yo, man, already hand in head. But you can't do that. It's a long marathon today. It's a best of 5. You
आज
cannot
भाई
start
13
doubting
पैप
yourself
को नाइट
already
मार्केट
in
अपने
that
आप पे
one.
14 को आएगा. चेंजेस आने वाले हैं नियॉन में शायद. I don't think so नियॉन में कुछ चेंजेस आएंगे अभी भाई.
Being the first map, but of course when you're
Neon
down
is,
1-4,
Neon.
it cannot feel too good. They
अभी
definitely
अगर
want to
चेंजेस
fight
आएंगे
back.
तो
Of
वो
course,
हार्बर में
we
तो
all know
ऑब्वियसली
Gen.G
आने वाले हैं, जैसे
bit of a
उन्होंने
slow
बोला है,
start,
और
but I'm just wondering
चेंजेस
what
कितना
the
आएंगे.
adjustments might be as well. I mean, so far we've seen Foxy9 trying to hold from the back of halls.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ फेड
He's
में
got
नर्फ
the
आना
Nanostorm
चाहिए,
or
नहीं तो फिर
Lombard
इस दुनिया
nearby,
को होने
but
की
you see what
वेट
this
कर
double
रही होगी
duelist
ये गेम.
does. So maybe does he just
फेड
kind of
नर्फ बहुत
relegate the
इंपॉर्टेंट है
position
भाई.
over away?
I mean, you got to have some good retakes set
Save
up,
up
though.
for an op?
Yeah, that's the
हाँ,
thing,
deadlock
right?
होने
If you
वाला
don't
है,
have
deadlock
an
होने
op,
वाला
like, you can't really stop much on this B site right now with the way that
और
Gen.G
तेजू
is
नर्फ
set
भी
up.
होना
You could
चाहिए.
try to push out in future rounds, but right
तेजू
now,
के
we'll just
मिसाइल्स
go
का
for the
cooldown
stack. We know
बढ़ाना
that
चाहिए
this
मेरे
is
हिसाब से.
obvious weak spot on an eco round.
जैसे हेडफोन्स कहाँ पे है?
Getting forward. He wants to know ahead of time if there is going to be a rotate on T1. Just armed with a sheriff, all on his own. But these are times
ISO
where
nerf क्यों
Munchkin
होगा भाई?
has led by example with heroics.
6 rounds.
I don't imagine that Utah's going to come out.
5-1.
T1 wants to check this dry as well. 1.
Bro.
Oh, not connecting on to
Buzz.
2. We all thought it.
ये Buzz
We all thought
बड़ा.
we'd start to just count
ऐसा
up.
मांडी डाल के
But it's
पीक
gonna
लिया
be
है
a
बज़ ने.
shutdown.
Yeah, fired off a couple more rounds as well, but unfortunate for him. So already the gate crash into sight, and I believe they are starting to clear
5 सेकंड
things
क्या
out.
खेला ना
Gen.G, they
चैट.
might be arriving nearby, but
Shake,
again, it's all
I-
just pistols. Foxy9 out there. The stinger bleeds from Texture though. Hops up midair,
Texture,
goes
papa.
for the next, but Stacks swats him right down. And at the same time, Carpe on a bit of a lurk.
Oh, and the lockdown as well. T1 wanting to secure the rounds where they can. They still have the Huntress Fury as well in future rounds, so they've got some power plays in store. It's going to stop any type of.
They can go to for real भाई.
This gives time.
OT में लेकिन वो नर्वस हो रहा था. पट्टे नर्वस हो रहा था. लास्ट राउंड में मारा उसने क्रेजी. अब मेरे को लगा निकाल लेगा बट.
Not too bad for Gen.G to maybe try to stick it through.
वो पुल बॉक्स कर रहा है. अच्छा नहीं अल्ट किया. भाई हाफ डन हो गया है.
Utter dominance, saving the last beam, fires it off. And inside of the smoke, Yeoman fires back. No time. Karen's still sticking onto it, but here comes Khelraay.
Oh my!
They let go of it. They let go of the spike. The shock dart coming in. That is a rough situation. Because on the timer, it looked like all but just doable from T1.
उसके बाजू से वो फिसल गया भाई.
Just does enough, just buys just enough time, and at the end of the day, it's a successful round for T1. Sure, you have to use 2 ults, but you'll take the rounds where you can. You'll try to get ahead as soon as possible. Nice shot.
चिरे टेक्सचर अगर मारता तो मजा आता.
And that is just unfortunate. Stacks actually gets the kill, in fact.
भाई कल सेंटिनल्स भी उनकी चड्डी फट रही थी, लेकिन वो लोग वही प्लांट दे रहे थे. इसने नोटिस किया कल? वही प्लांट दिए जा रहे थे, वही प्लांट.
Looking to pick up the pace. You do have the overdrive as well, but Phantom in hand for now from Buzz. He's making
all the MIBR वही प्लांट दे रही थी तो
and try to open things up.
और वो मार्क क्या नाचा है बस भाई.
Incredible movement already coming through, and maybe a
एक बार MIBR दे रही थी तो जेल्सिस ने उधर स्पैम किया था मस्त और वो राउंड निकाला था.
What they might be anticipating as well, though, is the fact that Texture has bought up the op.
Not fishing for it. He's going to be hidden as well as possible, but that's why they're setting up for a pinch and just. Texture still gets the shot, but he will get taken down. It's a crossfire. It's perfectly set up to shut down the one answer that Gen.G has figured out so far.
Just getting robbed away blind. Your one answer, and it's already eliminated from the equation now. Yeoman along the rest of the players trying to do what they can to refill in that space. The drone comes out. But Karen.
Yeah, Meteor knows. He knows the only way. If you're going to try for it, you have to try something cheeky. And now, Munchkin joining so late. He just have to go for another save. It's just this downward spiral for Gen.G. You've already used one timeout. I don't know if you ever want to use another one here in the first half, but right now, the operator already gone. You didn't figure out any solutions before that purchase. So now at this point, if I'm Munchkin, the only other thing I'm thinking of is, do we have to just erase B? Do we have to just get aggressive ahead of them so that they can't pick up the pace and the speed? Do we have better retakes specialized for the A side? That's something that you have to start to work through.
So far, I mean, they almost came close to a bit of a, they sucked the spike to half from
I am supporting T1
so maybe they're able to retake into A. But at the same time, when they pushed out into A a couple rounds ago, it wasn't too great. But I mean, this is just brutal and perfect plays from T1, anticipating getting the reads ahead of Gen.G. Even Khelraay holding towards the back of B long, a B ramp, spotting out for any potential flanks. So Gen.G. still, I mean, kind of half buying up, looking for whatever they can get.
Standing ahead. And not much. It's not going to be much. No operator, but Texture will be holding with a Phantom at long range, just trying to get an early kill. He'll get pushed out for now by the smoke, so he has to play off the alarm bot. Lots of noise on A, so they're holding close. Again, they figured it out. They cannot let the Neon and Euro get onto the site at the same time. But we'll see if they're going to be allowed to hold on to this, because T1's pretty good about clearing these close angles after that very early kill that Texture had in the beginning of this half.
Might not have faced off against this slight high-low thanks to the elevation of stairs, so maybe Gen.G trying to use this as much as possible.
ऐसा एंगल अगर हम लोगों ने कॉम्पी में लगा दिया ना भाई लोग, हम दोनों मर जाएंगे.
After a little bit of elapsed time, goes back in towards B-Link, doesn't see anyone, but still holding the angles.
Yeah, so
भाई 3 जन लगा सकते हैं लिटरली वो हाई लो सेटअप मालूम नीचे और फिर पैसा और फिर एक सीक्रेट से या तो फिर साइड से भी.
But this time it's going to be our T1. They haven't really explored this option too much. And Khelraay is just holding next to this one-way. But can he get the shot onto the Neon? Is he ready for it? There's no command. No more sliding for you. And that's one. But the flash.
Oh, Munchie baby.
Out through the wall. Will finally shut down T1's advances.
MVP the underhand toss.
That was MVP
flash. Perfectly relayed after Khelraay falls. Khelraay just received Buzz so well. Unfortunate for T1, maybe they didn't quite anticipate or expect players to be that close by. He did go in for a bit of a wide peek.
But Neon का दोस्त वापस आ रहा है, वही उसका buff है.
And of course, Munchkin just coming in to slay and collect.
क्या जरूरत है भाई? अगर नियॉन का बफ आता है और वाइपर वैसी ही रहती है ना, तो मैं गेमिंग छोड़ दूंगा। I swear to God मैं गेमिंग छोड़ दूंगा भाई।
The close range KO. So once again, T1 says we cannot let these guys set up. We're gonna go fast. There it comes the jump of Munchkin. Jumping shot with the Phantom. That's not the same gun. Khelraay's holding the cars. And now the advances get stopped once again. Hunter's Fury to really slow things down.
In with the judge as well. Smoke in case someone does continue to push on through. Second smoke comes up. And at the same time, Carpe creeping out back towards mid. Texture has pushed all the way up B long.
Yeah, now you have some good ideas of where T1 is. You don't have to worry about it. Also, neither of the duelists alive. So Gen.G feeling very comfortable. The turret will spot Carpe on that lurk. And that's going to be a little bit of information to maybe start spreading out. We'll see if T1 tries to take this opportunity to clear this smoke.
अगर को मंचकिन का QV देखना है भाई, वो क्या जंप करते करते मारा है।
Movement, it's actually covered for Munchkin. He's just always there for his boy. Khelraay is still alive on the site. Now Carpe just ditched by Gen.G. They don't want to have to worry about it. Carpe creeping forward. They know that he's coming. Only 30 seconds for T1. It's a trade, and now it's just Carpe subbing in. Gets one, but that's all he'll get. As Moxie9 comes back alive. 3-6 for Gen.G.
Ult आ गया Foxy का.
Texture already creeping up from the back as well, a little bit closer. Oh my God, Quack, you gotta calm yourself down. This is way too darn exciting. First of all, look at Munchkin's replay. Hopping around, he actually airs straight to the left. That's how he took down Buzz. Unbelievable with how he's managing to make these plays happen. He does it for a second time as well. And
तू भी नाचेगा, मैं भी नाचूंगा.
Because they kept T1 pinched in towards the main of all that.
That's how you
spams. They
counter
knew
neon
exactly how to trade it off, and this proves that Gen.G, even with, you know, a traditional composition, he took down. Look at Munchkin. Oh my God, Quack, you gotta calm yourself down. This is way too darn exciting. First of all, look at Munchkin's replay. Hopping around, he actually airs straight to the left. That's
Decisive only focusing on one kill.
Hell nah gameplay.
From both.
अरे वो 1 HP हो गया था शायद कोई तो दे दिया उसको.
Munchkin once again starting to download his
10 का जर्सी देखो.
Now T1 scratching their heads a little bit, trying to figure out where they can go. What's the solution this time?
हाँ भाई.
To try to break
भेजा
through,
क्या
try to
कुछ?
extend
और
this
नहीं आया.
lead.
ऐसा है तो बताओ.
Because you were up 6-1. You do not want it to end in a 6-6 in this half.
still a very good chance that it could, but also an opportunity for T1 to make it a 9-3 if they are able to chain more of these rounds together. They've been good so far. They can continue buying up. But
why there are no Indian teams in VCT?
Supported by Munchkin. They want to set him up aggressively, and Munchkin's going to be there to trade. And he's been good with the trade so far in the past 2-3 rounds.
There's going to be a clash.
Yeah, and a turret as well. There's just so much protection. Smoke comes out. Texture. Is he ready? He's sticking in the anti. Texture gets one. How does he get one? And Munchkin with a pop flash over the pillar. There's still two members here. T1, are you ready for this fight? There's a
crazy
shot.
Takes
down one. And that's the Euro, but Munchkin decides to fight. Not enough time bought for the full rotate from Gen.G. They were hoping that T1 would rotate.
इधर है भाई ये क्या उसे कहते हैं
He's gonna want to go for
Jersey
it.
किधर है?
He hits the clone and now Izu set up for it. But he gets two down to a B1.
Khelraay
1v1 ला दिया भाई योमान ने. अल्ट है Khelraay का और उसने प्लान नहीं किया अब तक.
A little bit of time, and in that time Khelraay might be
Holy moly भाई 4 stars है. He's pushing CD.
Is he gonna go? Oh, Stack's trying to get ahead of it. Peeks out to the left, but Khelraay holds
Khelraay is a very Yoman ने निकाला है round 1 tie.
Just a read from
Crazy
Khelraay.
round.
Saying you don't have any information. You don't know where I am. You don't know where I'm coming from. You better clear the connection to our spawn, because otherwise you know you're in trouble. Purposely holds the off angle and just knows that Stax has to step out if he wants a guarantee. What a follow from Texture as well. We talk about his flicks, but that is some crazy
clutch minister
onto the Neon. And Yoman, a rough start in the beginning of kickoff, but people started to see his power, his value. Because he's relieved that his kills contributed to that round.
Also, just want to point out, he shot the clone. EMEA didn't. It's 6-4 right now, and T1 going back towards B-Long again. Surely the op isn't here a second time.
Just going to push in. You've got the Bucky. This one is all on Buzz. But do they double down on these ultimates? Something that we saw a lot yesterday that contributed to the scrappiness of T1 and DRX is just double downing on these ultimates to try to get some rounds. Normally I'm a big advocate of it, but right now with the setup, looks a little dicey. Relay bolt already used, so now it's just up to you to get those kills. Oh, and the flash is too good.
Bro was confused कि वो क्या है?
Get one onto Buzz. Carpe still
मैं
cleaning
खुद
up.
confused हो गया
And
देख के.
now here's the Hunter
क्या बोला
Shuriken
कास्टर?
throughout
कास्टर
that
बोला
lockdown, just trying to make sure
he
that his
killed
team
the
can stay on
clone.
site.
Ymir didn't.
That is already enough value as well. The Cosmic Divide coming in.
I mean, he
too.
shot the clone.
Momentum
Ymir
might be on
didn't.
the side,
ऐसा
but he's
बोला.
alone and cold. Carpe comes out to eliminate him. 2 players up from the back of Gen.G now, but is it going to be enough?
Operator in hand for Texture. They're going to want to get a pick first. And Munchkin, he'll try to hold the closer angles. They're going to go in together. They swapped the gun. There's a good pop flash, but it's an instant teleport out from Izu. Out from danger.
Huh?
Texture finds a timing against Stacks. No reason to watch the flank anymore. Izu giving an opportunity. You heard the TP going by. Texture doesn't want to get played by it, but Meteor, it's a perfect fake out setup for Meteor to clean up the round.
Just to bait out that information, Meteor peeking off of the contact instantly.
इंस्टा पे पोस्ट किया है सेन ने उनकी नई जर्सी. अच्छा देखते बाद.
The reads to push back in towards this B site where Texture unfortunately isn't quite set up for it. And off of that, you know, even with the re-aggressives, the Cosmic Divide coming in, a good little clear with a flash, but
अंकित भाई ने 11 रुपए भेजे गूगल पे और लिखा है लो भाई आज की बोनी कर दी. थैंक यू यार अंकित भाई. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 11 रुपए ऑन गूगल पे.
And now last round of the half, Gen.G, if you can get to 5, it's not too bad, especially considering how things have started. But T1, of course, looking to make it 8-1 away from Meteor's lockdown. So he's going to join his team. Ideally going to pick up this orb.
ऐसा नाचता है भाई बस.
Texture behind screens.
Oh.
Does he go out? He does! Oh, he's not going to land the shot, but he doesn't stay alive.
मर गया.
Izu just finds him through the smoke, and now Gen.G scrambling to fill this void.
They are peeking again?
They know about the lockdown. They're ready for it. Fragment goes
वो
out.
टूट जाएगा.
Is it going to be spot on? No, it's going to
नहीं,
miss.
oh, he
Gen.G
missed
is gonna
it.
have to empty it. Khelraay's not in position. He just has to fight his way out.
Wow.
He's going to get detained.
Bro,
He goes
this
down.
guy.
2 taken out eventually.
भाई
Taken
दो
down by
oh
Carpe,
shit.
And Gen.G just can't
Never mind. Never mind. चुपचाप खेल लेते पीछे.
Even though Karen fell, the rest of them are still
3v3 हो जाता मालूम अगर पीछे चले जाते करण को अकेला छोड़ के.
But he gets taken out just as quick. Down to just Foxy9. Has to push out. It's a bit of a one-way in his face as well. He tries to work around it, but he gets spotted out on his feet.
BT smoke,
Meteor
bhai.
sprays him down, and we end the
BT
first
smoke.
half 8-4.
8-4 half.
Oh, T1, it looked like Gen.G might catch up, but they stabilized with a nice lead. 4 points ahead of Gen.G in the first half of their map pick on Pro. There were a lot of question marks when we saw the draft. I mean, you took
मस्त मारे यार दोनों मस्त
next
मारे.
to Boom Esports, barely scraping by with the win, and you still wanted to come here on this map, even though we've never seen what Gen.G has prepared.
अभी देखो
But they
जर्सी
get the
हाँ.
read. Gen.G, they're not gonna have anything special. That's
काय
not
पे
the
डाला है?
Gen.G way.
सेन के
And
हैंडल पे
T1
ना.
come in with good executes, and now we'll see if
Standing
that
up.
aggression, if that teamwork can continue in the second half on defense.
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? I mean, we saw how effective these executes are because of the double duelist composition on the attacking side. But how does it fare on defense? Are they going to come in with the strongest retakes? I mean, Gen.G, of course, they will be able to set up as well.
We'll see T1 again with Neon Yoru. You're generally going to want to push out, get some space before you go for this fast rotates. The rotation speed is something that Gen.G has to keep a note of. You know, the old style,
jersey. Nah, this is not decent, bro. This is OP.
It's not gonna be as smooth.
भाई ऑरा डाला है उन्होंने उसमें.
Can just pop up on one side, instantly on the next. So they'll have to sprinkle in
Crazy.
some good, powerful set plays. We'll see
इसको
if
देखो.
that can work.
ये लोग देखते ही नहीं है games भाई.
Teams with just all different types of artwork to continue on. There's the little Gen.G.
नहीं मेरे को ठीक ठाक नहीं लगा मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगा.
Lots of goodies that Gen.G's been marketing with that. With the mascot's name. Yeah, it's Gen.G because Khelraay is tiger in Korea. So it's Gen.G. So they take out the first syllable and it's a Gen.G tiger.
I never knew that. Today
ओ वो कुछ तो बताया अभी.
I was trying to figure out a way to make it work in English and it just doesn't.
कुछ तो बताया वो अभी Gen.G का मतलब.
Trivia, but we'll see if there's any reason to talk about it any further.
तो अपन पॉज करके रखते हैं और वापस लगाते हैं.
Gen.G
वो 2x के वजह से लैग होता है.
Meanwhile, T1 starting to pick it up. Buzz kicking things off with a bit of a human recon movement outside of A-main, but doesn't spot anything out.
इंडिया शिप कराओगे तो 11,000 में आ रही है. ले लो फिर.
Yeah, so T1 just saying, hey, well now you guys are going to be separated if you're not all 5 stacked onto one side. Turrets, that's one person. That's an instant TP. Because of the turret position, you know that at least the Killjoy should be on the B side, and they go to defend.
Yeah, Texture might have hurt that gate crash as well, so this might be the call for the A squad to head into site where, unfortunately for Gen.G, Stax and Carpe are really close around stairs. They might have been noted as well. Buzz spots out Foxy. Tries to get the
gameplay.
Crouches and gets the headshot, but Texture answers right back with the Sheriff.
Well, round 2, here comes Meteor. Next up, Texture versus Meteor, the old teammate, and he's just gonna say, well, hello, good old friend. I'm gonna go join my team. Meanwhile, Gen.G gonna start to push out of the site, make sure that they have room to work with. All 3 next to bunker, ready to wrap around. Carpe coming in to cut off Texture, but Texture's timing could be impeccable here. He's waiting to see where Meteor's coming from. Stax gets 1 kill. There's still 2 members around the site. Stax brought down low. Carpe gets a good one. Yeoman's still alive. No, you can't take your utility out.
Okay.
And fight T1 will as they go up 9-4.
भाई एक-एक करके मर गए भाई आकाश से जैसा Gen.G वाले
to possibly support his teammate on
एक-एक
the site.
करके मर गए सब. Nah, that was bad. That was bad.
With the 9 wins now.
That was so bad.
Pistol, possibly a 10th.
Yeah, you just see the importance of that pistol, just how much you can snowball up from it. A little bit of
shot
chaos,
भाई.
Maybe a little bit of scratch.
इधर ये सिटी वाला जो फाइट जीता ना ये बहुत क्रेजी फाइट है, इंपॉर्टेंट फाइट था. कार पे तो 2 मारा भाई, ये तो obnoxious round. Crazy भाई, aim है भाई का, aim है.
And the style that people wanted from this squad, from this type of roster.
तूने पार्टी कब बदली? मीटियर आ गया जैसे मेरे को पसंद आ गई ये टीम. मेरे को ये टीम प्रॉमिसिंग लगती है. That's why I want to see this team succeed. I like Meteor.
One Sheriff for Texture, and he'll lead the pack. You know what the Gen.G squad can do with this.
क्या था ये?
On flash at the ready. They want to continue to power through.
So he got team
they
flash.
take Carpe down. That is a Bulldog fragment. Carpe just waiting, calling for backup. Desperation and a good timing and a pinch. Carpe and Meteor working in tandem. Bulldogs
time पे पीक लिया है वो.
Texture still alive, but Izu will come for backup.
सब लोग उधर देख रहे थे. Foxy पहले किस टीम में था? DRX.
So quick and ready. Down to
Foxy पहले से अच्छा प्लेयर है भाई.
Has to go for the spike or maybe thinking about the guns as well, but he has to know
that DRX में RB करके था, वो किधर है अभी?
All converging into his lone position. Buzz out from the back with a judge, but onto the pistol, he actually gets fragged out by
1v2.
He starts running. He knows that that's out from the A side. He expects us to be weaker, but they are right behind him. He knows that they were somewhere near mid. Khelraay, where do you plant? Is it backside, or are you looking to go back out onto main? He's gonna plant safe on
T2 क्या टीम का नाम है?
He'll have time to reposition. Stax and Izu trades weapons. Izu will have to go in with the drone. Bulldog in hand. And considering the position, considering the timing, the drone fairly confident that it should be heading out towards the main. Khelraay, he can't really make a move until he hears that tap onto the spike. But in a 2v1, can he land the shot?
An outlaw as well. That was his 1 star.
Pull नहीं है इसके पास.
Recon not finding him. They have no idea. They're not expecting. Oh, Izu gets an inkling of it, but that's a headshot. And Khelraay, he trusted he was off of the spike. Almost lands it, but Stax will refuse to get hit today.
Went for the wide peak. He tries to strafe and reset his crosshairs.
अच्छी gameplay.
Sidesteps as
भाई
well.
निकाल लेता Khelraay, and I wouldn't have been surprised. I saw it coming, but anti bro. Like the stream, let's freaking go boys. Like मारो सब लोग. उठ जाओ. Good morning. खाना खा रहे हो मुझे पता है आपके हाथ गंदे हैं. हाथ अपने चड्डी को पोसो और लाइक करो.
If it was a 7-5 half, sure, we can say, okay, lots of damage done, time to come back. But now 10-4, if by some chance this starts to slip away in this round, then before you know it, the map's over. So Gen.G, everything on the line. They know about the Outlaw, full armor in hand. And Izu will just TP out for the time being. It's still a double setup. Gen.G trying to pick up the pace, but this could get dicey.
He TP'd out and went for a re-peek. Sends in
Highest love from Seattle, USA. भाई Seattle में बहुत zombies थे, मजाक से हटके. बहुत zombies थे यार. कैसे survive किए निखिल भाई तुम?
This outlaw can find value. That would be huge. And there it is.
Yeah, the jet taken down as well, so no dive onto the site. Meanwhile, look at A main. Buzz is clear. He's been peeking non-stop. Sure, just a Bucky in hand. But that'll be enough to delay them to get that information. Now you know there's at least someone looking onto A, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. T1 choose to go for a hold on the default. They'll give up mid. They don't care. They have the numbers advantage. As long as they have information
China
that there is a rotation, perhaps a pinch.
Yeah, वो retirement लिया क्या यार साया player?
Gathering more information. This might inform
I guess वो retirement लिया.
Could be, rotating and finding a different route into the site. Fortunately though, Karen with the one tap ends Buzz. And now it's just down to Stacks on the site itself. Meteor alongside Carpe in for the rotation, but they hear the footsteps, the stampede out from stairs.
And there's going to be the Cosmic Divide, really negating any type of info that Stacks was looking to get. Stacks trying to go for the spam, just barely missed. Oh, actually, never mind. Lands right onto Yo-Man. He wasn't too happy about that one. Meteor confirms the position of at least one player, but quite a spread out from Gen.G.
Meteor ने क्या position लिया?
Close from T1. Still a possibility, 4v4, 2 rifles in the hands of T1 members. They will start to fan out outside of the smoke. There's the clone, it gets information, a pop flash as well. An instant trade, 1-1. Carpe starts to defuse.
Oh, almost वो block किया था यार उसका defuse. वो half हो गया वो block करने की वजह से. Oh, निकाल लिया T1 ने fire out उनका. Bro, उसने full block किया उधर.
As much as possible out of the smoke. That was so smart, so clever with how they actually planted that out to the A site. In with the clones and everything that Gen.G tries to deny. They actually get blinded by it. They actually get suffocated by it. And down with the shots, they still got the kills. But the round, the defuse, all stuck for T1.
You get that one kill and you think, surely it's gonna be the diffuser.
Crazy.
And they try to double check just in case.
They were like running out of ammo as well. Oh my god.
Valorant कब से खेलेगा? कल नहीं परसों. Maybe कल.
Because T1 now one away.
कल या परसों 100%.
And still rifles across the board on both sides.
Gen.G for the win. Change हो गई Gen.G अभी. T1 में देख कौन-कौन खेल रहा है.
For a push out of information from the T1 side. Otherwise, they'll clear out. They want to get rid of some of this utility in mid, so they have a bit more freedom the later part of the round.
Tell you what, though, Chopra,
ये तो ब्रॉन्ज लॉबी का डिफ्यूज देख लिया. अग्रे उसने एस्ट्रा के पुल को ये किया. क्या उसे कहते हैं? ब्लॉक किया. उसके वजह से हाफ हुआ, नहीं तो हाफ नहीं होता. ये ब्रॉन्ज.
You can take a little bit more time, get a little bit more
कुछ भी बोलते हो.
That gate crash as a backup, and Texture just gonna dry peek in. He's got that tailwind activated. Carpe, he's sharp with it. Yesterday, perhaps that was enough warm up, but a good jump peek out from Munchkin.
3 मैचेस क्यों है? क्योंकि बेस्ट ऑफ 5 इसके बाद बाहर जाएगी ना टीम.
Meteor up against his old teammates, up against his old team, where he was creating so much space. Can he do it against them?
Meteor, my god, show them.
Oh shit.
Long pick.
Once again,
2v3 scenario
to be earned here on Gen.G.
Foxy,
come on,
the one to take the space and now to hold down to the site. It's just 2 players from T1 to try to retake, to find that map point. They stand up close. Stacks starts things off with a headshot.
Okay, the clone just gonna be spent.
I'm
still looking for one. And
team
again,
flash
where he shines. He wants to take these fights. A 1v1 on the site, but back up far away from Khelraay.
Stick
that off angle, and Izu, he susses us out. He wants to go hunt for it. He doesn't have much time, but he needs to get the kill. He will
कैसे expect करते हैं ये सब? कैसे?
Will crawl back into the game with 5 rounds.
नहीं, लेकिन ये comeback तो नहीं होने वाला, तो जल्दी से खत्म करो यार गेम. 11-5 Gen.G के against. Bro, this wasn't expected for me. This wasn't expected. किसका pick है ये?
Hold out, exposing his angle way too far. He actually anticipates maybe there is a slight chance. I still gotta watch my back.
So he's
relatively safe and tight.
Lakia कौन से और में गया? Lakia is retired. My
goal on towards the clone
my
as well.
So
just Gen.G trying to stay on top of things as much as possible.
Now Econ finally broken away from T1.
ज़्यादा अच्छा OT कौन सा लगा था? Obviously Sen versus MIBR का bro. RRQ NS का अच्छा नहीं था इतना, मतलब ठीक था. But and Sentinels और MIBR में solo clutches, solo 3Ks, 2Ks बहुत.
Izu, they want information, but Gen.G knows this. They know that they're going to be hungry for information. Can't TP out in time. That's the Yorugan.
Yeah, that's why Dipanshan, I'm doing good. Thank you for the party.
They don't line up. They'll get a clean shot. Munchkin shuts down his old teammate, his old sentinel, and Buzz now holding close. Next batter up with a Bucky in hand. It's a nice timing to jump in, but he's now stuck. I mean, you can't jump peek out. You have no idea if they'll be far.
Yeah, tried to go in for a blind shot. 1 HP, has to instantly run away, basically. Carpe and Stacks as well, just trying to hold each of their own lanes, but nothing really found. Carpe starting to get a little bit adventurous.
Yeah, Buzz just wants to buy enough time for Carpe. He was making a little bit of that noise. Now the smoke's up, so he will just hold in the back of sight.
यार जल्दी राउंड स्किप करो ये और फिर बाय राउंड आया और फिर बम बम कर दो खत्म खत्म। क्या खाए चैट तुम लोग ने आज मम्मी पापा घर पे नहीं है, सुबह बाहर वो पूजा को जाना था, मैं बोला ना तुम लोग को रात में मेरे को, मैं नहीं गया चैट, मैं 11 बजे उठा निकलने, लेकिन मम्मी बोली तू मत आ सो जा, तेरे को वापस 1:30 को उठना है। तो मतलब पापा बोले कि तेरे को फिर मतलब घर से निकलने ये लोग घर से निकलने के लिए इन लोगों ने टाइम लगाया रे, मेरे को लगा 9-10 बजे निकलना है, तो मैं बोला ठीक है आ जाऊंगा मैं यार, पूछा है भाई जाना इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। तो 9-10 क्या भाई 11 बजे ये लोग घर पे ही थे, तो 11 बजे मैं उठा तो पापा बोलते तू घर पे ही बैठ। तो मैंने ये मंगाया था एक मतलब है ना, मैंने स्विगी पे स्टे फिट बाय HRX करके कुछ तो था, उससे मंगाया था भाई मैंने, पनीर था उसमें, सोयाबीन था और राइस था, ठीक था, 35 ग्राम प्रोटीन था और कैलोरीज कितनी थी 700 कुछ तो थी, 700 कैलोरीज रहेगी उसमें। हो सकता है ये, लेकिन 700 बहुत ज्यादा होता है यार ना।
Nothing so far. Bit of a jiggle from Khelraay towards the back of halls, and he repositions.
This time it's going to be an extra support in mid, ready for the trade. They know exactly where the kill came from Foxy9 before.
700 कैलोरीज इतना लगा लेंगे यार मेरे को।
Just going to back out. They don't want to take the risk. No further advances on B side, so it could just be a reset.
कुछ भी अड़ा बनाते।
Good read coming in from Stacks, leading T1.
35 ग्राम प्रोटीन भी नहीं रहेगा मेरे को लगता है, 5-6 पीस थे भाई वो पनीर के, नकली पनीर देते रहेंगे भाई ये लोग।
One tag from the drone, but still not much information on either side. I mean, everyone just waiting with bated breath.
ऋतिक रोशन का होटल है सस्ता था।
The first fight, the first contact potentially happening here in Art, but that dimensional drift, does it force Gen.G further into the site? They're just going to be herded in, just like sheep, all the way into the site. Flashes come out to hold them at bay. There's the lockdown. Another flash at the ready, just trying to get as much information as possible, and Izu will use the clone to his advantage. Gets one kill. Texture on the site. The lockdown has been taken down. Now 4 members of Gen.G banning out, but they don't check the bunker, and Stacks will hold on. Buzz arrives. Yeoman takes care of it. But Stacks eventually with the wall ban.
2v3. Nice 2v2.
Gen.G's hands. 2v2. Only
Munchkin
10 seconds left. The plant has to go safe.
ले लिया प्लान।
Khelraay,
what a flash that was! क्या flash था वो? मंचकिन फ्री हो गया, फ्री हो गया, ऐसा घूमने गार्डन में आया क्या घूमने? 1v1 और traded 12-6 baby. 12-6.
While he was down to just 7
रोज भाई आज किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो Gen.G और T1 T1? ये सीजन में तुम लोगों ने अगर नोटिस किया है तो मैं जो टीम को सपोर्ट करता हूँ वो टीम जीत रही है, ठीक है ना?
Just being able to herd them into this entire setup. I mean, Izu basically said, you gotta choose, you want to fight me or you want to fight the lockdown? And that's when Gen.G Yeoman pulls out the Hunter's Fury, tries his best alongside his teammates to hold their ground on the site, down to the
G मत लिखो यार, G को सिर्फ भगवान बचा सकता है।
Unfortunately comes out on top, and we are at map point.
T1, the econ still not looking great, but like you said, just one more round needed. So much pressure off their back. And this time it will just be a stack onto A. If they are able to get a pick at some point in this round, they do have ultimates for that retake.
बाय नहीं है अच्छा Gen.G का, छोड़ दो। T1 का बाय नहीं है अच्छा, ये कैसे विषय है?
And all them bunching up together inside of Art. They might have heard the, a little bit of a Vandal burst, trying to look for the pinch on towards Foxy9 now, but he's backing and tailing away. Meanwhile, the whole hit goes in towards the B site, and Meteor just kind of left defenseless, gives up the site to Gen.G.
भी जाओ।
Gen.G, what's your plan here for the Cosmic Divide and the Hunter's Fury?
ठीक है, मतलब ये राउंड स्किप है। मैं पेपर एक्स को कहाँ सपोर्ट किया भाई? मैं पेपर एक्स को सपोर्ट ही नहीं किया। मुझे पता था वो हगने वाले। Clean up gameplay.
Now Blades out, spots one in heaven. Eyes all trained above, but it does not look like it's going to be a possibility here for T1. They will have to
I never did. Oh, boy, ये क्या लपा छुपी गेमप्ले था?
Crouches and sprays down. Still though onto the other end. Stacks trying to get a little bit lucky with the Sheriff, but Yeoman shuts him right down. Carpe has to back off for the save, and Gen.G able to fight right back, getting ahead with the Cosmic Tempo. Hang on a second.
Yeoman wants this.
MIBR को किया था, Sentinel को किया था.
They need every ultimate they can get. It doesn't look like he's gonna have time though. Just down in sewers, trying to go for a spray of some sort.
Ooh.
Back and forth.
Trying to make Swiss cheese of each
Excellent
other.
भी retire हो गया क्या? नहीं. वो content creator है T1 का.
Now, but we have seen what Gen.G is capable of. It's 5 rounds to close in on this gap.
See if they can do it. Texture just saying, NT, let's try to go next and see if Gen.G can do that 5 more times.
The ultimates though.
Yeah, you still got the 2 power ultimates. You still have that overdrive as well. So maybe another round comes where you're doing with the econ. Buzz could be a menace. In fact, it's just going to be this round. He's going to get ahead. Takes down the oh, it's just a nice double peek. They each find their targets perfectly.
Oh man, once again, you gotta applaud Munchkin for how he's able to set up his teammates time and time again. Now off towards the races. T1 tries to refill that space, but Foxy9 has held the angle. Texture from the front, and it's just
अचानक भूत आ गया वाइट Gen.G वालों को. Gen.G का ऐसे ही रहता है. पहले वो लोग है ना हफ्ते हाथ गरम करने के बाद है ना one side निकालते सारे मैच.
For free on the side of Gen.G. 3 members, 1 or 2 points away. So Meteor will make the run for it nice and early. It's not so much about saving the rifle, it's about making sure that Gen.G doesn't
आसपास कोई अच्छी टीम क्यों नहीं ज्वाइन करता हॉर्स भाई वो जहां जाता है वहां पे अच्छी टीम बना देता है समझ रहा है और है भाई का
who are closest to their ultimates are the ones going in for the hunt. They have Meteor sent, but Meteor is a little bit far away.
अगर तुमने Sentinel का गेम देखा ना
really close if Meteor has
सारे Sentinel ने सपोर्टर्स किए ना ऐसे ये हो रहा था आर्ट ऐसा ऐसा हो रहा था भाई क्योंकि जब भी उनको समझ रहा था कि भाई आसपास अभी भी जिंदा है Sentinels उसके साइड पे पुश कर रही है क्योंकि भाई उसकी ऑप ऐसी चल रही थी ना वो ऐसा मार रहा था ओटी में.
Like we said, close to their ultimates to catch up to T1 from the Gen.G side. And T1, you've had these power ultimates the retake 2 rounds in a row now, but it doesn't matter if those members are dead. And Gen.G, somehow Munchkin just getting the read, then it's going to be a potential aggressive push
आसपास इन Sentinels would go so hard. भाई परवड़ना भी चाहिए ना टीम को. आसपास चल आसपास की सैलरी क्या रहेगी चलो गेस करते. How much is 10's salary? He makes between नहीं नेटवर्क नहीं पूछना. He has a pro salary 20-30K per month. चलो ये 10s है तो मैं पकड़ के चलता हूँ $40,000. $40,000 मतलब कितने होते हैं 35 लाख एक महीने के.
The winning mentality that they have, that it's okay, we can win in the next round, we can win in the next map, we can win in the lower bracket, we're good enough, we know that. And they take that to really comfort themselves, whereas you look at the T1 players, so many of these players other than Meteor, they've got so close, they know they can, but they haven't yet, and that starts to build up as pressure even when you're leading. We'll see if it starts to bite back and maybe just latch onto their ankles, pulling them down even on this first map.
Yeah. It actually might be happening down to just the half buys once again. Izu though will note the information that's handed to him and gate crashes away. Meanwhile, Gen.G has a secondary squad headed into just waiting for that initial smoke to dissipate.
लेकिन दुनिया है ना बहुत कमाती है, बहुत पैसे इस दुनिया में. अपने को बस दिमाग लगाना है, ये पैसे इस दुनिया से अपने अंदर जेब में डालने के लिए. वो बस दिमाग दौड़ाना है. बाकी इस दुनिया में पैसे तो बहुत ज्यादा पैसा है यार इस दुनिया में. पावर ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर्स कितना कमाते हैं? वेल वो contracts don't affiliate us to confidential the information, so I can't disclose it yet. Someday, I might.
He susses out a potential contact play, but for now, we'll just play at range.
Goes for a little bit of a spam to check. Thankfully, Carpe on the ready with the stars, but Now that it's gone, this is when the angles come into play. Texture dashes in.
Yeah, and everyone is here from the side of
Fire round नहीं है यार ये.
You can't get too far out of it. Meteor's ready.
Whoa!
And
Hero
Phantom.
Phantom.
This is your teammate. This is how you won trophies last year. He'll just hold things down.
Hell nah.
Munchkin tries to land another shot.
What?
He'll go for it.
नीचे बिठा दिया. Bro, 3v1 आ गया.
It's all down
No,
to
time है.
He will get the plant. 1v3. Oh no, he has to get off of it. He hears the footsteps, and it's just too much. T1 will lead this best of 5 1-0 by taking their map pick on Pearl.
And you gotta imagine that takes just a little bit of that pressure off. Might give them.
Why? भाई तुम लोग को तो सबसे ना ब्रांडेड राउंड तो एक बताता हूँ तुम लोग रुको भाई तुम लोग बोलोगे ये क्या ब्रांडेड गेम है भाई रुको ऐसा ब्रांडेड राउंड बताता हूँ ना एक भाई मैं हिलिया हो राउंड में भाई मैं बोला ये क्या है ये क्या लेवल का थ्रो है भाई कैसा देखो अभी कैसा देखो आसपास वाला हाँ भाई केडी बना रहा है भाई वो उनके सारे केडी बना रहे थे उसके बाद में भी वो कोड्जिया ने भाई सेव किया था रुको देखना है भाई वो राउंड था बी पुश था वो बी पुश कौन सा राउंड था ये रहेगा नहीं ये भी ए पे है ये अरे ओटी में अलग से गेम खेल लिए ये लोग ने ये वाला रहेगा ये वाला देखो इसके पीछे वाला हाँ ये देखो ये नोरेट ने भाई 2v4 है चैट 2v4 सोचो क्या 2v4 है MIBR इधर ही क्लोज कर सकती है गेम ठीक है MIBR इधर ही गेम क्लोज कर सकती है मैं बोला ये जीजी है भाई ये देखो क्या ये देखो मिड पे ये किल जॉय लर्क कर रहा है ये देखो
picks him up. Here's Cortesi now. He's a big problem. Thorn in the side.
Oh no! ये बच जाता है ये आता है मिड पे
Get him out of there.
Just barely half of his HP ripped away. Finally, the site anchor's dealt with for MIBR. They've gotten the util out of Zelsis. They finally get the spike down.
3v4 है 3 okay अभी आ गया 2v4 आ गया ठीक है अब नरेट देखो कैसा
Seer of staying alive in this series. Cortesia strikes back with a vengeance. Narrate.
ठीक है 2v2 हो gaya अब देखो आसपास लो है
Somehow the second bullet through the masonry. Don't
बस मिनीमैप देखो मिनीमैप
And Aspas is low. Sen have to get onto this side proper though.
Oh my god, Aspas is trying to rotate. Does he have God knows where right now?
Aspas, what are you doing? You're too late. It's all gone wrong for MIBR. And Sen again have even the game. We're going to round 37.
What a absolute disaster. Tragedy at the end. MIBR haven't gotten a better chance than that. They break the site open. They kill the
वो लोग जीत जाते हैं क्या ये मैप मे बी पॉसिबिलिटी तो था अब अगला राउंड देखो ठीक है प्लांट मिलता है ये पे
He's trying to trade with the crosshair is immediately on him.
नहीं ये रहा वाला नहीं
slowing like
and eventually
हाँ ये देखो ये भी विनिंग मैप है ठीक है इसमें भी वो लोग जीत सकते हैं ठीक है
they're down to 2 now.
Cortesi is just so low on HP. It's going to be in the hands of Nas. We're playing from art.
चलो ठीक है कोर्जिया लो है
He gets off the line. Nas what peers him.
Timing that he should have hit.
Cortesia, there's going to be a defuse at some point. And eventually the
1v3
numbers
अभी
now start to drop away. 27 points of health and a dream for Cortesia.
ओ अच्छा नहीं उसके पास ओ अच्छा उसके पास बुलेट्स नहीं थे बेचारे के पास उसके पास बुलेट्स नहीं थे देखो
At some point, and eventually the numbers
उसके
now
पास
start to
बुलेट्स
drop
नहीं थे
away. 27
मेरे को लगा
points of
ये
health
है
and a dream for Cortesia.
मेरे को लगा ये भी केडी के लिए खेल रहा है
They'll block the shots as long as they have to.
Shorty's not going to get the job done at that distance.
ये क्या है
Attack from Gen.G as well.
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to highlight this round we talk a lot about T1, about this super team, superstar personalities, but this was really great macro. We see how they pressure a main but leave the Killjoy behind it. They're active all the way throughout the map.
Khelraay, yeah!
Prodding in the middle of the map. They use the Yoru ult to get all the information. They get all the people to the site in time.
Yeah.
It does manage to trade down, but they won this round because they were there fast enough because of the macro. This is good
Oh
coaching.
my god,
This
ये
is
क्या
good
है भाई? ये क्या है भाई? पैकमैन है फॉर रियल भाई. अच्छा, मेरे को तो ऐसा लगता है अपने इंडिया में जितने लोग गेमिंग करते हैं उनमें से एटलीस्ट 40% लोगों का मैंने सेटअप देख लिया रहूंगा. अयान भाई एक बेड गेमर है. इनका एक छोटू सा माउस पैड के लिए स्पेस है. इधर ये गेमिंग करते हैं. रैंक करो इसका सेटअप आपने देख रखा है. तो मेरे कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से माउस और स्पेस के हिसाब से आप गोल्ड मैक्स रहोगे. हर्ष चेक दिस अपडेट हो गया सेटअप. क्या अपडेट किया तूने? क्या अपडेट किया? कुछ भी तो नहीं. हेल नहा ब्रो. हेल नहा.
The city's being torn apart. I don't know if I'm strong enough to save it. Do I?
वाओ, ब्यूटीफुल, obnoxious. भाई इसके नीले डोए देखो. कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है मुझे मेरे ना डोळे का कलर कुछ और रहना चाहिए था. चल मेरे डोळे का कलर क्या दिखता है? एक्चुअली ना मेरे आंखों का कलर ब्राउन है. नहीं सनशाइन में वो ब्राउन दिखता है. अनकॉमन है थोड़ा. इतना कॉमन नहीं होता वो. भाई ऐसे होते बंदे लोग मालूम. ऐसे होते बंदे कुछ जो ऐसे पटेली मारते भाई. ब्लैक ब्लैक ब्लैक. सब क्यूट है ना भाई. हर्ष भाई स्पाइडरमैन 2 ले लूं या करैम्बिट वीसीटी नाइफ? स्पाइडरमैन एनी डे. तू रिग्रेट नहीं करेगा. अगर रिग्रेट किया ना भाई मेरे को आके तू चमाट मार. चमाट. वन ऑफ द बेस्ट गेम्स आई हैव प्लेड. not gonna lie. अगेन क्या पी रहे हो आज? आइस ब्लैक टी ड्रिंक लेमन फ्लेवर. ओ क्या बात है. ब्यूटीफुल. पोस्टेल ग्रेटर देन. नाइस. पोस्टेल ये हैदराबाद के पीछे भी था ना ये. आसपास ended 82-36-7. This beat his previous records. Goody gamer. OP streaming बाबा. Thank you बाबा. हैं? तुंदुल लैपटॉप. भाई अभी गुजरात वाला मीटअप व्लॉग देख रहा था. कैसा लगा? स्पाइडरमैन 2 पीसी पे चलना भी तो चाहिए. आई ग इधर कोने में. आई हाँ हाँ ऐसा किधर भी घुस जाती क्या भाई? जंप स्केयर है ये तो. ये तो जंप स्केयर है भाई. पिशवी कैट. What a beautiful streamer. Oh yes. Beautiful streamer, baby. Beautiful streamer. Pum 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 prrrr, pum. यार रूम क्या मस्त दिखता है ना. ये क्या है? वॉशिंग मशीन में घुस जाते हैं क्या? डक है ये? क्या है ये? भाई बताना क्या है? ने भेजा है. बर्ड, तोता, चिड़िया. तोता बोलते थे. वाओ, कोजी चेटअप ब्रो, कोजी चेटअप. लेट के खेलो पूरा दिन. चिप्सी खाते भाई तुम. चिप्सी खाते हो पूरा दिन. Is this scared? Wow. Nice t-shirt, bro. Nice drip. Goody gamer. Wow. Wow. क्या खा रही हो? ये काय का भाजी है? आई शपथ, अरे तेरे पापड़ के ऊपर तेल ना वो खड्डे में ऐसा ऊपर तक आया है रे. वो देख के मेरे को कैसा तो हो रहा है. बाबा. ओपी यार. मजबूत खाओ भाई. मजबूत खाओ. पेट भर के खाओ. चड्डी गेम प्ले ब्रो. ओ माय गॉड. चड्डी को यूज करता है ये माउस पैड की तरह. दिस इज गेम प्ले. दिस इज चड्डी गेम प्ले. दिस इज प्योर चड्डी गेम प्ले गाइस. इनसेन. चिल कैट. ओ ngongale ngongale. Is this chat up?
A little
Game
bit
started.
of tape from yesterday, like you mentioned, but I do want to point out one other thing. Gen.G's academy team, Gen.G Global Academy, has also been seen running the ISO here on Lotus. Oh. So if there has been any scrims within the team, they might
Meteor on ISO is my favorite religion.
For a lot of our viewers.
Okay, so Gen.G might be prepared for this, possibly starting things off with a bit of a nade as Texture tries to dive in. Meteor off the shields, already cracked up and open, but Buzz and Carpe able to strike back just as well. Continuing to fight off a Rubble, the Paranoia gets sent through, and Karen running away.
Already down to a 2v2. Foxy9, he's here. They hear the footsteps. Carpe, he's heard it. He's ready for it. But Foxy9 gets him, and now they know the exact location of Buzz. Already down to 70 HP. A good reposition from Karen amidst that chaos.
नहीं लेकिन Buzz का भी हाथ गरम होता है ना भाई.
Timing has to be good here. Oh no, okay, Karen. Nice sidestep away from the sheriff shots. Right in tandem with the beat. And it will be Gen.G taking the pistol.
पांच मैप जाएगा ये. टेंशन मत लो, सो जाते
go for the wide step all the way over. And it's a little bit unfortunate for T1. You know, they tried to fight for it. They tried to hold their ground a little bit early. But Gen.G does the same thing. You often start things out with an early C's nade combo, but this time Gen.G just kind of holds off for the first few, 10 seconds maybe, and then sends it over to the back of Rubble rather than to the back of A lobby instead.
Yeah, and I love that that's another change here, because in the future rounds as well, T1, it's not that much util to fight off Rubble. They'll oftentimes use the undercut just to push people back, but if you're ahead, if you're positioned well for it, you can get ahead of that contingency wall and continue the fight. But for now, with just pistols and a shorty in Buzz's hand, T1 looking to pick up the pace. Obviously, no Vice on the side of Gen.G, so they can get in, but do they get in a lot would be the big question with the Viper and the Killjoy.
Yeah, Munchkin,
फिलहाल लेकिन
he is ready with the Spectre,
एक ही player है हमारी
possibly
team.
snake bite as well. Foxy9 just holding the off angle, spots them
एक
through,
दस
the
के बराबर.
Nanostorm's already chipping and burning them away as he sprays and prays. 2 kills to his name. Munchkin
क्या
onto the
बात है,
double as
clean up
well.
game.
Karen from the back. It's a flawless round for Gen.G.
And I love that decision, right? Because if you're stuck behind that Nanostorm as Munchkin, you can't help your team, and suddenly all of you guys are taking 1v1s, 1v2s. But you say, you know what? I'll take the chip damage.
और
But
मैं वो
got better
IGL
weapons. I can, you know, run
Academy
and
team
gun.
भी
I
है
can spray
हमारी,
them
उसमें
down,
squad
and he
IGL.
goes for the assistance so that they can make sure they clean up this site. And it is a very, very swift shutdown for the Flawless out from Gen.G. And there's the
चिल्ला रहे
screen.
भाई.
Karen, I love it, man. I love it. Every time he does that, this is something that really drives their spirits up. But at the same time, you know, T1 getting a good read for things down. Here's that contingency wall. They're trying to push alongside it. A bit of a high-low, and he managed to strike down one, but still continuing to spray on through. Karen able to get something,
no,
but gets
bro.
traded off as well.
Yo, man, he wants that timing. He finds one.
भाई वो ड्रोन
Dances
उसको
around
देख
the
रहा नहीं
smoke.
था.
Can he land a second? Not quite. A good wraparound from Iza will give the numbers advantage to T1, but they've already taken some damage. And Munchkin, he's going to go for the trade. Now,
Mega round.
1v2. Foxy9.
That was very
Can he do it
expensive
again?
round.
Can he do what Meteor has done so much
Nah.
for Gen.G last year?
Nah.
And he reads it,
Nah.
stocks the box. It does not protect you. Down to Meteor versus Foxy9.
Again, these two again. The shield's gone.
They just can't avoid this showdown. Meteor
अदला
wanting
बदली
to
days
prove
incoming.
that he was a core part of Gen.G last year. And Foxy9, he's been proving the doubter is wrong through and through. Waits for a wraparound, knows that Meteor has to go for a crafty play. But time not on his side. Foxy9, you have to start clearing the site soon. And there's still so many corners here on this A site. He's checking close. He even wants to check heaven. He's getting greedy with it, but he finds the timing. Knife out. Now he needs to go. He knows he needs to get the half. He's trying to draw him in. Just one more chance, but no time left on the spike. But his mission will be accomplished. No weapons left on T1's side.
It's destiny. It has to be when it's these two always back at it again. But this time, Foxy9,
thank you so much for the sponsor of the
Power Game. Like a bucket of ice water, he pours it
Lala
over
Gamer,
onto Meteor.
thank you so much, bro, for the sponsor with the push. Power Gang.
Over onto T1 just definitely gives them quite the value that they're looking for. Maybe a bit of a morale boost for Gen.G, but still, you
that
need
was
quite a bit
very
more.
महंगा round, Chad. That was a
Just
very महंगा
nice
round.
instinct there to spray down the box as well. And a little bit of just discussion on that last firefight from the T1 members. But now we do have the kill contract online. Meteor's generally been pretty good with it, but he started to falter yesterday in the last couple attempts with that ultimate on the ISO.
This time, a lot more respect.
छुप जा.
Rebel play now. Just avoiding the drone or trying to watch for it.
A fast push out from C. I mean, immediately they say this has to be a group effort from T1. Still more delay coming in. And now it's going to be Khelraay taken through the other dimension. Meteor, he's ready with it.
लेकिन सामने Khelraay है.
Positions with the knife, and Khelraay! He has his crosshairs trained on the target. Eventually still surrounded, but that's the ISO gone. Time bought until the spike gets planted, but a 3v4 for Gen.G.
A little bit tricky. Buzz is close to the showstopper. Yeoman
कोई और रहता ना.
trying to be
Meteor
as
one tap मार भी
cautious
देता
as
भाई.
possible,
लेकिन
trying to
सामने
regroup with
Khelraay
his
था.
teammates. But do they know that Izu is hiding inside? They do. They check and clear him out with the Prowler.
And he's just going to keep repositioning. All he needs to do is buy time. You've still got 3 members on site. Your teammates locking things down. Yo, man tries to get ahead of it. They want to spread out their angles. They want to get us around. But Carpe, he reads right into the plans of Gen.G. And that's a double. That's the round gone. Munchkin, can you get out alive? No. 2-2 tied up.
Just marks around the edge of the smokes. Carpe still providing so much value to the T1 squad, and at the same time, just the entire game plan. Sure, you know, Meteor was huge on the kill contracts yesterday.
Power Gang Radiant tier हम लोग बना सकते हैं
incredible on the 1v1s, but
Power Gang Radiant tier का जो membership का level ये रहेगा, price रहेगा, वो रहेगा 15,000 रुपए. और उन लोगों को benefit हम लोग क्या क्या देंगे, हम लोग perks क्या क्या देंगे बताओ.
Back 2-2.
हम लोग ऐसा दे सकते हैं कि DMs में फोटोज भेजूंगा मैं अपने क्या-क्या कर रहा हूँ क्या नहीं उस सब के फिर
but no one to be found. So you have the information, but you've already lost a bit of util, and again, you don't have full weaponry.
फिर उसकी चैट मैं कभी मिस नहीं करूंगा.
Lost as well, and Munchkin just trying to get within range carefully but surely alongside the teammates as well. Foxy9 and Yeoman right around the corner. They know that they are inside the A site. They know that T1 are holding these angles against them. How do they fight?
Channel ka password?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Buzz just launches that showstopper at some point as well if he really wants to. Try to get that rotation going quick. But for now, still paint shells online, and there it is. Showstopper goes up above, and he gets both. Nobody will drop down.
Crazy ult, bro. Crazy ult.
The desk
Nate यहाँ पे किया so he isolated the rest of the people over here, and they got segregated here. Then he satcheled up and just sent his ult right at the position in center of both, and they got equally distributed with the damage and just died.
For this, guys, get ready. And he, as soon as he sees a single head, sends those paint shells to hold, you know, the second part of the squad back towards top. Meanwhile, the showstopper goes into drop. The double kill on that was just chef's kiss.
Oh, and the recon as well. We saw what value the Silva was able to bring, especially from the defender side as Buzz.
That's your boy.
Yeah, bring up that energy. That's something that was missing from T1 as the pressure locked him down. But this time, they are fired up. They are heating up. And now once again, Rebel fight. This is Gen.G's home, but only 8 HP. And T1 continue to win out on this zone.
Nah, they're not winning the aim in fight. That was an obnoxious fight. That was, nah. Why is he fighting again?
He's been spotted as well.
What?
Down to low.
Khelraay दो मारा उसके नाचते-नाचते. Wait, what? Wait, what?
But Stacks takes down his life.
Foxy9 against his old IGL everywhere he goes. It's a nemesis of some sort. Stacks now ult online, but no time, no space to use it. Reposition, but the spike should be relatively telling. Foxy9 once again will clear all the way around the site, but last time that meant he didn't have enough time to go for the defuse. He needs to consider it carefully.
Full kit of utility as well.
Picker.
Drone.
नहीं देख रहा, picker.
Shocks. You have the turret, but for now, just a tap. This is the only location possible! And Foxy! We're in the favor! He gives a nice little stare down to his old IGL across the stage. I love to see it. A smirk on his face and says, we aren't done yet.
As they tie up the score 3-3, Foxy9 just repeatedly showing up for his team.
पूरा round Khelraay ने निकाला
Still though, Gen.G almost
एक मारा,
convicted from their
वापस
hold
ये
in
नाच रहा है,
this
दो
rubble
मारा,
fight.
फिर ये knife निकाल के तीन, ये चार. What?
Maybe this is the fruition of it. T1 finding the adjustments, playing around the edges of the smokes. Khelraay, though, he did a lot of the heavy lifting, just holding the up angle from the side.
And once again, another rubble push out from Gen.G. They've been so good at adapting this on the fly, even in each map. And this time it's going to be the paranoia, the haunt, everything used to make sure they position texture. But T1, they want none of it. They're going to switch things up. It's going to be pressure on to C.
Foxy9, he's playing really close. He has the lockdown. Might need to play a little further back and back in towards Waterfall if he's to deploy that thing. And at the same time, Munchkin right around the corner. He's one away from the Viper's pit. They're looking for something, hiding inside of the smoke, and there it is, kind of lined up. Foxy9 with a double. Munchkin off towards the top.
Liquid अच्छा खेल रही थी और ये तुझे अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा था.
Trying to stand tall, but Munchkin alongside
मतलब जिस लेवल का खेलती है ना उस लेवल का खेल रही नहीं थी. बहुत बुरा खेल रही थी. ये तुझे के शॉट्स लैंड नहीं हो रहे थे. और वो कम्मो और काए वगैरह ना वो लोग बहुत मार रहे थे.
Leading 4-3 now. 5 ultimates online. And what a play from Foxy9, knowing that it's going to be the ISO trying to sneak into the smoke to really lead the way. And if he doesn't get the first kill, then he just has to let go of the site. And sure, he could have played retake, but the backup arrives, so he knows. Munchkin started to laugh at that scream as well. But Khelraay's not stopping. He knows he needs the energy. Another full set of utility from Texture and time, but it's going to be the kill contract right in the middle of the battlefield.
Texture was his meteor.
Texture peeks out and he takes the shield down, but cannot stabilize. But at
Love
the
you
end of
both
the day,
of you guys.
Gen.G will clear the rubble.
Love you
and
both
Stacks
of you.
answers back. The fight just does not end. And where is Izu going? Where did he come from? Sneaks all the way through B site.
It just feels so incredibly relentless. Izu now Just nipping at the heels. Munchkin trying to hold off to the off
Munchkin को भरो round अपने.
Back in towards blue room. He didn't know that there might have been a bit of a noise off towards the back. Or at least just trying to stay and play it safe. The door is being pulled open. And Foxy9 tries to get ahead. No! Sniped down midair by Meteor!
Once again, the door revolving. Munchkin just takes a guess that everybody now on the site sees the trip. Not gonna quite land the shot past the box. Tries to go far through, but it's well beyond the walls. Now with 3 members and a trap wire in the way, Meteor answers right back. And we go again, tied 4-4. And both sides, all players, really not letting a single opportunity escape.
Yeah, the replay team's got to work overtime for this
yes,
one.
Yes, मैंने reel भी डाला उसका.
Down the Nightfall, Texture trying to get ahead of it. Might have thought about possibly using the showstopper, but gets pulled away by Meteor's kill contract and off the shield, not able to fight back against it as well. And instantly Stacks being able to find those trades with the Hunter Sphere just affords for so much space onto T1. And that's how they were able to get into the A site. We're back in for another Rubble fight.
Again, ult's still alive for Gen.G. It's the same setup. Just trying to send the raise past the contingency. The paranoia to keep the second line way behind. T1 this time says, we'll take your util out. We'll gladly go to the other side.
लकिया कहाँ गया? घर पे सो रहा है बाबू, उसका हो गया game.
Foxy9 just trying to make them check that smoke a little bit closer this time. Spending noise again, but it's a double up already. Munchkin is here, and the pit goes up. T1's already inside. They are past it. Do you read this lockdown also used? T1 now trapped in the corner, but what's the play, Gen.G? How do you eliminate the targets? You might have herded them into the corner, but can you make sure you win the fight? They are well outside the pit. Carpe gets above, it's a high-low, but spike down, they dirt it. They hear the shot of step, but they can't win out. Buzz peeks out, but Yeoman and Khelraay will surround, and now Stacks and Izu shut down, away from the site. They have no way in.
2 ultimates, and it does all the work to put that roadblock up against T1 now.
कोई बात नहीं, close map. News Sentinel jersey देखी.
They're looking for the angle. Yeoman's holding.
These players swap makes VCT crazy
Texture
indeed.
In for a bit of an off angle. Texture gets ahead.
किसकी तरफ है तू
the cyber cage, so maybe baiting out the spams a little bit early, and Yeoman will spot out the first. Down to just Stacks as he tries to get ahead once again. Yeoman
फाइनल कब होगा IST के अकॉर्डिंग बताना. कल 1:30 को फाइनल होगा और आज सुबह 3:30 को फाइनल्स होगा और कल
to make sure you can buy some time on
evening
Texture, but just a good push through. The timing's very well done, so you can always trade out because you know that they were cornered. You heard the shot at step, and you're well aware of the member above.
VCT stage 1 का आखिरी दिन.
The numbers to their advantage. Gen.G trying to stay calm. As this is still neck and neck. Only one round difference once again.
और एक बहुत important video डालने वाला हूँ.
Starting to get away now. In with the contingency and the Rebel fights again. Karen Shrouded steps into safety. Munchkin trying to hold true. They're getting back into the site. Meanwhile, T1 continues to spam away. Munchkin holding a really tight angle.
You'll reposition. They do still have that sneak bite, so making it look like it was going to be the same Rebel play, but this time Raze is not on this side. You have that showstopper as well, so it's something you can use for the retake. And if they get sent into the B site, looking for a potential surround here from Gen.G, they have left the site wide open. And you start to hear some of that movement far away from you, creating that distance. And now, balls in Gen.G's court to try to surround them at a perfect angle.
And this is just perfect macro game from T1. They've been conditioning Gen.G to go in for these A as well as C holds right now. So in for the B fights, an early boombot just to clear for the forward space. Nothing spotted yet.
You are really a hardworking dude. May God give us strength and discipline like you. Love you too, bro.
It has to be good. It has to find a target. He goes high and he falls straight to the ground. Buzz still holding close. It's a crossfire. They just can't find a single target. Khelraay through the smoke, through the mind's eye. But is that enough? Still so many targets. 4 left alive for T1.
मैं ये बोल रहा था कि भाई discipline बहुत ज़्यादा important होता है.
Nice peek right around
बहुत ज़्यादा.
This time will not be able
discipline in life is very important.
T1 off a bit of a half by a couple of players.
तुम अगर disciplined हो ना,
they were still
तो
able
मतलब
to
तुम
convert the
consistent
round
हो.
thanks to the smart calls. I mean, just
उस
being
वजह से
able to create
तुम
that
कुछ भी
pressure around
achieve कर
A.
सकते हो.
Previous rounds they had, you know, a bit of a send into the C side, and that's why Gen.G didn't quite push out. And because of that, B was left completely open. In with the attempt at a retake, Texture goes a little bit too high, and unfortunately the showstopper doesn't quite connect. And once again, the score tied up.
Kill contract online. If you go for this Rebel fight again, there's a risk again that it's just two members stranded in the middle of the battlefield. Texture wins one, but he gets drawn out. So now Gen.G forced to continue fighting, and Texture has to fight his way out. He wins.
1-1.
Meteor will be shut down. Stacks.
Oh भाई इधर भी मैटर हो गया, सब मर गए. Oh bro, I thought the boat died.
Down to just Izu now. Pushing further in, Khelraay has been smoked off.
मनीष जी ने 19 रुपए दिया है, लिखा है hello अर्ज भाई, hello.
As much as possible.
How to get disciplined? By forcing yourself.
Baby door.
I mean, it's just a high-low stack up.
Force yourself.
It will take a lot for him. Just the perfect movement.
सुबह 11 बजे जिम जाना है तो जाना है. 10 बजे जाना है तो जाना है. ठीक है, 11 बजे का तुम 12 बजे चले जाओ, तुम 1 बजे चले जाओ. तुम भले 10 मिनट करो जिम, 1 घंटे के बजाय 10 मिनट, लेकिन शो अप.
I mean, he's been doing so much.
भले तुम्हारा एक पैर टूट गया, लेकिन तुम जिम में जाके बैठो.
Feeling more and more comfortable, more open with each and every passing.
No, not literally, but
he keeps those spirits up.
That's how you build discipline. That's how you build consistency.
Wide angle. Just tying up the score again.
Thank you, Mani G, for the 19 rupees. Devansh, thank you for the 2 months. Hello.
That he's taking down Meteor in a 1v1, not falling to an old teammate. Of course, lots of pride on the line when you get sent in to that other dimension. Contingencies trying to keep themselves protected. It will force Gen.G to just reposition. This time, a turret to spot info on B, and Khelraay will be tasked to delay if there's another rotation. Close hold. The Prowler, you know it was close.
Shield लगा ले.
How many are here? Just a nice angle from Meteor.
ठीक है, ये तो भाई
But
आसपास है.
immediately the trade. Shield taken off. And Khelraay, he's looking for more. There's a nice trade out from Munchkin as
Nice
well.
shot.
Just a ping pong back and forth. Gen.G will look to regroup as T1 start rushing into the B site.
Half of the death, it's just a mid-round call straight into B. Try to get the spike down as fast as possible. Gen.G's gonna take a bit of time to set up. Foxy9 though fires off an early warning shot just to let him know that there might be someone nearby. Keeps them invested.
You have the Haunt, you have the Prowler. Prowler goes out. Nobody close up on Heaven, so a little bit of room to work with for Yo-Man. Foxy9, a nice swing out, but Izu's sharp with it. And now the trade, a reposition from Izu. Draws out Munchkin.
Wow, Izu.
For Carpe
Wow,
to
6
things
all.
up at the half.
This is the grand finals.
Just both teams fighting neck and neck, fire for fire, every step of the way. So many rounds. You take 2, I'm gonna take 2 right back. And
कुछ पाने के लिए कुछ खोना पड़ेगा. स्टार्टिंग में मुश्किल होता है डिसिप्लिन रहना. हाँ भाई, sacrifices
in terms of
are
the
must.
calls, in terms of the fights, so much of it is just delivering on such an explosive match.
वही तो बताता है how badly you need a particular thing.
Back and forth, neither team able to string 2 together. And that just goes to show not only the level of play, but what's at stake.
वो तो तुम्हारा टेस्ट होता है भाई. अच्छा भाई, जापान जाओ, मस्त सीरीज होगी और जापान इतना एक्सपेंसिव भी नहीं है. हाँ क्या भाई, व्लॉगिंग मेरे को एक्चुअली करने का है. व्लॉगिंग करने का तो है भाई. ये स्ट्रीम पे सारे गेमर्स है, वो वैसे भी डिसिप्लिन नहीं है. ऐसी बात नहीं है, ऐसी बात नहीं है मेरे भाई. गेमर्स डिसिप्लिन नहीं होते, ऐसी बात नहीं. भाई सीधे मौत की तरह तू भी 11,000 भेज देना प्लीज. कार्ड में है. वीक में 1 व्लॉग है ना. मतलब आप अच्छा एम के लिए डेडिकेटेड नहीं हो क्या? नहीं, ये 2 रुपए के जोक्स बंद करो. इधर इतना इंपॉर्टेंट बातें हो रही है, इतने नाइस चर्चा हो रही है. छी, व्लॉग मत कर, हमको तुझे हकते हुए नहीं देख. ओ माय गॉड.
As it oftentimes has been so strong, the rubble fight so intricate, and then so much delay on that C side. T1, they get just enough, and now balls in Gen.G's court, looking for a B hit right off the rip.
some early pings throughout Rubble as well, but now the Prowler just to check. Off angles being held by Meteor.
Gen.G still just waiting for information, but Buzz trying to let them know that there are members on the A side, trying to draw them into that B side, but Stack's losing that. Suddenly T1 stranded a little bit. They have to push out if they want to create space. The Paranoia should have landed, but Munchkin buys enough time. It's a nice shot, and now it's a 2v1. Meteor just caught, his feet stuck and glued, unable to move. And now Gen.G, they barrel towards
bro,
site.
आपका जन्मडे when है मनीत भाई आज?
Ready once again.
Thank you for that 21 rupees, Manit bhai. Today is my birthday. I turned 19 today.
Towards Stacks just alleviates so much more pressure. Izu all the way from the back of attacker spawn, and 2 players marking his position.
Oh jeez, blink of an eye, Foxy9 just straight through the dome. And that's going to be Gen.G taking both pistols this time. So tied 2-2 for the day so far, as they try to make sure they extend the lead.
Just holding the angle. With the way that they were able to take these picks off against T1 on Rubble as well. I mean, a lot of preparation and at the same time just being ready for
at least 100 members gift होने चाहिए, तब जाके मैं 10 member gift करूँगा ना, return gift.
Meteor, does he go for any type of purchase as he often always has throughout his whole career? But this time, all classics. Carpe the only one. Going for... No, he's going to trade that out. I was going to say, I don't know if that's quite the value. Just going to be a full eco round here from T1.
तू जो बात कर रहा है वो माइक कौन दिया? क्या पता भाई, घर के बाहर की क्या कोई?
The other side.
I mean, you don't have a shorty here. Oh, they'll spam him through. Buzz just hiding away. Prowler checks close, and whoa, Texture, we saw where the Prowler went. Perhaps expected him to start backing up, but eventually we'll get the frag onto Carpe.
I think he kind of anticipated that, you know, with the Prowler getting so close that the other opposing player might have to run all the way to the back, but nonetheless, still a bit of stability for Gen.G as they continue to march up front, spotting out more T1 players. They know that they're up around possibly stairs, the site, blue room as well. Foxy9's lurk, not quite finding anything, so he comes back in to rejoin the team. Meteor
might have been looking for an angle for an undercut. Maybe they thought they could go for an instant peek.
Coffee चाहिए यार, chat कोई बना के दो.
High low. Gen.G, you've been going slow, but you don't have any information. You clear these corners one wrong way, but it's just curiosity from Stacks that will draw death as Texture gets 3 on this round.
Yeah, no information, but they have the firepower. So if they're able to stick together and to fire and shoot true, they should be able to convert it. And once again, we see it similar to what we saw in the first half. Gen.G ends the second round with a flawless win.
PV को बोलो हर्ष भाई.
Yeah, you're gonna save over a lot of those weapons, upgrade them, in fact, into rifles.
Hello. Hi.
Making sure you're
Excuse
starting
me.
to stack those
कैसे
ult
बुलाऊँ
points
उसको?
onto Texture as well. Gave him the spike plant.
सुनना.
कैसे
बुलाऊँगा chat?
Towards that showstopper. And trying to keep up that energy. I mean, that's a stark contrast from T1. Again, T1 really just wanting to prove everything. Whereas Gen.G trying to enjoy the game, set themselves up for success. Texture gets well ahead of Rubble. Oh, gets spotted with the decay still on him, and Carpe will not miss that shot.
That is quite a bit of hurt as well. Gen.G trying to hold out to the other side now, but like you mentioned, you know, they're able to play fluidly because of the
भाई मेरी फैमिली अभी गेट टुगेदर हो रहा है मेरी फैमिली का, उधर मेरी बात हो रही रहेगी. अगर गलती से अब भी स्ट्रीम चल रही रहेगी ना मेरी, माँ कसम बता रहा हूँ.
Paranoia drawn out from door as well on the A side. Continue to put some pressure in, but you're already exploring on to B. Now drone drawn out. So much being spent on the side of T1 one by one. Gen.G, this gives them an opportunity to at least go for a little bit of a scuffle. And Khelraay will get out with just a scratch.
रिक्शा बुला रहा है क्या बोलता?
Time slowly ticking away now. Izu jiggling outside of C just notes that
Coffee.
I can guarantee nobody's trying to set up a bit of a flank or a rotation. They are all around the A site. That's why all the rotations brought over to this portion of the map now. 2 players inside of B, 3 onto the A site from T1. Gen.G slowly making it making their way through tree. Carpe notes and spots him out.
Yeah, the paranoid chases him out, but he's not tagged just yet. He's good for 2. Eventually, the aim punch gets the better of him, and Yeoman will get 1, but he's all alone. Only 5 HP. 10 seconds. The round's already lost, but how many guns can you take away? It's going to be just the 1. As Meteor secures the kill, and T1 will get their buy round.
Tried to step away with the shot, but unfortunately, a little bit of movement and accuracy, perhaps. And yeah, this will bring the score a little bit closer. T1. Yeah, they're able to answer right back, being able to fight down for this duel, and at the same time holding on to so much space all across the map.
Just the slow and steady, especially with the Rays gone. T1 knowing that they just have to get the picks, they just have to make sure they don't get overwhelmed. The early rotation's working as well. Once again, undercut at the ready, that decay. Gen.G trying to get ahead of it. Is it gonna work out this time? They'll go even deeper. This has been the variation that Khehraa's been showing us throughout this kickoff, going ever deeper to make sure there's an extra angle. The Prowler goes for it, trusts his teammates, he's waiting for the ISO, but Buzz gets 1 kill. He gets 1, but he swings a little too far to the right, and Stax will return the kill. Yeoman with another trade, and now a 3v3 down to a 2v3.
लो Munchkin को ये दोनों मार देगा, ये दोनों मार देगा, बहुत डरावना है.
On the other side, Munchkin has to fight his way out. He has to survive. Carpe getting curious. They're giving him the 1v1s. Yeah, now knows that the numbers may not be on his side anymore. He'll wait for the curiosity. Foxy9 over it. And Stax, his patience rewarded.
Hopping on top of the roots, and unfortunately that's how he goes down. Stax, this time stabilizing himself, able to find the moments to strike back against the other Korean squad.
मैं तो कल के Sentinels versus MIBR के पर्ल से नहीं उठ पाया हूँ भाई. भाई मैच तो था, crazy match था.
Just down to it at the end, it was so much work for Munchkin to carry them over across. The score once again tied up, but this time Gen.G on a half buy.
And now Gen.G, especially with a half buy, just respecting that undercut. Can't do much off of it. Paint shells come through as well. You know the space has been given.
क्या स्कोर था पर्ल में? 21-18.
Out off that toxic screen, paranoia goes through.
नहीं, 21-19 ना.
Get out. Only Foxy9 gets taken down, but that space lost.
भाई को ने रात भर गेम नहीं खेलने दिया तो.
2 members on the other side, and Stax reads the timing. If there isn't a further push, where else could they have gone? The drone will spot some extra members.
At the same time, T1, they continue to hold and maintain this control. It's information outside of C. They have rubble. You got Meteor inside of B as well. An undercut just to show his presence.
Yeah, maybe set up for a potential shock dart as well, but it's not going to land, not going to get the damage. Getting early information with the ult from the Omen. Carpe just scouts things out. Everybody on mound. You have that trap wire in B, so I love the rotation coming in from Meteor. Make sure that you just don't get overwhelmed. There's no cheeky little contact play. The cam's still high up. Gen.G, they haven't quite spotted it yet.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Their only option is to walk through, and if they do, they're walking into their deaths. Meteor right around the corner. Stax being able to hold. There goes the first. Stax now back up to the top, and he uses the cage to spot out ahead. A second player, Izu. Double kills through and down to just Munchkin trying to get out.
देखो मैं तो वैसे भी नाइट स्ट्रीमर हूँ नहीं बराबर सिर्फ VCT के टाइम पे रात में कभी मैचेस देख लेते हैं
Same story as the first half, 3 rounds in a row starting with the bye. T1 will answer back and take the lead.
उसके बाद में क्या मैं रात में फ्री हूँ पूरा टाइम.
Neither team being further away than 2 rounds ahead of the other. And this time it's T1 back up front.
And it is true, you know what you're saying with how the scoreline has been going, but I am starting to feel quite worried for Gen.G because it's taking them a lot of effort just
भाई
to
ये
go
VCT
for this
में
rubble
कोई
control.
भी रेना खेला नहीं है. Have you guys wondered that? रेना के बफ के बाद कोई रेना खेला है? Chat, कोई रेना खेला है क्या? Please can someone remind me if anyone has played रेना? मैंने तो नहीं देखा.
There are variations. And I gotta trust that Gen.G, they've spent so much time tooling this fight throughout last year, giving a lot of different examples alongside the likes of Team Heretics that everyone around the world used to copy.
It is their map, and now while you were going off, I'm seeing some pings across the map, especially out towards the right side of Rubble, so maybe trying to teleport through, but here goes that shield. Buzz just jumping all the way in, Texture in for the showstopper, but he gets denied! Munchkin finds the trades, but Meteor
versus Yoman. Naya player, Kaula move.
All alone, he can't land the shot. He's just stuck like a deer in headlights. And Meteor will clean up that fight. Munchkin stuck once again. There's the undercut. You know it's an easier fight. He draws it.
Chalo, Jamapur ki ticket.
Shield still up, and Munchkin eventually wins it. Now another 1v1. No, it is a 1v2. And Izu showcasing the T1 logo as they get ahead 10-8.
Just a little bit of proud.
Well, Sen versus prediction
team, but at the same time, this is now 4 rounds in a row for T1. Yes, a 2-round gap. Can it be the 3rd? Once again, they show that they have the chance to go and break down this Rubble control that Gen.G so desperately trying to vie for.
Oh man, and T1 just liking their calls here on that.
Nah, bhai, Reina off angle बहुत अच्छा खेल सकती है.
Isolating those targets, making sure that they're spot on.
Reina is a good pick.
From T1, push them away from Rubble, and look at the instant rotation because they know this time, after all those past rounds, that Gen.G is going to be set up over on the other parts of the map. So they want to tighten it. They want to shut down potential rotations. Foxy9 is spotted. You know it's a half buy, and Munchkin just gets shot through the box.
And that's enough. Instantly they back off and go back to their current positions, just posting themselves up, especially a little bit more towards this C site. Gen.G kind of slipping already in. The firepower not on their side.
Contact play, just a Sheriff in Khelraay's hand. He spots one, but Izu's already good for a kill from afar. And that's the signal for T1 to just flood right back in. Never giving a chance for Gen.G.
Sure.
To take space, but Khelraay, he has other plans. 2 HP on stack.
भाई बोलते टीम प्ले नहीं कर सकते रेना के साथ, बट एक तुम अगर समझो अगर तुम्हें ना स्मोक आउट पुश करने का है, तुम हवे में फ्लैश डाल दो और 3 जन नीचे से निकल जाओ, पीक करो. भाई ऐसे प्लेस तो बन सकते हैं यार.
Where he might not know his opponent's positions, or to unfortunately walk straight into those paint shells, and it's just so suffocating. There it is, the 3-round gap. T1, they found a commanding lead against Gen.G. Rubble not working out, trying to go off to other parts of the map, but then that's just making you a little bit too easy
China
to read.
में कोई खेला रे ना?
And now a showstopper for Buzz.
Oh.
T1, they're hanging back. Buzz is waiting for a signal. Meteor 2 points away from the kill contract. And again, it's the same play. You go for just the baseline of utility first. If there's no fight, you save it over, drone out mid, and then they'll set up for that C site. Now Gen.G, they recognize it. They will look to re-clear that middle part of the map. They want more space to work with. But even if you do push them back, that trap wire hasn't been spotted last round. You've seen it before, but they'll have to clear that if they want certainty.
Carpe jump peeking as well. Smoking them off, and now the spray is going through. He's trying to hold on to his position as best as possible. Shrouded steps away in time! Stacks is here and ready to help out as well.
Boombot gonna be sent in. Texture, he knows he needs to pick up the pace. If Carpe's out this front with nobody there to
clutching gameplay क्यों नहीं हो रहा यार chat?
Go for the nightfall for safety, but Meteor
clutching gameplay करो ना.
Makes some noise, makes them
guess. ऐसे एक जन 5-6 मारो ना.
Crosshairs trained. Undercut, being considered, trying to push someone out of the smoke. He'll wait for it in the beginning. There's a beat shows, the shield comes out, the showstopper, it's just gonna be spent back, but there's the C's, Buzz still lands it! And that's going to be the retake off the rip. 5 members all alive. Meteor looking to be the shield and the spear point for the team. He goes into tree, finds his target, undercut, Shorty not reloaded, but he gets the spray! Izu gives him the intel, the teamwork, impeccable, the shots perfect, and T1 will get to map point.
Map point 12 to 8. T1. Those were some heavy ultimates. Heavy efforts from Gen.G. They were trying so hard. They finally found a crack in T1's defense and being able to get to the site. Just a nightfall sent in to buy a little bit more time to play it for safety, but Meteor perched up top the entire time. the showstopper out as well from Buzz, just being able to crack all the way through. And in for the Viper's pit, Munchkin, he might have avoided a little bit more presence, but down towards the very end, not being able to fight back, and this hurts against Gen.G.
It's the same setup. Gen.G, they want to try to get ahead. Khelraay, does he go for the double shrouded step? It hasn't worked before. It's an early paranoia this time. Bit of a switch up, but there's the kill contract. He's been caught. Texture's already down. Khelraay, you need to win this fight!
Good.
Meteor refreshes his shield.
Good.
And just like that, the doors start closing on Gen.G.
Foxy9, he might have found a little bit of positioning in towards the B side, but is it going to be enough? His teammates out from the back, they've been smoked off. Foxy9 turns back around, takes down Meteor, but the Hunter Spirit comes out!
He dodges it. One more chance. He'll stay alive.
भाई दोनों लोहे कितने?
Hope still alive. Just barely prying open that gate. Foxy9. He'll protect Yeoman. T1, they'll wait. They'll wait for everyone to get into position. It's a full surround. Like a pack of wolves. Hunting down their targets. Prowler now spots out. Gen.G on a rush. They have to push out. They have to pick fights. They have to win them. Foxy9 and Yeoman. Can you do it? 1v2. 14 bullets left. Yeoman down to 18. The defuse begins.
GG, bro. 39 again, chat.
Carpe in safety. And Izu will shut it down. T1 leads 2-0.
13-8 scoreline at the map of...
सही बताऊं? Texture pop off नहीं कर रहा है ना? Texture is not playing like he used to. Foxy खेला, Munchkin जब चाहिए था तब खेला. Khelraay भी इतना दिखा नहीं मेरे को. Not sure. I saw this coming though. I knew T1 will win against Gen.G. Texture नींद में. हेरेटिक्स या लिक्विड कौन जीत रहा आज रात को? भाई हेरेटिक्स जीतनी तो चाहिए, लेकिन आफ्टर लिक्विड विनिंग अगेंस्ट हेरेटिक्स पता नहीं, कुछ भी हो सकता है. बट ऑनेस्टली बताऊं, मैंने कल का मैच देखा भाई फुट का. भाई फुट अच्छा नहीं खेल रही थी. ये तुझे भाई दैट्स नॉट हाउ ही प्लेज. भाई वो तो मतलब ऐसा बंदा है कि अगर वो बचा है 1v3 में, शॉट शॉट वो 1v3 करेगा, 1v2 करेगा, बट उसको से एक मर रहा नहीं था. ऐसा सीन हो रहा था कल. तो वो देखने के लिए थोड़ा सा बीटीएस था भाई. कैरन टॉप फ्रैगर है. ओ ओके. हेल नाहा, दिस गाय इज अ चमन. ये कौन कितवी की मार्कशीट है? ये 10th 12th की है ना ये? ना हाँ ब्रो. अबे इसका मॉनिटर क्या है? Energize your mind. Yes. My new PC. Wow. Study plus gaming view outside chat up. Guess my rant behind by the way 60 Hz monitor. Flat. ला शेमड़ा क्यूडू सा है ना भाई. ऐसा डॉग मिलता है क्या डिट्टो ऐसा दिखने वाला, लेकिन वो इतना ही रहेगा? ये कौन सा ब्रीड है चैट? ड्रीम नहीं, एम करो. यस, डब्ल्यू जेई एडवांस. गोल्डन रिट्रीवर वो तो बहुत बड़े हो जाते ना, लेकिन मस्त रहते रे, गुबगुबित रहते. एवरेज सीआरडी का एंडिंग पार्ट. हाँ, मैंने ही मारा है अशोक को. तेरे पत्नी के साथ रात भर व्हाट्सएप पे बातें करते थे। एक दिन मैंने उसका फोन चेक किया तो वो मुझ पे चिल्लाने लग गई। अभी मैंने प्लान बना लिया था, इन लोग को अलग करके रहूंगा। भाई बैंगलोर कब आना है? 4-5 बार आ गया बैंगलोर यार। आई होप अभी वापस आए। अबे सीआईडी में यही सब होता था, तुमको नहीं पता भाई? व्हाट? ना ब्रो, भाई सीआईडी में तो यही सब तो होता है, कुछ भी। ब्यूटीफुल ब्यूटीफुल फेस। वाओ व्हाट ए कम्मो। ओह भाई मेरे को ये ऐसे सेटअप्स काफी प्यारे लगते हैं जिसमें मॉनिटर ऐसा है ना नीचे चिपका हुआ लगता है ना, ये वर्टिकल। बट ऑनेस्टली बताऊं मैं, वर्टिकल मॉनिटर से हॉरिजॉन्टल मॉनिटर इज एनी डे बेटर। बट वही है, अगेन बात आ जाती है इस पे स्पेस पे। लेकिन हॉरिजॉन्टल मॉनिटर से वर्टिकल मॉनिटर ज्यादा एस्थेटिक लगता है ऑनेस्टली, है कि नहीं चैट? वर्टिकल मॉनिटर एस्थेटिकली काफी अच्छा लगता है। मुझे बताओ व्हाट यू गाइस विल प्रेफर, वर्टिकल और हॉरिजॉन्टल मॉनिटर? आई प्रेफर हॉरिजॉन्टल बट वर्टिकल ज्यादा अच्छा दिखता है। टू वर्टिकल। डायगोनल लिख रहा है ये पादरिया। ओके ओके ओके, चलो फिर इसी बात पे लाइक करो अभी। चलो चलो अब इसी बात पे लाइक करो, चलो 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 इसी बात पे लाइक करो। Don't rate him at- ये किसमें आपको ट्रॉफी मिली है? इंटर स्कूल इंडोर क्रिकेट टूर्नामेंट मैन ऑफ द मैच। लेट्स गो भाई। भाई यार आई मिस प्लेइंग टूर्नामेंट्स वगैरह खेलते टाइम स्पोर्ट्स के जो एड्रेनलिन होता था ना भाई, दैट शिट इज व्हाई वी आर लाइव। चैट मुझे ना ये चीज नहीं पसंद यार। क्या बोलते हैं इसको? फ्राइड चिकन बोलते हैं ना, फ्राइड चिकन। भाई फ्राइड चिकन है ना, पता नहीं भाई मेरे को नहीं पसंद आता वो ऑनेस्टली। आई डोंट लाइक फ्राइड चिकन। विंग्स विंग्स दूसरे वाले मेरे को पसंद है वैसा, तब जो अलग रहता है। फ्राइड चिकन आई फील काफी है ना यार, मेरे को ऑयली लगता है फ्राइड चिकन ऑनेस्टली बताऊं तो मेरे को काफी ज्यादा ऑयली लगता है। और आई डोंट नो, मैं खाता हूं ना तो मेरे गले में ऑयल ऑयल फील होता है, तो इसलिए मेरे को खाने का मन नहीं करता वो ज्यादा। चिकन तो एनी डे अपने को पसंद है, बट केएफसी का तो ना, केएफसी का बिग नो भाई, फ्राइड चिकन मेरे को नहीं पसंद। घर में उससे बहुत बेटर बनता है। भाई ये तू पाला है यार, ये चूहा है, ये क्या है भाई? हमस्टर, व्हाट इज दिस? वे मरियल देखो इसको, क्या हो गया? है स्पाइडी सेंस ऑन हो गया भाई इसका तो, हगासा। chat up. W chat up. Wow. Good vibes. Nice. बस बे वो पीछे पिंक ब्लू कलर का लाइट अच्छा लग रहा है. ओए अम्बा वाह कितना क्यूट है भाई. छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की जय. भाई खतरनाक. ओए ये क्या है? ये फिडजेट स्पिनर है. खतरनाक सेटअप भाई, खतरनाक. किचन है वो है. अरे भाई हीरो. हीरो क्यूटी है भाई. मैं शीरो को किसी से कंपेयर ही नहीं कर सकता भाई, क्योंकि शीरो शीरो है भाई. चैट ये डीमन स्लेयर में था. चैट ये डीमन स्लेयर में था क्या? अंडा राइस काकड़ी. नाइस. ब्रो इज ऑन. ब्रो इज ऑन. चैट मुझे बताओ. चलो अभी तो ठीक है ऐसा कि मैं अभी स्ट्रीम पे रहता हूँ, पाद मारता हूँ, तो तुम लोग ही सुनते हो, बाकी कोई नहीं सुनता. अगर मैं बाहर जा रहा हूँ कहीं पे और मैं ऐसे ही पाद मारते घूमूं हर जगह, तो हाउ डू आई अवॉइड इट? मतलब मैं बहुत सारा फाइबर खाऊं क्या? बहुत ही सारा फाइबर खाना पड़ेगा क्या यार? खा रहा हूँ वैसे भी फाइबर भी, लेकिन भाई पाद तो बहुत आती है. ब्रो अभी जेन्युइन क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा हूँ भाई. हेल ना क्वेश्चन क्या यार? सील कर दो लिख रहा है यार. पानी बहुत पी रहा हूं मैं.
Needed to try to reclaim their spot at the very
प्रोटीन कम
top
और
of
फाइबर
VCT
ज्यादा खा.
Pacific.
Ain't gonna be easy.
राइस कम खाओ.
I'll tell you that
राइस
much.
नहीं, राइस कम ही खाता हूं.
Starting things off now, once again, it is Gen.G on the defense, and look at that toxic screen all the way down into garage.
Going with a bit of a change. They used to prefer, the across the board here, B onto A.
W I giving one channel in the chat.
So leaving it relatively open, just the alarm bot for the information. And holding on to A link and C link. The idea being that if it is a B hit, which it looks like it's going to be, then Gen.G is ready to start to surround them. Stacks, spots man, but only one spotted from each side, and Gen.G, that's immediately the call to start
Gen.G is gonna come back.
Just make sure we have options.
Come back. Even I'm supporting T1, but Gen.G is gonna come back. Why neon liya texture ne?
And there already is
texture neon
a bit of
khelta hai.
value found. Munchkin answers right back. Collapses onto Buzz as well. Izu off to the other end.
Hell
and he collects
bro.
onto two heads.
Hell nah.
Izu, he's been really good the first two maps as well, and now it's just going to be the wraparound stacks. He's been waiting the whole entire time. Yo man,
by Meteor
versus 3.
On
He's surrounded
ISO is
all around
the best comp in VCT.
degrees. Spot stacks, tries to move away from it, wants to go by. Had the right idea, but not enough of the shots.
Just not quite that, and it still is Gen.G just trying to come back into that space, but now it's T1 starting off with the pistol wins. They had the right reads, but down to the execution because
Good
of
evening
how
from
T1
Dubai.
were able to play,
Good evening.
how Izu was able to collect on the frags
From
towards
India.
the end. Unfortunately, the pistol does get picked up by T1, and Gen.G now will have to catch up.
See if we no, it's going to be a switch up on that toxic screen, but at the very least,
खूब पढ़ो भाई, क्या फर्क पड़ता, खूब पा दो भाई, क्या फर्क पड़ता है, जम के पा दो। अरे नहीं बाहर पा दो तो यार पब्लिक मीटिंग में समझ तू सबके साथ बैठा है, लेडीज लोग बैठी है और वो लोग बात कर रहे हैं। या हर्ष खेल रहा है, I love watching your content, like generally I appreciate your content, your hard work towards your audience, I generally love it। and फिर उसके बाद में बस एकदम
automatic rifles. It does worry me. Yeoman continuing to push into the A lobby.
गंदा होगा ना वैसा।
taken down nice and early. Just a
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much for the 40 rupees, Yara Orbit bhai.
A nice clear from Gen.G, but that's going to be the sign from T1 to immediately start their rotate onto the A side. The Neon is fast, and they will push out from C as well, but Gen.G, they still need to land a couple nice shots here on the A side if they want a chance of taking things back. A nice paranoia buys time, and that's Yeoman with a double kill.
दो मारा लॉन्ग वालों को, स्पाइक डाउन हो गया है। काम 25 बाय राउंड में 1 दे। वीडियो भाई बता दो, चलो।
Khelraay, he needs to spot the first one.
Hell
A
nah.
nice clean
Hell
shot and
nah
on to 2.
gameplay,
How does he
bro.
get away with this, Meteor? Vandal in hand.
1v3.
1v3
flank आ रहा है।
contingency. Spots him. Tries to get on site. He knows he needs to eliminate Yeoman before backup arrives. He doesn't know where it's coming from, and Yeoman will just buy time. Drone tag. Still the members coming in from sewers. Yeoman comes alive on Haven to bring Gen.G the Thrifty.
Are you
insane Yeoman, दो मारा यार लॉन्ग में, उधर ही राउंड निकाल दिया। वो क्या राइट क्लिक कनेक्ट हुआ भाई ये शॉट वाले का?
Working around the screen, peeking through it when he needs to, holds off to the other
Beautiful
end.
shot.
Karen there to provide
Beautiful
additional
shot.
support.
Sachin, thank you
and
for
down
the
to the very end of it, just
40
buys time, but still lets the flick anyway.
So patient. And I mean, you see him getting fired up. The very opening match, the first couple matches we saw hints of doubt in his own eyes, but he has risen right up to the hope that a lot of his fans had, the hype that a lot of the fans had, and now it's a fast hit from T1. They want to take the momentum right back. Sheriffs in hand. It's just a full march through, but everybody from Gen.G is here. Paranoia keeps him at bay. Khelraay got several angles to look for. He lands the first shot, a trade available from Texture, waiting for the peek out from Buzz. Foxy9 cleans it up as well, and now Buzz kind of stranded in garage all alone.
Meanwhile, the other two from T1 still trying to fan out across the map. Unfortunately, Buzz will fall to that Phantom of Textures. Karen holding the angle, exits of B, and will get the wallbang through onto Izu. Stacks. Spike still looking for any possible routes. He's thinking maybe A site's a little bit open. I've seen a lot of Gen.G all throughout C and B. Perhaps I can try to sneak through. And sure, he's going to march up forward, but Yeoman's holding the long angle all the way towards the back, while the rest of Gen.G continue to converge onto Stacks' position from the back.
Yeah, just gonna clear out the close angle and try to see if he can at least get the spike down. It looks like, yeah, he's not looking at any, potential chance of an ace. He just wants whatever they can get. He'll get the plant, he'll spread out, but Khelraay, nice and steady, recovers his aim, and that will be Gen.G leading 2-1, keeping all 5 of their rifles.
अरे नोमान अभी हुआ यार, अभी प्रोटीन इनटेक मैंने बढ़ाया तो
inspire a little bit more confidence throughout the entire Gen.G squad, starting things off with Yeoman on the sheriff, now on to the next. Good setups, they had the smokes, they had the quick paranoia from Karen as well, and the smart positioning, reading a little bit of T1's movements. Karen backs up and continues to hold these angles.
I was about to say, where's the shout? There it is, just a little bit delayed this time. And now kill contract up. We saw just how much damage it was doing to the Rubble fight on Lotus. See if it has the same effect this time for A main. Step forward. Texture, you are far ahead. You are pinged. You are stuck. But Buzz gets taken down first. Carpe with a nice trade. Meanwhile, the kill contract goes out. Meteor versus Texture.
2-1.
Meteor wins out. And this time he will stay alive. Khelraay still stuck in window, but he's got Foxy9 right by him.
2-1 on Meteor versus Texture.
Back into re-clear, but joins Carpe in pushing up in towards the A site. This is the right call. They know that Gen.G are closer towards B, and it does take a little bit more time. And if they do rotate through A link, it would make some noise. So they feel safe. They feel like they're able to kind of creep up into the A site. What they don't know is that Munchkin's all the way towards the back of Hell. Karen up close now.
He spots one. He's ready for it. Almost gets the double, but the toxic screen goes up. It's not a safe entry. Recon just barely comes back alive.
They both have one shot.
It's just right behind the corner. Stacks, you have to recognize that there is danger still on the site. Smoke onto heaven. Spike starts to get held.
Oh shit, they lost this one.
He knows they haven't cleared him just yet. They do not suspect it. Khelraay with a nice swing catches one sight. Screen goes down and Munchkin will save the round, keeping Gen.G up 3-1.
Thought about where Munchkin was, but Munchkin just feeling that much more confident, despite it just being a Guardian. Goes in for the slow push up and finds the angle onto Khelraay. Down to the very end of it, I mean, yeah, it's just Gen.G being able to control the map off of the early advances. Despite, you know, maybe a bit of numbers advantage down with Meteor as well, Gen.G were able to work across the map, being able to control and funnel kind of T1 into this A site where everything was set up for Munchkin all the way down to the end.
Yeah, and if you're Stacks, you gotta recognize, you gotta start to think back and wonder, where did it go wrong with the recon? Because I swear I cleared backside. But Munchkin was just a bit too fast, but for now, next round up, Guardian and Vandal in hand, the kill contract used, but a Hunter's Fury this time for Stacks.
Will kind of mark the positions out towards C-Long. His team slowly creeping through, looking for a duel outside of Garage, but Foxy9 finds it instead.
He's still waiting for it. Buzz tells him to sit right back down, but T1 looking to reset. They've drawn out the Hunter's Fury from Yeoman, just tried to clear out space, make sure that Garage hasn't been fully taken over. But the smoke will bar them from clearing it 100%.
Not entirely sure, still needing to respect and clear a lot, and that's why the drone is being deployed out towards B now. A couple of shots from a Sheriff, and he knows that they're up around grass.
You've got members on both A and C link. The smokes come out. There's the Paranoia and the TP across. Buzz spots his target, and he'll land the shots, and he whips it right back around. Takes down Texture. Buzz
that was a diabolical move by Texture
for the team and secures the B site.
A little bit unfortunate for Gen.G, completely blindsided by Buzz's utility. Down to the last two players, and they are still trying to find whatever they can get. A little bit in towards C-Link, a little bit into A. Karen finds a bit of contact, but not quite the kill. And look at how T1 are set up on the site. A bit of a swing from Munchkin, though! The double kill! The second one onto Khelraay. Izu trying to hold on the up angle, but he's not able to collect. There's a shot. Just Stacks now. Pushes up, tries to get ahead. Here's Karen's footsteps, and he's pulled out his utility. Inside of the smokes, gets out another dart, and Munchkin ends his life.
Munchkin, you saw the pings from T1. They knew, okay, Karen's buying time on the other side. We still haven't seen Munchkin return, so it's going to be a back and forth. They know how Gen.G operates. Buzz is ready, he tries to get a timing, but when he goes down, Munchkin immediately ready, knows for the second swing because there's a numbers advantage on the side of T1.
That was hell Naha gameplay.
It's just, this is what Gen.G was built upon. Just these basic fundamentals, the firepower, the precision, and then the confidence. And Munchkin, I mean, truly living up to what he tells his team, that if needed, I'll clutch up. If needed, I'll do it. So go out and play your game.
7-1 right now. Only a single death on Munchkin thus far. Being able to carry that score forward, but still T1 looking for a way to crack it open. Dimensional drift from Buzz straight into this ace site. A clone and a gate crash as well.
Okay, drone just to see if it's going to be the full strike. The Viper's Pit will try to open a way for Gen.G to return. Early Paranoia drawn out from T1, but they still have that Hunter's Fury from Stacks. He's going to start to position a little bit outside of the site.
4-1-4 चल रहा है 2-0. Retake ult तो किया है वो.
Bit of a play through the Viper's Pit.
This might
waterfall through heaven.
Omen flash अच्छा है. Nice ult. नहीं लेकिन कोई okay.
Right outside of the pit. Meteor good for 2 kills, but it's just T1 winning out on the trades back and forth. Texture.
Low है लेकिन Texture. Nice, nice.
He's low on health.
पता नहीं क्या हुआ राउंड में. मैं तो वो सोवा ult पे फोकस था और तब में सब लोग मरने गए.
Wants to isolate him, Stacks just doesn't give him a shot. And Texture perhaps looking for a way out of danger, trying to save over this Phantom, as the chances are just too slim.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite able to find much. And it's just T1 noting Gen.G's game plan and how they wanted to retake the site. The pit made it a little bit too clear. because of that, Khelraay just
Meteor
kept
do mara.
himself out towards the bottom, just spotting anyone
Almost
who
the
does
third one
drop
as well.
down. And even with Texture sliding through, the trades there, just with T1 being able
Wow.
to set themselves up,
मारा यार Texture ने अच्छा.
finding most of it all.
कितने
So
देर
maybe the
सोया
hero rifle
मैं
carried forward,
8
buys
साढ़े
back
8
up
को
as
सोया
well.
और 11 बजे उठा.
T1 now putting themselves up on the board.
11:30 बजे.
2-4, but we got to remember the Hunter's Fury there playing a big part, just kind of really dissecting parts of that retake.
Whoa.
Disrupting some of that tempo, and the fast push out from C. Meanwhile, Khelraay still locking it down. There's support over from Yeoman as well in Garage, and Texture's already taken over C main. If they go into B side again, it's just going to be a full surround for T1.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Izu a little bit out towards the back. Munchkin setting up a bit of a flank as well. 3 players stranded on the site. They need to hold all of these exits. A as well as C link. The trip has been cracked, and Izu notes it.
And Izu just trying to hold a very far distance. Yo, man, it's just a full spray down with 3 people all rushing in. Carpi on the side. He's been noted. He's been spotted right under the fast lane. They chase him down. Sight instantly cleared. Munchkin will wait for as long as possible until his team needs him. Izu, good for 1 kill. That's the call for Munchkin. Munchkin, you need to come for support. He takes him down. Half done. Stacks down to 11 HP.
Shit,
and just like that, always there for the team when needed. Munchkin will help secure the round.
Round था मालूम.
Once again coming up huge, the hero of the Gen.G squad.
I went and saw
T1
when did I subscribe to you,
so
and
close
it's
to it. He
already
knew
more than
exactly
a year.
where
Let's
to
go.
look.
Love you, yaar.
But that
Delta
pressure
life.
once again created thanks to all of this forward space that they're taking early on in the rounds. Munchkin with a creep up allows him to make that play. Texture with a push-up C long informs the teams to so much. Karen just holding off towards the other exits of Garage so confidently as well.
I was wondering if there's a potential for timeout. Trying to course correct here, being funneled into that B site. Couple rounds now already in the first half. But this time a very forward alarm bot. So if it is a switch up, because it's been T1 barreling through when they find an opening, Gen.G wanted that early information. They work off of it. A main now taken over, Orb given over to Yeoman. Izu has snuck in, so Yeoman keeping his eyes trained.
What?
On the A side,
Yeah.
they both know of each other's position. Yeoman with a nice course correct will eliminate. That's got to be the lurk. Now Munchkin looking for support. What's the call here? Foxy9 is tagged, but they don't see Munchkin just yet. They hear it. Meteor's there for the trade. Texture comes in. He takes down Buzz. They now understand the positions of T1.
Nice,
but they were
bro.
waiting for the wraparound. Texture, you need to win it out. He gets the double. Meteor's still alive. Stays alive.
भाई
But
कितना
Khelraay
मारेगा
will
मीटियर
clean
यार यार
things
टेक्सचर
up.
बहुत अच्छा मारा
So
टेक्सचर बहुत
incredibly
अच्छा
close
मारा
onto it. If not for that flash from Khelraay,
crazy
Meteor might have been able to do a little bit more damage. He runs out of ammo as well, unfortunately, but swaps to the classic, just stays alive for such a long duration. You gotta admire how he's able to play, but down to it at the very end. Once again, it almost feels as though T1 are being herded around the map, funneled back into sites. First it was B, now it's into C, and Gen.G are able to retake so effectively.
अच्छे पिक्स निकले थे
It's that
यार
backup speed, right? Something about I didn't get him, but why? I mean, it's come on, it's always the same story. Texture. I mean, at this point, are you
Why
really
me?
shocked? Oh man, well that will be the timeout now.
let's go.
With the economy coming back for T1. Trying to figure it out. Now, the players tried to course correct, try to go fast, take control of C main, make sure we're not getting funneled. Like, how in the world is Gen.G so fast and surrounding that B side? How are we losing so much control on the attacking side of Haven? So sure, they take C main this time, but it's fast nonetheless. They win the duel over on A main, and Gen.G immediately 3 members stacked over by the C side. So Stacks discussing things with Autumn and the rest of his teammates. And I gotta imagine, I mean, you gotta go back to old faithful, old traditional. Get some sort of better pressure on one side of the map. Like, absolutely secure it, and don't try to go too early for Izu's lurk.
Yeah, you gotta take a little bit of time. Just being able to create more of that pressure, trying to do that towards C, but look at how Gen.G are quick to chase down Izu.
Oh, and this is a huge call from Gen.G. Oh, Foxy9. Oh, he's done this before when he tries to just barely stay on the edge. But Texture gets taken out. He's way too far out. A T1, they get the read, they see the delay,
Okay, short
and
से
they
pick
come
करके
back
मारा.
to clean out the lurk.
नहीं wait वो इतना deep आ गया था texture, पागल है.
Trying to fend, hold them off, thinking about the previous rounds, mid-round decisions. A huge kill contract though, and it catches
2-0 against Yeoman.
Looks for the one-on-one now and gets the spray down.
Yeah, Yeoman just being a bit too honest, standing in the center. Khelraay tries to find a timing on the swing out, but he will not get it. Carpe drops right back down into fire, but Munchkin, he'll get taken out by Buzz in T1. This is what the desk was talking about, that when they hit, you might be ready for it, but they've got all their angles covered.
So much drilled.
It's time for Kofia.
The utility being thrown in as well.
Time for Kofia.
Even
looks so dependent on Meteor.
Gen.G really built up across all of these rounds.
That's heavily false.
Starting things off with Texture falling really early on, and that might have just been the key.
So Gen.G off that timeout, it looks like they think, okay, it could be an A push because they haven't taken A main control. See, they actually dump so much utility, and if it's a push out, they get the ping. So it allows Texture to follow all the way through. But once he's already out of A lobby, he's really, there's not many choices. He needs to try to find a kill. He needs to get some value out of this push, because otherwise you'll slowly inch back, or you'll need 2, maybe 3 members on the A side, and that's not what you wanted. The whole purpose was to eliminate the members of T1. But T1, they're the ones who slow things down. They don't overreact to that push out, and they'll regroup.
Just went a little bit far out, and at the same time, T1 being able to read the plays. So slight adjustments being made now, but still needing to catch up all across. 3-round differential between the teams. Gen.G on towards light shields in this round.
Just Fury online for Yeoman as well. We've seen him use it very aggressively, especially with, no Killjoy on the other side. None of that. Munchkin tries to wait patiently for a clean shot, won't find it. But Boxy9 is ahead. He's on the front half, and he actually gets shot down. Carpe traces him right back through the smoke.
Izu still playing relatively safe outside of A lobby as well. I mean, this is how T1 is starting to operate now. Instead of A lobby pressure, they're doing it around C, and then fanning out across the map, slowly back in towards grass, thinking about garage, possibly. Munchkin, though, inside of it, holding on the other edge of the door, swings around wide just to break the drone to get away alive. Here comes that Hunter's Fury.
Gets some tags, but Meteor's still getting through with the shield. He won't find his target in time. And now T1 scrambling. That's the clone. Khelraay dodges the flash. They're trapped in garage. You have Carpe in C main. He could be the key to try to open things back up if Gen.G lose track. If they overpeak, there's the paranoia. Munchkin, they'll bait him out. Gen.G, they're keeping tabs. Yeoman, he doesn't land the shot, but he'll hold on to the spot. He antes it. And that should be the shutdown. 30 seconds left. T1 scrambling. Yeoman gets the information, gets the read, gets the tag, and he runs away. They'll yield the space to secure the round. 20 seconds left. Spike gets planted.
Yeah, take the spike plan. Why don't you? Gen.G, half the numbers, and they are looking to surround this B site. Izu and Stacks playing off towards the right side, but Izu being able to gun down 2 in an instant. Stacks now noting the fast lane. Izu still holding off towards the other end. Takes down Texture, and all that's left is just Munchkin. Goes for the swing, a bit of a crouch, but Stacks lands it anyway. T1, Izu being able to slaughter Gen.G.
I don't understand how he got both kills instantly. Hopefully we get to see it in the replay. But Izu, let's think back a year before. Khelraay takes the title of the super rookie. Here it is. They just line up. They just line up, and he holds it, just stabilizes enough.
हाई लो लगाए थे, हाई लो की वाट लगा दी। कौन सा चाहिए था? अरे तो एक डार्क रोस्ट वाला है रे कॉफी, वो डार्क रोस्ट वाला मेरे को अच्छा ही नहीं लग रहा है भाई, बहुत अजीब लग रहा है। तो मेरे को मीडियम रोस्ट वाला पीने का है।
He wanted to become a new legend, write his own story, leave his own legacy, and then they got knocked out. And since then, Izu struggled in 2024 to find his footing, trying to fill the gaps of their composition. And this year, sure, he's still flexing around.
और Gen.G हारा.
Has he really resurfaced as a shining spot for T1 on the so-called Korean super
पानी
team?
पी ले, वही कर.
All right, I mean, like the desk mentioned as well, they touched upon it. If Munchkin's there to pick up, I mean, if Meteor's there to pick up the ISO, Izu's needing to play the Cypher, and he'll definitely do it, and he does it so incredibly well right now. Just being able to work on a lot of these fundamentals. I gotta imagine that kill, that lineup happened in that fashion as well, because Gen.G was starting to run dry on economy. They had nothing but light shields. Once again, they're going for light shields, but this time it's a little bit more of a half-ish buy. So calling for a little bit more of a conservative play. They're not really pushing out this far up front.
Yeah, just checking if it's early pressure on C again, and if it's not, it's going to be a fast rotate. You can see them all scurrying towards A. But now Dimensional Drift comes through. Yeoman, does he tuck away? No, he's going to get spotted. An instant flash is trying to push them further back into the back of the site. And now he finds an opening. Khelraay escapes it for the time being. A flash. There's an anti for one of them. But Buzz still good for one. He sprays out for two. He's got the shorty out. Eventually gets shut down. But that's all the time that T1 needed. So much chaos from one member. And eventually the site opens up.
अमीर लोग के चोचले नहीं बे नींद चली जाती है ब्लैक कॉफी से और फिर ब्लैक कॉफी की एक बारी वो मतलब क्या उसे कहते हैं ब्लैक कॉफी की मशीन ली है भाई ने तो उसके लिए अलग से कॉफी मंगानी पड़ती है अलग कॉफी रहती है मशीन की कॉफी अलग होती है
And a round like that off of Gen.G's tactical timeout as well. 5 to 6. It's making me really nervous, Chobra.
Ooh. Damn. अच्छा नहीं इसने मारा मेरे को लगा उसने मारा.
So effectively straight in. Pieces of utility, the contingency shield. Buzz especially on the dimensional drift with those two flashes this time. 5 to 6 is not the great scoreline that Gen.G is looking for, especially if you consider how they started off. But now back into it.
मशीन की कड़वी नहीं लगती मेरे को कड़वी पसंद है.
Seeing what type of util is going to be used. Izu, he's gonna swing out. Just when Yeoman lowers his guard, it's Izu right through the old poison arrow and stacks. Just shuts down once. You're stuck on the site. Relay bolt online.
Oh, nice.
Stabilize. Overdrive. You need to land it. There's the trade from Munchkin.
Wow.
Just how is Munchkin always there? The Death Squadron to be able to rotate fast enough. And now, how curious do we get Khelraay? He's just going to hold. Backup is on its way. You do not have to get far ahead. The discipline, it was there until it wasn't. The trade, Munchkin, right before the ping. He finds him through the corner. That's the pit onto the A site. They can secure the back of the site. Recon comes in though, and Spike should get planted.
At least goes down, but that might be the call for Gen.G to start to creep up as well. Into the Viper's pit they go. Stacks has to work alongside Carpe. They try to fan out, working around the edges of the pit. It goes down. Carpe, he misses the flick.
Munchkin now on for 3. Now it's a 2v1 and they spot him right through. They spray him, force him out. And Gen.G will secure a lead 7-5 in the first half.
And a bit of a sigh of relief as well. Munchkin stabilizing back in, still being able to put himself in positions where he's repeatedly bailing out his teammates. Keeping Texture alive for just a second longer gives him the timing to get onto the A site for that pit to come alive.
Just perfect timing right there. We see it. He just shows up when they need him most. And Carpe, he's been doing so well today, but freezes up just in the wrong moment. And Yeoman now fired up next to Khelraay.
मेरे हिसाब से ये मैप Gen.G जीतेगा और उसके बाद में फिर T1 निकाल सकता है तो 3-1 हो सकता है स्कोर ये वाला मैप तो जा रहा है ये वाला मैप जा रहा है Pam 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 pam. Pam pare pam pam pam.
Pistol will have to go to them.
Even कितनी strong team बन गई है exactly.
To Masters
Bangkok.
Trying to return to that international
हाँ मेरे को फिर भेज दो Elite भाई एक बारी मेरे को फिर याद आया.
A convincing showing. The couple of times they've gone as a team, and now with a fresh look on the roster, with an international trophy lifter in Meteor, T1 trying to start a new legacy. Here comes the pistol in the second half. Gen.G defending toxic screen all the way down A lobby. They'll look, wait for potential pushes out in mid.
Gen.G ऐसी टीम नहीं है.
A little bit of a gate crash setup.
तो 3-0 है.
Okay, a slide forward to try to get the peek, and eventually works out for Gen.G. Little dicey, but still one ahead.
With that now, Gen.G, the quick rotations on towards the C site. Meteor tries to stay alive with the shield up, but unfortunately a bit of a sidestep and he whiffs. It's going to be Yeoman getting the kill. Stacks on for the trade off towards the back. But 1-on-2.
Even का IGL कौन है? Even का IGL है
down to the 1-on-1. IGL versus the old rookie from back then.
Yeah, but you should have gotten the call on the health, so Foxy9, that's why he's just keeping away. He knows he can go for the peak, stacks, he will hold true all the way to the end. Foxy!
Oh my god!
He plays with his old leader! Makes him think that he'll make a mistake, but rookie no longer! Foxy9 brings the second pistol.
And that will be a huge advantage for Gen.G. 8-5, possibly the 9th. T1. You have the loss a little bit, but not too bad. I mean, still being able to bring it down to just the 1-on-1.
Oh, you can tell from those cries just how desperate
Gen.G also feeling right now.
But now 4 buys, Marshall, and 3 rifles. Meanwhile, Izu trying to get forward information. It'll immediately get cleared out. The early signs from Texture just trying to be the scout for the team, to be the eyes, the drone ahead for the main squad.
Nothing yet spotted for now. Well, the rest of the team, Foxy9 and Name, a little bit pushing up alongside this toxic screen in towards A lobby, but there it is. Jump peek spotted out by Texture. That's Izu gone.
Why are you supporting T1? Because I feel they can make it to champions and win it.
Hold true. Now 2 members gone from the A site. No matter where you go, Gen.G, they just need to play carefully, play thorough.
Finals किसके साथ है? Finals होगा DRX के against.
Regrouped either place, but we see it on the map. It's going to be a split. It's up to Meteor. Go with that Sheriff. Find a kill. Bring a weapon. Carpe tries to get ahead. No shot. And 1v5.
Does have the Sheriff though. Garage has been smoked off as well. A little bit of a drone. And look at how Texture's quick.
कोई और sports follow करते हो? मैं football देखता हूँ. But अभी बहुत कम देखता हूँ. अभी कुछ देखने इतना मिलता नहीं है भाई. अभी ट्रिम करो, फोटोशॉप ट्रिम करो, फिर दूसरा कुछ काम करो, सो जाओ, उठो, वही रिपीट. उसमें मजा आता है ज़्यादा.
Always just barely at 2, I believe, even from that previous map. So now feeling better, especially with the flawless, gives them a chance at a bonus conversion as well. But you can tell they don't want to make any mistakes. You know that they're giving the respect even to these eco rounds.
भाई एक बार T1 DRX आ रही है तो क्या हुआ भाई?
You know, compared to his usual self, but we think last year there have been times when he's fallen over.
आज अगर एक टीम का परफॉर्मेंस एक है, तो जरूरी नहीं है कल भी उन टीम का परफॉर्मेंस वैसा ही रहेगा. 2 दिन बाद वो टीम का परफॉर्मेंस वैसा ही रहेगा, क्योंकि वैलोरेंट वैसा गेम है भाई. खुद का गेम प्ले देख के मैं समझ गया. ओए ओए.
But the flash comes out as well. Meteor off to the other end.
But that's a lot drawn out. Ooh. Yeah, you get out with the undercut. One of the undercuts, and then on top of that, the paranoia. Now trying to spam just all the way thoroughly, making sure that T1 has to back away from the entrance. You look at the map, T1 still has the space that they generally would want, and the ability to re-clear mid. Foxy9. If he can get a kill here, it would be huge, and he gets it. Draws attention. It's an immediate rotate. Meteor knows what's going on. It's just a 1-4. I know how this works, and he wants to get ahead, but can they hold on to the site?
He has to be the one to get those kills, especially alongside Stacks. Holds off to the other end. Tries to peek out ahead for Texture. Texture runs away. It's a mid-round call back into B.
Yeah, Meteor, again, this is exactly what Gen.G used to do with him on the squad last year as well. Carpe, he needed to stay alive, but it's just panic across the board. Spike gets planted.
भाई 2 जन 1 HP, 2 जन. This is so winnable. लेकिन Meteor तेरे पीछे बंदा आ रहा है, Meteor.
Garage, he finds one. Texture, he has an opportunity.
दोनों 1 HP, दोनों 1 HP. Please win.
8 HP, doesn't check it. And Gen.G, oh, how we've missed the 1-4. And they bring it back in the face of Meteor.
Knew exactly what it was the moment that it was Foxy9 who showed up on the mini-map. The 1-4, the 4 squad members would be pushing off across the map instead. And although he arrived in time, you know, just
आपने editing and Photoshop कुछ सीखा या कोई सीखा? कुछ सीखा भाई?
because Texture now is on the Neon, he's quickly and able to route back in towards B alongside the team.
Yeah, and it's Foxy9 going right up to that entrance. It was never meant to be just one part of the plan. There were always two options, as it always has been. And Gen.G, they're firing up. The engines are revving, and they want to get to another map. They want to get closer to that Masters tournament themselves.
Oh, and I want to hear that Tiger's roar again.
भाई, तुम्हें मालूम? There is high possibility कि Gen.G ये reverse sweep करे और 3-2 हो जाए. Genuinely बता रहा हूँ.
As well. Just noting that T1, after these half buys, they might be looking for early picks. So for now, the Outlaw does keep a bit of attention over onto the A site for T1. And that's why the hit goes over onto C.
And Texture's just clearing close first. And we'll hop around for a little bit of extra information. Bit of a miss on that relay bolt, but nobody in sight from T1. It's going to be a while for that rotate to come through. 4 members on the site. Munchkin watching the flank. He's got that Outlaw as well. And Meteor, there's just too many targets. The firing squad ready. 3 more once again with the crosshairs trained. Buzz, he just has no vision to get onto the site. And Carpe, you might be good with the shirt, but will you even get to fire it more? Just the 1 kill so far.
And
I mean,
imagine Buzz pulls off a fake clone.
Fight, that's not fair for us. So
Oh,
we'll just
Castle
deny
बोलता है
it
ना.
before you get in position. And 11 for the first time.
EME में लोग क्लोन ही नहीं तोड़ रहे. ऐसा कुछ तो बोला वो, जोक किया था. तो पैसिफिक में नहीं करते. पैसिफिक में वैसे नहीं मरेंगे लोग. EME में ही नहीं तोड़ेंगे.
7-5, then finding so many successful rounds, chaining them all together.
No plan team के.
I have to imagine a timeout comes out here
Bam,
for
bam,
T1.
bam. Watch party और कितने दिन चलेगी? कल लास्ट. फिर उसके बाद में मास्टर्स.
And that's something I
मास्टर्स
was
पूरे दिन
wondering
नहीं
about as
रहेगा.
well from
मास्टर्स तो
Gen.G.
2 games
I
एक
mean,
दिन
the
में.
importance of getting that lead in the
और
first
फिर
half,
जमा
because with the
ticket.
composition that you're running, you have to play so meticulously.
Dad, you
with
wanna
that
watch
fight, but
something?
really playing the map and denying any advances from T1 to utilize the attacking benefits of a 3-site map. But looks like they would have had that pat down regardless of the score in the first half so far. 4 in a row coming into the second half.
Being able to still make it a competitive score, but now trying to figure out a different approach as Gen.G still has quite the lead. A lot of different options to approach. I mean, T1, what are you going to do? Are you looking to peek out early on, or because that hasn't quite been working out for them, especially when Foxy9 is on the other side.
See what the discussion has been. You still have a couple extra chances. Map point not achieved yet by Gen.G. Munchkin making use of all the last couple seconds. Taking a look at the map, it's going to be another undercut shock dart.
Which VCT league is toughest and easiest? There's no easiest league, but I feel the most entertaining league is America's.
Pushing down C,
and
trips across B as well as A. So trying to put a little bit more pressure towards this
China तो देखा नहीं है तो अपन बता नहीं सकते कैसा है.
And the TP's out from Karen into site already.
ये में थोड़ा पकता है देखने के लिए.
That's site given over, but you do have the Hunter's Fury over on stacks. So there is a retake possibility. There it is. There's the undercut as well. If anyone was tagged by both, it would have been absolute disaster. But for now, Gen.G, they'll stabilize. A tag on, but there was no decay.
Look at that little gate crash that Buzz sneaks through.
Down in the corner. Could be a decoy, could be a
Pacific
TP.
में कोई तेजू खेलता ही नहीं है क्या बे?
Gets hit by it, no vision. There's a cyber cage to mask their approach, but Gen.G, it's a 2-for-2 trade so far.
2-for-2.
Yeoman hanging on to the site. He has too many targets. Eventually finds one. Still even once again, but the lockdown will keep them away. One gets detained. Carpe all alone. Stacks was not far enough. He wants to try to make it a 1v1, but he cannot get it. A 1v2. Can he do what Munchkin's been doing for the Gen.G squad when they need it most to stay alive? Finds a target, and they will not give it to him. Foxy9 not missing a single opportunity to fire back.
Through the wooden panels of that window, still being able to track the shot through. A little bit unfortunate for Carpe as well, feeling the pressure in the moment, trying to keep it onto with a one-on-one. And straight inside of the smokes, being pushed out. And that's just how the entire round gets cracked up. I mean, T1, you know, trying to adjust around the setups.
Thank you for the sponsor.
But at the very end of it all, still, as long as Gen.G are able to put their foot onto the sights, they've got everything locked down.
And once again, it's the full setup, but this time, just a full stack. You say, off of this, we push them out, we're gonna take a lobby, and we're gonna get control of the map. Yoru able to rotate out quickly enough. The double tap used already. Meteor senses a fight coming. There's the kill contract. This one has to be big. Yo man, he saw him. Yo man saw him. He didn't move fast enough. Even with the knife out, the speed not assisting Meteor this time. And Gen.G, a perfect swing out.
Gen.G is on, bro. Gen.G is on.
The confidence oozing out of this squad.
Gen.G is on, bro.
Pulling true and collecting on all of these kills.
Holy moly!
Down to just the last two from T1. Up against
Holy moly,
Point,
chat.
trying their darndest to hold the sights, but it's just Buzz on A.
All alone, Texture draws out gunfire, no trade. He tried to stay alive as long as possible, Buzz. He's been pushed back by the Paranoia. Paranoia to separate the forces. A clone out, he knows one's on the site. Gen.G, they need to give respect. It's a 2v1, wide spread out. And now it's all down to Carpe, but the spike escapes in the last second.
Oh, long TP किया है भाई मरने के लिए.
Carpe not aware of it, and it's a 13-5. A crushing defeat against T1 as Gen.G will answer back on map 3.
What's the next map?
Down to Carpe, but the spike escapes against
ये मैप तो भाई T1 का था. अगला मैप Gen.G का है. It's popping. Hello, Pallu. Yeah, Gen.G is gonna win 3-2 now, bro. Gen.G is gonna reverse win. कॉफी यार, कॉफी नहीं मिल रही. Wow. ब्यूटीफुल चेटअप. बहुत ब्यूटीफुल चेटअप है यार ये तो. लव फ्रॉम विशाखापट्टनम. लव यू. ओ मा, ये क्या खा रहा है भाई? तुम घर में ऐसे ही छोड़ देते हो इसको? फिर मुझे बताओ, हैमस्टर को ऐसे ही छोड़ देना रहता है घर में? केज में रखते हैं, लेकिन ये तो ओपन रखा है ना. गुनी पिग है वो है. अच्छा ये पिग है भाई साहब. इसके नाखून देखो ना. हाँ, आग गायब हो गई भाई. क्यूट 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 क्यूट. नाइस sweatshirt. क्यूट क्यूट. वो भाई निंजा टर्टल्स का एक गेम आता था पहले, बहुत क्रेजी वाला, पीसी में. मस्त गेम था. ओजी यार. वाओ, शिंकोले शिंकोले. देखो मेरे को एक्चुअली ये सब खाना चाहिए, तब जाके मेरी जो पाद है ना वो बंद होएगी. लेकिन मैं ना, वाओ. भाई इतना ऊपर लगा दिया है यार फ्रेम. माउस पैड अच्छा है. और यू ईटिंग भाई साहब, ये देखो ना, ये होता है भाई. कितना फाइबर खा रहा है वो, देखो देखो एक बार ही. 1 2 3 4 5 अंडे खा रहा है वो, और उसके साथ एक लंबी ककड़ी खा रहा है भाई. ऐसा खाना खाना चाहिए मुझे. तो मैं ककड़ी इतनी सी खाता हूँ भाई, तब भी पाद मारता हूँ. थैंक यू फॉर मोटिवेटिंग मी ब्रो. नाइस सेटअप, वेरी नाइस सेटअप। क्या लिखा है उसने ये? ओके। अरे हगरे, प्रोटीन फाट्स तभी आते हैं जब तुम ज्यादा या तो प्रोटीन कंज्यूम करते हो, या तो अगर फाइबर कम खाते हो, या तो पानी कम पीते हो। ये 3 पॉसिबिलिटीज होती है। तो अगर आप पानी ज़्यादा पीते हो तो वो डाइजेस्ट होने में काम करता है, लेकिन अगर फाइबर ज़्यादा खाते हो और फिर पानी ज़्यादा पीते हो तो फिर उसका डाइजेशन जो है तुम्हारा अच्छा होता है। और इसके वजह से तुम्हें फाइबर ज़्यादा खाना है, पानी ज़्यादा पीना है, तब जाके तुम्हारा प्रोटीन बहुत ईजिली डाइजेस्ट होएगा और फिर तुम पाद कम मारोगे। अगर या तो फिर प्रोटीन अगर तुम ज़्यादा खाते गए, बहुत ज़्यादा, वो डाइजेस्ट होने में दिक्कत होगी, तो वो तुम्हारे किडनी पे इफ़ेक्ट कर सकता है। लेकिन उतना ज़्यादा तो हम लोग नहीं खा रहे, तो कुछ सीन नहीं है। ये क्या है भाई? ये क्या डाल रहा है? वाओ! स्वीट, 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 स्वीट। चंगू मंगू, ये कौन सी स्वीट, 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 स्वीट। करंट रैंक प्लैट 3। वाओ! कल देखा मैंने वो। हियर माय गैंग मेंबर इन 23। वाओ! ये तुम हो? फ्रॉक पहनाया भाई, मेरे को भी फ्रॉक पहनाया था यार। यार क्या है मतलब, हाँ? क्या है ये? मेरे को भी फ्रॉक पहना के ना मेरा एक फोटो दिखाया यार। क्यों ऐसा करते हैं यार? क्यों? फ्रॉक पहनाते हो भाई? हाँ? अरे बचपन से थोड़ा ड्रिप मेरे को रहने सिखाओ यार, थोड़ा ड्रिप पहनाओ। बचपन में क्या तो फ्रॉक। अरे भाई मेरे को तो याद है, मेरे को है ना टिक्का विक्का भी ऐसा वो लड़की लोग को लगाते हैं ना, वैसा टिक्का लगाया था और लिपस्टिक वगैरह भी लगाया था यार। बिरयानी खा रहा है, लेट्स गो ब्रो, लेट्स गो भाई। आज बिरयानी खाने का मन है, आज दोस्तों के साथ वैसे बाहर जाके खाने का मन है दोस्तों। बहुत दिन हुआ बाहर का खाया नहीं है और दोस्तों के साथ भी मिला नहीं हो, तो आज मन है कुछ बाहर का खाए दोस्तों के साथ जाके। चाइनीज कैसा देख रही है, देख ए! ये वही है चैट जो आके ना ये करती है, क्या उसे कहते हैं, नाखून मारती है। उस चीज का व्लॉग क्या करने का यार। एक वीक भी नहीं हुआ तुम्हें बाहर का खाए, क्या खाया था बता, जल्दी बता, जल्दी बता, जल्दी बता क्या खाया था, जल्दी अभी क्या अभी बता। वाओ, बॉट एक क्लीनेश्वर चेटअप, ब्यूटीफुल, वेरी बिग माउस पैक। लाइक कर देना। डीप इम्पैक्ट, ये क्या है? नाइस यार पलाशु भाई, नहीं आइडिया यार, कुछ अपडेट नहीं। कोको चैट, ये डॉग पुलिस वाले डॉग है ना ये? हाँ, पुलिस डॉग्स ओपी, पुलिस डॉग्स आर वेरी डेंजरस। I have James Bond 007 C Master Omega Limited Edition. Who? Who asked, bro? भाई नाच के दिखाओ और 1000 की सुपर चैट पाओ एडवांस पहले। नेक्स्ट कौन सा गेम खेलने का प्लान है? एक बताऊंगा चल। क्लिप्स तो देखो, बस हो गया यार क्लिप सेटअप देख। कोई पूछा मेरे को कि हर्ष भाई कैसे हो यार, इतना कम सोए हो, कैसा लग रहा है तुमको? ठीक हो? खाना पीना खाया आप? क्या कर रहे हो अभी? कैसा फील हो रहा है? हाँ, आप जमा तो नहीं हो जाओगे ना अभी थोड़ी देर में? ऐसा कोई पूछा है? कोई नहीं पूछेगा यार, कोई नहीं। बोर हो गया मैच देख देख के। हाँ बस हो गया अभी, कल लास्ट है। क्या बात है। स्ट्रॉबेरी, यार स्ट्रॉबेरी वेबेरी मेरे को इतना नहीं पसंद आता भाई, चॉकलेट बेस्ट। ठीक है, लेकिन ये थोड़ा सा इंट्रूगिंग लग रहा है। बट यू नो, आई जस्ट हैव 1 चम्मच, दैट्स इट, नो शुगर ब्रो। कुकी एंड कोको, वाओ, इज सुपर फ्रेंडली हर्ष भाई, डोंट वरी। है माँ कसम, इतनी डेंजर तो लग रही है भाई। मेरे को बहुत पसंद है फंसी भाई, ये बहुत ज्यादा। वाओ, पूरा अनिमे लगा दिया यहाँ पे भाई ने। अबे लेकिन ये ऐसा वाकड़ा क्यों हुआ है? नहीं, निकाल के वापस लगा, वापस निकाल के लगा, वाकड़ा लगा दिया तूने, छी। Zoro, my god. Wow. Bro, literally everyone has a pet. Everyone in the chat has a pet. कि वैलोरेंट खेल रही है भाई। भाई मैच चालू करो भाई, खाना खाने गए वो लोग। um, um, कैसे हर्ष भाई, we know you do lots of us. We care for you. Keep going. Love you, bro. भाई नाचो और पेमेंट अभी। अबे चुप है। क्या बात है अरमान भाई। ये क्या है? इतने लोगों ने रेना खेला है? हाँ, ये क्या दिखा रहा है चैट ये बंदा? मैं लिख भी देता कि क्या बात कर रहा है इधर जुर्दाने। इतने अरमान मान मान जागे तेरे वास्ते। भाई किसी दिन यार, मजाक से हटके, लेकिन मेरे को है ना एक 5v5 लैन पे खेलने का है। मेरे को, मैं ना हर राउंड जीतने के बाद चिल्लाऊंगा भाई, ऐसा चिल्लाऊंगा ना कि पूरे अरीना में मेरा आवाज गूंजना चाहिए, इतना जोर से चिल्लाऊंगा। मजा आएगा। लाइक सोचो, मैं बैठा हूँ वहां पे, तुम लोग भी बैठे हो ऑडियंस में मेरे लिए चेयर कर रहे हो, और मैं एक 1v5 क्लच कर लेता हूँ भाई। मैं ना वो जो टेबल होता है ना, टेबल जैसे डीमन 1 चढ़ाता, वैसे मैं चढ़ूंगा वो टेबल पे, कि मैं ही इधर का गोटी गेमर हूँ। आई एम द बेस्ट, ऐसा मैं चढ़ूंगा। फिर उसके बाद में एक और क्लच करूंगा, तभी मैं थोड़ा सा कोल्ड रिएक्ट करूंगा और तुम लोग पागल हो जाओगे, कपड़े फाड़ने लग जाओगे, उरा भाई तांडव। फिर मैं एक और क्लच करूंगा, फिर एक और क्लच, और फिर मैं फाइनली गेम जीत जाऊंगा और मेरे को एक ट्रॉफी मिलेगी। ओ भाई, फिर मेरे को मिलेगा कैश प्राइस ऑफ $10,000। 10,000 कम हो गए, $100,000 का मेरे को कैश प्राइस मिलेगा। एंड उसमें से मैं 30% मेरे चैट को गिव अवे कर दूंगा। I honestly chat, honestly, that will be a banger. फिर मम्मी बोलेगी कितना सोएगा, उठ जा। चुप यार, जेन्युइनली बोल रहा हूँ भाई, मैं जेन्युइनली बोल रहा हूँ, सही में। आज तक एक बैटल पास तो गिव अवे किया नहीं भाई लोग। ये सुधांशु है ना, गलती से ये कोई डिस्कॉर्ड में देख रहा है मॉड, सुधांशु गलती से भी ये गिव अवे नहीं जीतना चाहिए, गलती से भी, ठीक है ना। बाय द वे, अगर आप लोगों ने अब तक पार्टिसिपेट नहीं किया है, डिस्कॉर्ड पे 1000 वैलोरेंट पॉइंट्स का गिव अवे चल रहा है। ऐसे गिव अवेज चलते रहते हैं, जैसे कि आप देख रहे हो, ये गिव अवेज चलते रहते हैं। बहुत सारे वैलोरेंट पॉइंट्स के गिव अवेज, नाइट्रो गिव अवेज चलते रहते हैं। आप पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हो, बस आपको इधर क्लिक करना है, सिंपल एज दैट, एक्सक्लेमेशन डिस्कॉर्ड, जॉइनिंग दैट। लाइक एंड बाय, थैंक यू फॉर द 100 रुपीज। मेरा पेट भी देख ले,
मेरा पेट भी देख ले बाय।
इधर है। ओ भाई क्या जुगाड़ है, ओपी जुगाड़ भाई, ओपी जुगाड़। क्या है? वाह, स्ट्रीम लाइक नहीं हो रहा तो डिसलाइक कर दिया। ब्रो व्हाट अ नाइस विषय। लाइक एंड बाय, थैंक यू फॉर द ह्यूज 100 यार। घी पे लिखा है घी खाने वाले का नाम। ब्रो ब्यूटीफुल ब्यूटीफुल कैकरॉट के भाई की इन्कम।
कार्याची विश्रांतीनंतर परत एकदा भारताचं नाव अदरामर करण्यासाठी सज्ज।
मैं जिधर भी जाऊं सबको उंगली पे नचाऊं।
ब्रो मां कसम ये क्या हुआ अचानक, लेकिन भाई वो खुद के रस्सी से डर गया, वो खुद के रस्सी से डर गया भाई। वाओ, monkey D. Luffy, my god. Nice mouse pad, bro. Goatee gamer.
We're going to go into map 4 with our casters, Chobra and Quack. Thank you, Ewok, for joining us. Casters, please take it away.
You know, personally, I wish one day we will see Ewok on the stage instead of on the analyst desk. But, you know, that day will come. But for now, it is going to be T1 and GEN.G up on the stage. GEN.G revealing
Maybe अगर dog लूंगा ना भाई लोग,
you know, we've got some table
मैं किसी दिन खुद भूखा रहूंगा चलेगा मेरे को, लेकिन मैं उसको खिलाऊंगा।
Always said that before, and they always said we just need to learn how to counter it. Well, today it's gonna be different. Munchkin.
लेकिन अगर बिल्ली रखूंगा ना भाई, तो मैं उसका भी खाना खा जाऊँ। पता नहीं यार, बिल्लियाँ मुझे पसंद ही नहीं है।
A little bit of mid pressure. Oh, Texture, where are you going, buddy?
Well, I mean, to safety apparently, because he's going to survive. It's going to force Meteor back as well. A quick bit of pressure on mid and B Garage. GEN.G is able to take control of Garage itself, but they'll see that one way. That poison cloud barring their entry.
Yeah, a bit of a smoke and fall off towards mid. Munchkin tries to
UPI
refill that
check.
space.
UPI
Does
बंद हो
spot
गया?
out Buzz, believe, towards vents. So continuing to try and hold to keep
चालू तो होना चाहिए
one
UPI.
players interested in to mid. Second smoke comes out.
Yeah, you gotta wait for that cooldown as well if you're GEN.G. The fault line now back online, so you've got another potential for some combos to go through. But first, this smoke in the way. Salvo's on the ready. As it clears, it should be fired off. Okay, Texture finds information, so they say, okay, we're able to trip that down, and let's push far back into B Heaven. We already have control of Garage. It's a pinch down, but the spike drop over on the rafters. It's a good trade for GEN.G. They have the numbers advantage. Spike recovered as well. The three members of T1 delayed getting into Heaven. Buzz not quite checking his sights, and Stacks trying to crouch below will just barely get that kill. But when he's awake, it's just him alone.
Well, his opponents are all down to low HP. Texture, though, out from the back. Stacks might not anticipate it. Up around the pillars, he hears some hops around, so just coming back in. Tries to mask his drop with a shot through. Does find Yeoman, but of course, Foxy9 on the move as well. Stacks trying to wrap back around. Throws out the C's, but Texture out from
अरे एक्चुअली ब्रो वो यूपीआई वाला जो फोन है वो मम्मी के पास है एंड मम्मी अभी आउट ऑफ कवरेज दिखा रही है। मैं अभी कॉल करने का ट्राई किया तो आई एम सॉरी, थोड़ी देर में ऑन स्क्रीन आ जाएगा अगर आपने यूपीआई किया है तो टेंशन मत लो। थैंक यू।
After that, C's focused too much on his own utility. But GEN.G overpowering with numbers, they'll get through here on that site. And the Decisive, a little bit about the compositions, and of course the combo potential here for GEN.G. And the
₹6 भेजा हूँ, अच्छा तभी स्क्रीन पे नहीं आया यार, ₹10 के ऊपर वाले आते हैं।
So yes, you have ways to delay in the terms of mollies and maybe the paranoia, and potentially even the paint shells. But after that, no passive info. You have to go out and get it yourself.
Now, of course, trusting in their ability to do so, though. Izu through the poison cloud, in with a classic shot.
Well, the Teo being dropped is kind of big. I mean, you just don't have easy zone clearance, so now those tight corners where the ecos can shine are going to get dangerous. I mean, positions like this that Izu's taking right now.
So it's going to be a little bit tricky for GEN.G to push through. They're going to have to check and clear a lot. Still, though, it's the Guardians, as well as the Bulldog on the hands of Yeoman. Foxy9 trying to creep on through from Mail. Carpe is in his way. Now, GEN.G, after a couple more warning shots, think to rotate back across all the way possibly into the A site, as nothing has been noted there so far. Meanwhile, Karen just trying to set up a bit of an opposite lurk now.
Yeah, so no aggressive push out despite all that pressure over on the B side. So
thank you for the 10 on Google
okay,
Pay,
that
bro.
means that it should be the weaker side, that they're still focused, banking on us coming through. It's a little weird the way that Stacks has been peeking us, but it is going to be that Marshall. Lands a shot, but not going to be a kill just yet. Not the full headshot. With the paint shells, just drops down absolute chaos onto the GEN.G squad. And now, only 10 seconds left. It's not going to happen.
He's running all the way across, but he knows he doesn't have enough movement speed to really get up to
they just
3
won
targets
a
on the other
eco
end.
round.
4. So the round's over.
Just absolute
round?
demolition raining from heaven.
Oh my god.
It just goes down with his own paint shells. Jumps right into it. You know that the time is running out. You just have to get the round.
Oh my god, Buzz.
What a call. I mean, gets the correct read as well. Just jumps down on top of it. Lands down, gets the shots, delays him enough, and Meteor repositions off of it.
That is...
he says, yeah, that was sick, huh? So,
yeah, that was sick.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Gets them the Thrifty, just a Marshall bot in that previous round, now upgraded into an Outlaw, identifying the weakness. And GEN.G, they're trying to get ahead of this. They've got full armor on Khelraay to see if they can maybe have someone fight against that Outlaw.
Still, though, smacking that mid pressure. one way out towards the
आपको बहुत नींद आ रहा है ना? नहीं सड़ रहा है भाई देखने के लिए.
GEN.G thinking to avoid it. Kind of funnel themselves back into this A spot.
कुछ तो मचांड होना चाहिए. वो मचांड कब होगा उसके लिए रुका हूँ.
Paint shells though on Buzz. Get an inkling that's immediately going to come out along with the paranoia. So there is the cyber keys, and it's just a spray. The 3-round burst stabilizing, takes down the Rays, and GEN.G round win already creeping away from them here on round 3. We'll see if they can do anything.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Also taken a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of damage. Looks like he ran
yeah.
right into Meteor's scope.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Snuck themselves towards the top of heaven.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
At the same time, Stacks will keep them honest, especially with that seize at hand. A second paint shells now. Well, not a second, just the one. But at the same time, I mean, still is GEN.G kind of held off towards this back line.
I mean, right now, GEN.G, if they get stopped in their initial push, what we've seen is
अबे
they
जाओ ना
wait
मर
too
जाओ
long,
साइड पे
and
जाके.
then the util, the delay util possible from T1 starts to find so much value as Khelraay waiting, he doesn't land the shot, Yeoman's gonna get one. That does open up a chance,
Easy.
but too low health. It's a spray from Stacks, another peek out, he spots
Easy.
one, he spots two,
Easy.
and he'll land it. A 3K for the IGL as T1 leads 2-1.
Thank
Now
you for
Stacks
the
is
11
2 away from his
rupee
nightfall.
on
That
Google
is
Pay.
big value with the score 2-1. Still the outlaw in their hands.
जिनका सरनेम वानखेड़े होता है उन लोगों को वानखेड़े स्टेडियम में फ्री एंट्री होती होगी ना.
Are going to be some light shields.
उतरेंगे भाई.
Again, some of these cracks
स्टेडियम किसका मालूम?
they're not quite able to cross safely in towards A ramps unless they make a little bit of noise, and how they take quite a bit of time to really work their way across the map as well. So back in towards it, this time wanting to create more pressure out towards mid, as well as a quick B hit.
Just clearing out any potential peaks, trying to make sure that they can spread out and take control of Garage first, that there's no long-range backup, potential spots where that
Wasn't this
outlaw
supposed to
might
be a
be hiding.
BO5?
I was wondering
Why
if
is
maybe
it
you just go for
showing
something like the
map
full armor
Reaper
judge for the
Decider?
Rays. You've got things like the Breach and the Teo to really set up for that entry. But they'll choose the
नहीं
rifles
उसके पहले और
and the
दो
half
मैचेस
armor.
हुए वो
We'll see if they pay
हाइड हो
for
चुके हैं.
it.
हेवन के पहले और दो
Every
मैच.
chance Meteor gets, it's dicey. Now, yeah, push through from Texture, not quite checking his corners. It's been a little rough on the entries today, and now just sent alone into the site. No backup there for the trade.
Yeah, not quite finding that much coveted flight path. I mean, right now it's just test flights. Crash dummies, but for now, at the same time, a bit of a sneak
विनर को कितना प्राइस मिलेगा पता नहीं. VLR पे देखना
the
पड़ेगा.
GEN.G squad trying to keep things honest all across. A couple of spammed shots in towards the B side, while Munchkin slowly creeping up into A ramps.
Yeah, they spread out the map a lot.
कर लो कुछ कर लो.
Really hard sells here for the B hit, making it look like it's a full
चार
pinch.
जने साइड पे
forces
T1
Meteor all the way out
मर
to the
गया
side as
ये.
well. Khelraay
अभी
still
3
gets a
जने.
kill. So now you
ए
think,
मिल
okay, you've
गया
got us on the
भाई
pinch. But
अकेला
that just means
कार
that
पे
Khelraay
साइड.
stranded all alone.
क्या इन्फो रहेगा
He should
इनका?
have an inkling.
वो कॉल तो दे
But
दिया
does
रहेगा.
he get in a position that can keep himself alive? Hard to spot.
Oh my
Will
my.
either of them
अगर
check?
यहाँ
They
पे
hear the footsteps.
Why
The
you
spray takes down the
Bro, well
spike.
played. He
Only
bought
7
enough.
seconds.
Never
Khelraay will
mind,
receive the
bro.
rotation.
Never
Foxy Knight will
mind.
get the plant. Was he in time? Was he in time? All right, the round will continue. Just right in the nick of time. Munchkin pushes out forward and now regroups for this team.
जल्दी आ जा यार योरू कल आएगा पादरिया.
Has to clear out elbow first. The tether kind of gives him a link into it, but at the same time, okay, tries to go for the stun. Salvo's out, flushes him out of position. Stacks has to push up front, low HP now. Unfortunately for T1, Meteor falls onto the other side, so an easy pickup for Munchkin to tie up the score.
Khelraay almost single-handedly shutting it down again. GEN.G once again on the danger of running out of time. But just in the last half second, they're able to get the spike down, keep control of the site, keep control of screens. Despite not having their duelist, their entry, they are able to secure another attacking round. But you have to regroup if you're GEN.G as well. Sure, we say, you know, it's attack on split. You just need a couple rounds to stabilize. But it wasn't clean.
Thank you.
Round win nonetheless, still giving them a bit of a confidence boost for possibly the rest of the map.
मेरी नींद उड़ा दो टेक्सचर, मेरी नींद उड़ा दो मीटियर, कुछ तो कर दो.
As well as Buzz back in towards the top of A heaven.
So one thing that GEN.G does do on that previous round at least is the macro, right? Understanding that there's no passive info from T1, so those late lurks, the multiple rotation, that's a possibility. But just hopefully they don't play with their fans
What a
hearts too much with
shot.
the timer. As Texture this time, a nice opening
ये
kill.
reverse भी
The
होने
snap
वाला है
off for
यार.
Buzz answers back. The
ये एक
Tail
और मैप
lost
जाएगा
again.
मजाक स्टेट की.
Tons of zone clears gone from
एक
the
और मैप
Gen.G
जाने वाला है.
composition.
T1 has bottled it so bad.
Still though,
They have bottled
like you
it.
mentioned, working against a sentinelist composition, that's the trade-off. It does take a little bit of time to clear and push through. So trying to keep the pressure down onto mid with some shots as well. Possibly allowing for the two players inside of Garage to sneak their way through. Showstopper in out from heaven.
Operator spotted, but he's not going to check below, but there's no way out for Meteor. The gate crash had expired. Khelraay now getting the trade onto Easy's site, opened up. And after all that patience, forcing T1 to just hold their ground, they pinch onto the site once more. T1 really paying for losing control of mid 2 rounds in a row.
And there it is. That's that burst that Gen.G was looking for. Get into spot, and then suddenly execute into sight. T1 can't quite react in time. A 2-on-3 though, not quite impossible. Buzz starts off with a paint shells, his own showstopper to boot, down onto Foxy9, and off towards the next target. Yeoman, but he swings, gets the shot onto Buzz, lands the fault line as well, push out of position, Carpe can't land the shot, Yeoman brings up the score to 3-2.
Carpe tries to isolate the fight right there, gets ahead of the fault line as well, but Yeoman is able to stabilize. Rolling Thunder
with the huge 69 rupees on Google Pay. Thank you, Sayan. For the 69. Thank you for the 69, bro.
To try for this retake. Lands onto safety as well with the second blast pack, but what a decision from Yeoman, because he sees that the initial peak doesn't continue on from Carpe, and he hears the hop and he doesn't want to get 2v1.
So really starting to pick up pace for the entire team. Gen.G now. Bit of a 1-4 setup. Again, the two players, but this time it's Munchkin onto a bit of an outlaw, looking for a target. Slight whiff, but information noted nonetheless.
Yeah, if you had landed that shot, would have been excellent, right? One of the smokes gone from T1. But we're seeing what the Tejo is good for on these ecos. Immediately forces them to just have to take a further back position. Now they have to use util to try to push out. The paranoia gone as well. That's a lot of fighting power on an eco round from T1. Just deleted, gone, and still a minute left.
Yeah, T1 also a bit of a gate crash, especially with Meteor on that Yoru, so he's able to come back in to reinforce the ace. Where Munchkin trying to break through, does find Buzz with this outlaw.
धन्यवाद लाला मेरे
Usa right around the back of that screen, back of that map on the site.
Meteor just waiting to try to get one kill. He's got the gate crash. He wants the kill. He's going to hold his ground. But I love the Rolling Thunder being used. Gen.G not taking any chances. Texture clears out the close corners. Checks the pocket. Not checking Evan. And that's the site shut down once more. Gen.G, is it a frantic rotation over to B? You have no information. Only 20 seconds on the clock again. There's a smoke. Carpe holding close. You have to suspect this, but now he's inside! One kill! Foxy9 will clear it. The trade from Yeoman as well. And with 10 seconds left, the spike will get planted. No! Nobody checking! You have to run, you have to pick it up. The Nightfall, 4 seconds. He can hold it, but he can't defend himself.
Why well freaking played, Stacks!
Enemy to Gen.G.
As T1 ties it up. Insane.
And that's just unbelievable.
Sunny.
They tried to execute into A, they kind of got fended off by Izu, especially with that snake bite. So much time bought, the mid-round calls quick, but Carpe, just one kill, and it buys so much time as well as pressure.
Insane, yaar.
The rest of the team coming back in time as
Stacks
well.
round nikala pura. Stacks, thank you bro, I love you Stacks.
To deliver that spike safely down once again.
2 thrifties against Gen.G. Off of the pistol and now once more. That's how T1 is staying alive. And you could argue, well, T1, maybe they should buy more buy rounds as well, but really, it goes to speak that with the Tejo down, Gen.G, they slow down to a crawl as Texture gets shut down once again. The stealth drone not being the distraction they were hoping it would be.
Such a snappy shot from Izu as well. Activated in these moments. Boombot spotted out as well, Buzz. That's further information. Perhaps a footstep or two as Carpe continues to jingle, spots them out, and that's the paranoia sent through.
Smoke out against Mail as well, slowing their advances once more. Munchkin is ahead of it. And Stacks doesn't want to risk it. They know they don't have that information. Carpe still holding it. Smoke from the shadows just to get out. He checks right in front of Garage. And he wants to check inside the smoke, but Munchkin waits. Rewarded for his patience. Here's the drop. Munchkin good for 2. Meteor answers back. For the time being, the clone buys some time and Dimensional Drift to get out. He has information. 2 members spotted. Does he find the 3rd? Not quite. Khelraay not spotted just yet.
This is so winnable. This is so winnable.
Create another angle. Foxy 9. The off picked up.
Nice. Good.
Cosmic Divide. Giving
some
breathing room for Gen.G.
Need gameplay.
Set up. Operator in hand. He crashed close. He misses the shot.
Easy.
And T1 a perfect double swing from Meteor Buzz. The double duelist will bring T1 the lead.
Good one. OP.
That was such a sick round for Meteor. The fact that he was on and off for the longest time, able to come back in to find that refrag while Carpe falls. I mean, Carpe bought quite a bit of time as well, and information too, as he held on towards the edge of that Raptors play. Munchkin, good for the kills, but because Meteor was right around the corner, able to frag out. And look at how he goes into this Dimensional Drift. He actually sends in another flash, trades his op for the rifle that was on the ground. Thanks to that, being able to hold inside a Garage and takes his time, picks his targets, gate crashes back into sight.
Now the operator recovered, still in his hands. That's a huge boon here. When you don't have that Sentinel, when you don't have that passive info, you've got that turret looking down, locking down those long sight lines. Teo Salvo's used once again to clear close, and this always gets them that little bit of area, right? Whether it's Garage, whether it's a little bit of control of mid. But where do you go from here? Can you make sure that you don't start with a man down if you're Gen.G?
Gotta find a way to deal with Izu on the other side of this smoke. They'll think to maybe get the hop up from the boxes closer in, though.
Oh, the reposition. Wants to find kills, but not gonna find the timing just yet. The cam doesn't spot anyone in vents, but look at the minimap. Buzz already refilling that space as well. So they might think it's clear, but there's going to be more. Camera gets an inkling.
Not a sound at the very least. Prowler into Garage as
Khelraay
well. So T1 knows that there are Gen.G players outside of mid, outside of Garage. Keeping the 3 players tucked in.
Oh, that's a
okay. That's a nice rolled out, but is it gonna be enough? Just clearing out backside by an inch. Carpe still around the one and done spot. Not quite noted by Texture nor Yeoman. They are trying to take a little more space from up front, though. They might have heard something trying to clear it. Trigger discipline! Carpe out for the double kill! Izu down from the middle!
Oh my god, Izu!
Top! Down to just Karen at 10 seconds, and Izu comes back in for the elimination. T1 up 5-3.
That's the Izu that a lot of people wanted to see last year when he was picked up as a rookie for T1.
Beautiful gameplay.
That's the type of play that he was able to showcase in the challenger scene. And when he was picked up, a lot of people said that's good scouting. That kid is promising. And boy, is he showing up today for T1. And Carpe, they were trying to spam through it as well, and they just figured you can't do that. You can't assume. They figured it was clear. And that's when they fall.
Timeout.
So a timeout here for Gen.G. Yes, you have 3 rounds. Sure, maybe just one more. No, that's enough. 2 more, it would be comfortable, but no, I don't want the momentum itself to shift over. 3 rounds in a row. Right now, going T1's way. The operator online still not able to find an answer for it. So Gen.G will have a bit of an extended discussion.
A necessary one at that. They've been managing to take bits of space, but needing the successfully.
अश भाई नहा लिया करो साले, नहा के बैठा हूँ शैम्पू अम्पू करके, समझा ना?
Especially with the fact that there's this looming threat of, losing out in your opportunity right now. There's that slight bit of pressure. Too much of it, and you could crack. Too relaxed, and you're gonna neglect to check a lot of these corners. So just needing to.
ये last match है नहीं, अगर Gen.G जीतती है तो एक और.
Sweet zone right in the middle. Reaching that flow state. A bit of a win condition for Gen.G. 3-5 again.
Mother India out of coverage गई है, no coffee. यार coffee. है ही नहीं, मिल रही नहीं है यार कहीं कहाँ पे। मदर इंडिया ने कहीं पे तो छुपा के रखी है, ऐसा लग रहा है। वो डार्क रोस्ट वाली नहीं पीनी यार, गर्म पानी पी रहा हूँ ऐसा लगता है। अबे भर दिया T1 को, भर दिया, भर दिया। नाइस नेट, नाइस नेट, ब्यूटीफुल, ब्यूटीफुल नेट। 1 HP हो गया साइड वाला बंदा। भर इसको, भर, नाइस, भर इसको, चल, भर इसको।
Meteor and Buzz once again. The fated duo bringing another round victory.
And this time, Meteor and the Duelist as well. Both of them. If Gen.G go fast, we go even faster. And that's exactly how they're quick to rotate and come back in to launch the assault onto Gen.G.
Beautiful.
As soon as that spike
Beautiful
gets planted.
Beautiful.
The paint shells really clearing and pushing Yeoman out of position.
Why, but you supported Gen.G, but now after the swaps,
well.
I feel T1 is the potential team to win
this
champions.
entire map here from Buzz.
That's why I'm supporting
I mean,
T1.
he's wanted this the whole time he was on DRX as well. And sure, he's gone during the nationals, but he's always wanted just a bit more. Everyone's always said DRX was so close, Buzz was so close. But if he could get his opping a bit more online, if he could play maybe 1 or 2 more agents online, and he's done all that, and he still hasn't been able to reach the peaks that he dreams of. And so he has joined T1 for a refreshed opportunity, and now currently 1 map away to get to Masters Bangkok to bring it to fruition.
And this would be it. Gen.G down to the half buys, just the Sheriffs on the other end. Foxy9 trying to bail himself out with that Cyber Cage because he got spotted by the Prowler of Stacks. The rest of the Gen.G squad, though, inside a garage, looking for a way to burst through. Carpe stands in their way.
Yeah, it's a fake over onto A, right mid to A, making it look like we have ramp pressure, we have vents pressure, and then the full force on B, but the smoke is just too well timed. And obviously without the weaponry, they do have the Rolling Thunder, but is it a full stend?
Whoa.
Here, just with a Hero Guardian, do you risk it? Because you can't clear this backside!
Oh my
that's
God.
a missed shot. You know he's gate crashed out. Even though it was texture spotted, T1 right now, they will not rush to a conclusion. Only 30 seconds left. It's going to be the salvos to clear backside. Texture, only close, but still, nobody's in just yet. They need to come support. They need to get the trades. And is it going to be enough? Finally,
trade for trade. That's a TV2.
Drop. Once again, down to 10 seconds. Why is it the same every single time? But Gen.G, they'll get a chance.
I know exactly.
Stalled and delayed so much. Foxy9 now picks himself
kill
up a bit of a rifle. Tries to
Bas
push
bhai,
further
ek kill
into
chahiye,
spawn.
ek
Munchkin
kill.
spots players out from the top of heaven, but blinded
The
by a bit of a
certified is
flash.
very important.
Tries to reposition, continuing to hold around the edge
Yaar,
of garage.
dodge karte yaar ye
Foxy9
log.
spots out the clone, spots out the
Bhai, bus
player.
pe off hai, bro.
Tries to play
This retake is tough.
around
Nah,
the
they're gonna
pillar,
lose
sees
this.
the barrel, goes in for the flick, but
thank
Stacks
God he
crouches
missed it.
underneath. In for the salvos, Munchkin tries to buy time, have a taste of
Done
your
hai.
own medicine,
Oh, nice.
but no, it's not enough. T1 plays around the edge of the salvo, Stacks gets the burst.
He places
can
it
you
in
tell
time
me
to
when
try to
is
get himself
final of VCT?
repositioned, but it's
Tomorrow.
just a little crack left.
VCT Pacific
Not
tomorrow.
enough of that
Tonight,
spread,
matlab
'cause he was
tomorrow
more
morning,
concerned about them
VCT
swinging
Americas,
far wide out.
and tomorrow evening
And he
VCT
knows you
EMEA.
can see him jump,
Grand
just
finale.
try to get to safety.
End of the world.
But again, the timer, it just whittles down against Gen.G, makes them panic, makes them rush. You don't have the good
क्या यहाँ पे
positions.
Gen.G Illuminati gameplay होने वाला है? Illuminati.
Munchkin just stuck outside. Now a Rolling Thunder and this Cosmic Divide.
Matlab eliminated.
Stack onto B. Do they pick up the tempo?
I want to see it. I feel like they kind of have to, but it is the last 2 rounds of the first half, starting things off. A bit of a showstopper play from Buzz, in fact. All the way to the other end, Foxy9 is flush down into mid.
Yeah, but this is huge because if it was an A hit, you would have gotten ahead of it. But if not, you're trying to force him to go to B. And since it doesn't happen, look at Stacks' movement on the minimap. Buzz going back to rejoin. They're aware of the possibility of a rotate. You have these ults. You've had these ults for so long. If they're not being used, what are you fishing for? A quick check by Carpe over in garage. He gets taken out by Khelraay immediately. So you know there's still a little bit of presence. That actually works as a fake. Stacks back on B. Buzz spots more than one. Tries to get ahead of the drone. He has to back out. He's stuck on the side. The Rolling Thunder.
Oh, shit.
He gets shoved to the side. And Texture opens up the site with the first kill.
Aaron का ult है.
Trying to get a couple of spams. He
Oh,
actually
nice.
finds Foxy9.
Ult आ गया भाई, एक नंबर.
Straight in, robs them of their sound. Now just down to the 4 Gen.G players trying to go back
से
to trying to
retake
hold
थोड़ा
down this
diabolical हो
forward
जाता है.
space.
दो जन तो main खेल रहे भाई, वो लोग post plant खेल रहे हैं.
Carpe with the judge.
Plant is not down yet.
Trying to sneak in through the
Plant ही नहीं करने दे रहे.
space. That could be good for elbow, could be good for a double peek out. Texture, he goes wide, but that's just not
Carpe
enough
दो
for the
मार दिया
judge.
जज से.
Yo, man, with a nice straight into judge.
Oh
my friend.
shit, almost.
He somehow
Only one.
survives it.
He's 1 HP. 1 HP.
Enough health.
एमन वाले ने हगा भाई. एमन को तकैरोन हगा क्या इस पे?
Ahead, marching towards that ticket and a rematch against DRX in the grand finals.
Chad, एमन
And
कैसा ये
just as
हुआ?
that continues to happen round after round, Chobra, Gen.G, I really hate to say it, but time continues to tick away
दो
from them.
मारा भाई कार पे इधर
Not
easy.
just in the rounds, but in terms of the individual gameplay too. You know, every time they try to execute,
That fight was important. Khelraay का.
the few
वो expect
seconds
नहीं किया
remaining,
ऊपर है.
Yeoman couldn't get the spike down, and that's why he went for that peek. Stax was so ready to receive.
हाँ ना, वो pick plant ही नहीं कर पाया भाई बेचारा.
Back to the slight default of
उन लोग का plan था भाई plant करते आराम से post plant खेलेंगे pull और breach पे.
If you're Gen.G, you need this. You need that 4th round. 3-9 is not enough for safety. Still drone again. Same default, same positions, same cycle of utility, same timing. And T1, they continue to just say, okay, is there any trickery? No, nobody sneaks by. The smoke's refresh. And Izu, look at that off angle. He holds it every time. No one's peeked him just yet. But he thinks maybe this time out of desperation, he go for an aggressive peek. Salvos
Attacker, raise ulta, mid ult कर रहा है. And wow, again!
The
Oh
same
my
mistakes
god, bro!
over and over again for Gen.G as T1 will shut things down 9-3 at the half.
Is this it? Is this it for Gen.G? Off a round like
Reset
that.
whole Prithvi goal gameplay by T1. Carpe, Goti Gamer, again playing the same angle, getting 2-3 kills. Vishay, भाई उसने क्या मारा इसको टेक्सचर को बिल्ला किल बिल्ला bro.
But the one thing that took all of that down was just Carpe in the same corner. 3 kills to his name.
Yeah, Yo Man swings out. It was meant to just be everyone needs to get 1 kill. But when you are being pressed for time, when the showstopper is delayed, what's the
T1 Pacific champion? Yeah, I hope. तुम कब खेलोगे कारपे जैसे? मैं तो रोज ही ऐसा खेलता हूँ. Curse can save Gen.G. Who knows? Actually, defense is better. And defense में plant रुका सकता है. Plant रुकाने के लिए बहुत utils है Gen.G के पास. Breach के utils है, Astra utils है और Teju utils है. ये सारे utils है ना, plant करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा. Retake बहुत आसान हो जाएगा. तो possible तो बहुत है कि Gen.G easily retake कर पाए. This is my calculation. अभी आगे क्या होता है ये तो वक्त ही बताएगा. तो आइए, योमान तो अभी रेडी हो चुके हैं. देखते हैं आगे क्या होता है.
Starting things out on their attacking side with this double
पिछले राउंड तुम लोग देख लो, मैं आता हूँ
controller as well. T1 looking activated as heck, with Stax leading the charge currently.
toxic screen onto B? Once again, no passive sentinel, no easy lurk, onto that A side. We'll see how Gen.G is able to identify that weakness, but it's always so tough with limited utility here on the pistol. But you can see they've invested in the double trap bars. That's the benefit they have with that Cypher.
It's a long trip as well.
Trap play, fault line, salvos, paint shells, a ton going out, but no damage being sent over. That's 2 40-second cooldowns gone. And a refresh, the paint shell's also used.
And this is then now T1's turn to return. Bit of an execute straight up in towards heaven, but instantly reply texture. Off towards the top, traded off by Buzz. Karen trying to hold on towards Garage, but Izu quick to execute in. Spike planted soon.
You will have fault line come back up here in a second. Same with the salvos. You wait for it. Wanna make sure they clear out Heaven first. Salvo's coming online. There's the fault line. But look at how well spread out T1 is. At best, they only lose one member to the chaos of the utility. The trades will be there. Everyone ready to swing out. Smokes comes out as well. Foxy9, he has no vision. There's a fault line for close. He needs to win it against Carpe, and he does! Yeoman, good for his own kill as well. Stacks on for 2. It's a spread. Time ticking away
Munchkin.
from Munchkin.
If he clutches this,
the same
he wins.
story.
Never mind, it's a GG. It's a GG.
10-3.
Bro.
3 rounds away now from returning to the international
It's
stage.
a GG.
It's so close, T1.
Hell nah.
They can smell it, they can almost taste it. And an opportunity and revenge against DRX possibly as well. But I mean, what a decision from Stax. The whole team able to come in quick. Gen.G still finding some of these trades, but Stax on for the hunt just to throw off Munchkin for a second, and then he finds that shot. This is now the buy up from T1. They have so many chances at getting towards match point. Buying up on that Outlaw Meteor once again.
2 maps left लिखता है. अबे हो गया हगा से.
Waiting for a peek out as a reaction. It's the clone. Hoping that maybe after the accidents last night that people would check
Bye
for
Gen.G in
it.
VChat.
Not
Can we
going
have
to
some
land the shots that he was
Gen.G
looking
in
for.
VChat, guys?
It does bait out the paint shells.
I feel sad, Gen.G.
And we saw how
Take
valuable
it.
that was in the
Bye
previous
bye.
round.
See
Once that
you.
was gone, it's an opening.
Okay.
Here for T1. Just making sure that there is no chaser, that garage cannot be re-cleared, and then they still leave Meteor here. Gate crash at the ready. He's gonna take down the stealth drone. You just don't have information, but Gen.G, they do not falter. They say, okay, if it's just Meteor, if it's just the Outlaw, there's still a chance that the rotate has happened. He's trying to sell it as hard as possible, but Gen.G will
कोई नहीं
not
rotate
be
किया Gen.G
shaken.
का. दिमाग है Gen.G पे.
At the
4 जन
ready.
साइड खेल रहे.
Here they come. He gets past it. He
Oh.
doesn't check. They've been
Oh!
delayed. They've been
Nah,
shut
it's not
down.
done until
And
it's done,
there's
bro.
the paint
It's not
shells
done until it's
returning
done, bro.
After the double kill.
It's still not
Now
done,
the
chat.
frantic
It's still not
rotate.
done.
Munchkin, can he hold on? The salvos, they're back. Meteor is trying to catch a
20
rotate.
सेकंड है, plant ही नहीं कर
Nobody
पाएंगे.
has any idea the jump peaks. 17 HP, but meanwhile on site, Munchkin salvo in hand. He hasn't been spotted just yet. There's the
Hell
shroud.
nah.
There's the spike
Hell
down. And
nah.
there it is,
Ha.
7 seconds. Returning
It's still
the
on.
favor.
The game is on.
T1,
The game is on. The game
they
is still on.
don't have
It's still
time.
winnable.
The
Still winnable.
round ends,
Still winnable.
and Meteor will not be able to escape.
क्या चल रहा है chat
Knocked
में?
out at the last possible
जिससे बात करो एक
second.
दूसरे से matter मत.
T1, how do you like them apples? Gen.G just down to the read and the hold from Texture. The first shot was good, but he strafes out and finds one through the smoke.
I just knows he has to stop them at all costs right there. And that is a big shutdown. Munchkin asking about the pickups. Can they upgrade all their guns? And here they come in. A couple pickups, a couple purchases. A long way to go still, but full armor. An outlaw in hand as well for Texture. Not quite spotted. Shoots the clone, but he doesn't have an easy way out. The blast back right up into the sky.
Oh
but
my God,
he's set
Karan!
up for it. Buys enough time. Prowler,
Two
second
taps,
one,
tap, tap.
doesn't
Ooh.
clear the right
Hold
side.
up.
The salvos come out.
Hold up.
They'll slow things down. The backup has arrived now in full force from Gen.G. Munchkin, he's got them
Game is on.
surrounded.
The game is on. The comeback is on. The game is on.
Gun swapped, and that's a good double swing.
Nah.
T1.
2v3. The game is on.
Still 2 members holding close,
The
but he gets
game
spotted.
is
and
on.
Gen.G,
The
they are
comeback
back.
is
They're
on.
locked in
We're going
and
third
ready
map.
to
We're
start
going
the
fourth
comeback.
map, chat. We
Able to
are
strike
going
back
to the
just as
decider map.
quick. The site
Abhi
hit
GG
went
नहीं
in
लिखो.
quick and
Abhi GG
fast,
नहीं लिखो.
Texture.
We are going the
A little
decider
bit
map.
upsy daisy, but at the
100%.
same
We are going
time,
decider map.
Khelraay is there to bail him out. I mean, so many of these rounds
Auto.
we're seeing the Gen.G
Auto.
system at play. The trades that they're quick to find. And also off of that, the hop down from Munchkin as well, just looking for these final players. Needing to keep these plays alive for 5 more rounds to tie up the score.
You know, it's still a long climb up. Stacks 1 away from the nightfall. This time it's a fast hit for information onto the A side. Quick control of ramps, but they have to be pushed out. There's the salvage. It's a double swing. Gen.G, they don't want to take the risk. A good flash right through the box. Meteor finds Munchkin. The Teo down. Once again, all that artillery now missing from the Gen.G side. Foxy9, he wants one. There's a trade, but yo, man, he's not good for it. A triple.
Akela Meteor
And the
mara.
Yoru. Now dimensional drift. He'll do everything. He'll get the kills. He'll scout for information, and he'll open up the site towards another round win for T1.
Still, though, not quite scouting out Texture's position. He is blocked up by the smoke, tries to find the opportunity, but denied. Down to just Karen, who has to save. And this is then now T1 reaching up to that 11th win. Just a bit of a catch and shoot.
क्यों किया Jinx? मैंने Jinx wings नहीं किया, please. For your kind information.
Out from Gen.G, they avoid it, and then they fire back. That's how quick T1 are to adapt to play against Gen.G.
अच्छा खेल रही थी यार. मुझे बोला comeback होगा. अच्छा ये बता. अबे 5-11 से भी comeback होता है यार.
It looked like they were prepped to swing out as two, right? No matter how many there are, with two of us, we can take them down. We can get back to safety. But immediately, just a small bit of contact, and they start to turn tail. We haven't seen that from Gen.G much. I mean, even if they falter, they'll usually take the fight.
Like the stream if you're new, boys, subscribe to the channel.
I've talked about it time and time again.
वो save कर रहा है, वो मरेगा.
That winning mentality to know that I will not lose. Oh, Khelraay's barely surviving, but this time, it looked like they started to think that they might lose.
Timeout ले लिया.
Just so close now on the edges of defeat.
Timeout ले लिया.
Timeout. The timer stopped. If anything, they'll need to regroup.
The timeout is here.
And try to recover their mentality. Get back.
The timeout everyone was waiting for.
Get the war cries going. As Meteor starts to smile. The first time this kickoff where we see him relax as he slowly begins to remember what it's like to march towards that grand final.
Getting so close to it. Gen.G desperately trying to
करण भाई सिर्फ आपकी विंडोज टिकट निकाली है विंडो सीट नहीं नहीं टेक्सचर को टायर पे बिठा के लाने वाले नहीं नहीं अरे तुम ही अच्छा खेल रहे हो भाई नहीं अभी हो गया अभी अरे रो मत भाई रो मत यार हो गया अभी क्या नेक्स्ट स्टेज इट इज ब्रो इट्स ओके खत्म कर लो जल्दी चलो
for the longest time. But now down to the split, this is when they pull out the Teo, and they are trying their darndest to work against this composition of T1s where maybe they didn't quite expect this. Maybe they didn't really quite figure out a solution fast enough. Whatever it is, now they find themselves in this situation. It's 11-5.
The push out here on A, but it's been somewhat red. No, they actually try to escape from the salvos first, but the fault line keeps them trapped. And this is what this composition was built for. The free kills off the utility, the free zoning. Suddenly a 5v3.
Needing to start more rounds off like that, but still T1 not broken yet. 3 members, the trio, trying to work their way through mailroom. Spotted out by Foxy9. Texture out from stairs. Looking for his timing to peek out. Does have the boom bot. Bit of a silent drop though. Foxy9 continuing to jiggle back and forth. Does find one. Izu off for the trades, but Karen instantly comes back in to reply. Texture now slow and smooth. Smooth is fast, but spotted out by Izu nonetheless.
चलो थैंक यू बोलो यार ये मोटिवेशन के लिए क्या डेंजर मोटिवेशन दिया मैं तुम्हारी टीम को.
Finds another target. How is he getting away with murder? 1v2. Doubles back. Tries to find another 1v1, but Munchkin spots the barrel, spots the elbow, and Gen.G now up to 6. 5 rounds apart.
Good opportunity. It's a good time to try and fight back. They have those 4 ultimates online. Still, though, this was one of these rounds where they caught T1 by surprise. All of those utilities, the bits of free kills coming through with the ballistics down at their opponent's feet. Can they do it again? Can they create opportunities like that again? Texture fired up.
This time, another trap play on to B. If it's a push on to B, it's going to be a fault line, but they wait. It's a bit of a wide area. You want to guarantee that potential.
2 round चुप बैठ जा. अबे आ गया comeback. चल ये round Gen.G जीतेगी देख.
Foxy9, you are so low.
Eco round है.
Get out to safety for now. Back to a stalemate, but Foxy9 down to 15
11-7 होने वाला है 300%.
Into a safer position for now.
लेकिन ये राउंड में ना अल्ट्स आएंगे T1 के पास, तो अगला वाला राउंड थोड़ा सा डायबॉलिकल हो सकता है.
Taking contact, a slow entry. Foxy9 is crosshairs, not quite positioned. The showstopper will trade and open up the site, but the split. Yo, man, he's gonna isolate a couple members. Now he waits for backup. They want to play with even numbers. You have the showstopper on Texture. If needed, Cosmic Divide available as well. And a quick hit during the plant, but audio denied. Texture all alone on the site. He needs to find one, and he finds the correct one as Spike gets dropped. Meteor, is he aware of the wraparound? He'll find his target. No, he will not.
Easy round,
he might have seen him, but Texture and Yellow will clean up the site for Gen.G.
और अल्ट्स इसी राउंड में यूज कर लिए, तो अभी 11-8 होने वाला है.
Showstopper is just being able to quickly collapse into that space that T1 fought so hard to retrieve. The contact plays coming through. Buzz with his own showstopper, but of course, Texture back in as well. Yeoman, once again, the whole of Gen.G quick to find these trades.
And you can see it, the energy, Texture coming back alive. If you're T1, you desperately want to see that 12 on the board. You do not want to leave this to margin. And this time, the Armageddon, just a new trap play every time. Solo, perhaps just running through the entire playbook one round at a time. Seas comes through, should be spotted. They know that one's tied up, but there it is, the fault line. There's the gate crash, but the Armageddon, I love it all the way across the back. Guaranteed for at least one kill. Trying to pick up the spike, Buzz, trying to get ahead of it. He wants to fight, but he is stuck.
Jamapur ki ticket on mid, bro. That was Jamapur ki ticket on mid. Oh my god, that was obnoxious. That was obnoxious. That was beautiful. That was hilarious. That was diabolical. That was catastrophic.
Has to run away. 50 seconds. You might be able to wrap around, but can you secure this round against 4 members of Gen.G?
Insane.
Yo, 50 seconds is a lot of seconds.
Yeah, that's why you see Munchkin. Yeah, Munchkin and Khelraay. Okay, hold on. Hold on, where it's not done yet. Now 40, but it does look like, just given Izu's movement, he will hide out to safety. Take this time to go through things on the voice comms. Perhaps a timeout now in order from the T1 side. Meteor's talked about it. When they need that solution, it has to be head coach Autumn that gives it to him, and he's been doing that so far. After this diabolical match, kickoff, they've discovered that chemistry, and can he do it again? The same map as it was against Paper Rex here on Split.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, back against Paper Rex, that was 13-11 in favor of T1. There is a very good opportunity for T1 to find match point.
Oh, okay. Pushes him out.
All right.
But he actually, yeah, he gets the kill himself.
Close.
चलो अगले मैप के लिए डार्क वाली कॉफी बनाएंगे दोस्तों. OP.
They've drawn those ultimates away from Gen.G.
Yeah, but Rolling Thunder, one away.
Even का timeout है.
Gen.G right now, that's true. It's, you know, a little bit of over commitment to this utility, having to use maybe just one more. You know, the previous round, the paint shows to secure the second kill, things like that, but they'll take the numbers advantage. And so now T1, they have to start to think, okay, even with that util gone, Gen.G's not afraid to just double down. What do we do from here? A time to regroup with the coaching staff. Chunggak, one of the coaches in the booth these days, alongside Autumn, now that Carpe is playing.
Expect नहीं करेंगे, जा. मेरी बात सुन. नहीं करेंगे expect. 5-man A push. GG. Yes.
A chance to be at the top of Korea, of Pacific. And that's a blow to that organization. They accept nothing less than being #1. Can this new squad do it? Bringing on stars from all the different Korean squads so far.
All down just to form this super team as everyone hails them. Really close to really ending it all. But Gen.G.
Oh my god, last moment पे ये call change कौन किया? ये कौन last moment पे? अच्छा eco है, तो अगले round के लिए call दिया मैंने, समझे ना? अगले round के लिए call दिया.
As well as that Rolling Thunder picked up.
Texture, sees Seeing the clone being pinned, just waiting to see if anyone chases through it. That's going to be a late lurk by Meteor. Boombot, does it spot him? It does. Forces a gate crash out. Now the early salvos, as you mentioned, it's for that orb, it's for that Rolling Thunder, but are they aware that Gen.G is still holding? This is the confidence of Gen.G. It's against Saniko. They'll take this risk. Munchkin trying to hold the high-low, and it's just an absolute spray down. And T1 into the grinder they go. No entry onto site. Season doesn't matter. There's the aftershock, the salvos. You're just in a war zone, baby. And Gen.G will get their 9th round win.
Oh, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. And of course, Gen.G is the one that brings it to the table. The salvo, the Altor picked up, but like you mentioned, just utter faith and confidence in each other. They hold it down. As soon as T1 finds contact against them, what they are met with are 2 fully automatic rifles. 3 kills found and collected, and they hang on
0.1 second के लिए Munchkin ये हुआ excite हुआ.
As well. Now next round coming up.
Bro, B क्यों जा रहा है? अरे यार मेरी call सुन लेता. GG लिख दो यार खत्म.
चलो. And
GG जीत गई भाई.
If you do not get this round, it's still just half armors. That's all you have to work with. You have to consider this do or die.
Hell nah, bro.
And missing that passive information, it's really starting to hurt. Because look at Foxy9, well ahead of that toxic screen. A setup there from the breach to make sure that he can win those fights. And that allows for a 3-man stack onto B.
And that's when T1 now considers maybe a bit of a full frontal assault into the B site. But there is that 3 stack as well as Yeoman on towards a bit of a Rolling Thunder.
Izuko अगर यहाँ पे kill मिल गया.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder!
Izu के लिए ult डाल दिया भाई, जमा कर दिया Izu को.
Absolutely get the kill, so that's the kill for T1. But they have no idea. They thought it'd be more.
10-11,
and Gen.G,
they'll
just receive T1 with open our stacks. Lifts his arms up in the air. Just cannot find the answer so far.
And that's what it is now. The final 2 probably have to back off for a bit of a save. And that's Light Shield as well, as you aptly mentioned before. The stealth drone narrowly avoided.
30 seconds
kind of hang back. I mean, info be damned. I mean, they're just toying with T1's expectations. That Rolling Thunder just blindly sent through, catching the 1 player, but Karen's so ready to find the shots. Spotted out at least 1 player now. Texture has seen Carpe, goes in for the other peak. Might have gotten gunned down.
10 seconds left.
But at least it's against Carpe, who already has his ult, so
ये नींद में भी इनका गेम देखो
Texture, he'll
और
take
ये
the
ऐसा
home point.
खेले.
Because you never know when you'll need it. Now, just a couple steps away to bring us to a 5th map. Do we go to Bind, or does T1 go to Masters Bangkok? Cheers of support coming out from the crowd for both sides. Even during that break earlier, ready for split. You know, you could hear fans shouting out the players' names as they re-enter the stage. But what a setup from Gen.G. If it's 1, 2, 3, lurk or not, we will send the Rolling Thunder. We will absolutely get the numbers advantage. Force you to enter, but man, it was a stack. The reads coming in this time. It's an A stack. It's going to be all out. The flash at the ready. Speed is of the essence.
He's trying to make it across safely. Karen, though, holding out from the other edge of smoke.
Oh! What a jiggle here from Buzz. Opens things up. Now, Heaven opened up. Texture on site. There's Foxy9 as well. 2 members stuck on site. T1, they're aware of this. They will isolate the fights. The flashes! Texture, he would desperately want 1 more, but he cannot get it. Down to a 3v2. The pit available for Isu as well, but he's stuck. He's been identified. Munchkin can't quite support just yet.
That will be the spike down. Viper's pit invested as well. Munchkin alongside Yeoman trying to find their approach. Oh, Yeoman gets spammed down. Carpe around the edge of the pit, spots Munchkin up by Raptors. And that is T1 reaching up to match point.
1 round away from the ever-elusive grand final. To be a part of T1 in Korea means excellence. It means to be the absolute best, and they have yet to ever get close to that gate. But today, it's just 1 more round. And T1, 1 more time, once again, it is the A site. Just like
चलो थोड़ा
against Paper
टफ करते
Rex,
गेम
the
11-11 कर
Crystal
देते हैं
Drift gets ahead of it. He lets them know, and there's the answer back. Yo man gets a double with the aftershock. The stuns are just too good. The new pickup, a 3K. That's his legacy for the round. Now a 3v2. Munchkin waiting.
So they're just swinging out like
the
that.
spray, but the team is there.
11-12 हो गया.
And we go one more.
चलो GG करें या OT जाना है? जल्दी बताओ यार chat.
Team. Everything thrown out and sent
जल्दी
into
बताओ GG
T1.
करना है या OT जाना
The
है?
collapsing on towards the
तुम लोग जो
T1
बोलेंगे वो.
players. And thanks to that, a bit of time bought for the other players to get into
OT करना है,
position
ठीक है,
where
चलो.
they find the trades. T1.
I mean, the util again, the trap
Script
play,
अपने
the
हाथ
read,
में
that
भाई.
he will go for
Script
that
अपने हाथ
A-side
में.
once more. Gen.G, they're getting fired up. Texture giving a shout out to Yo Man. Again, they say, once more, T1 wants it! And Texture!
Shit
and
on my
just like
down
that,
gameplay by
he
Texture.
slams the door shut. 4 members scrambling in ramps. Like lemmings with nowhere to go, they will fall down into the cliff. And Khelraay's waiting for him. Finds another, gets the shorty out.
Chalo.
And just like that,
चलो थैंक यू
overtime.
अच्छा थैंक यू तुम लोग लिख रहे हो या क्या सीन मोहित भाई thank you so much for joining in the Power Gang bro
Down in the second half, starting
thank you
things
so
off.
much
They're not quite having it all. A bit of a 3-9,
मोहित
but
भाई
now
thank you
turning it all around. 3 A sites in a row from T1, and Gen.G are just prepared for it. The op shot from Texture, Khelraay right underneath the bottom of the ropes to bring them over into the River of Death. Like, that's just classic Gen.G.
A flawless at that as well. I mean, we like to talk about momentum. It's never gone over as much as it has right this moment. The coaching staff all lasered in. The fans starting to get rowdy. Everything on the line. 2 rounds to get this map victory.
You have to imagine Gen.G are feeling extremely good and confident right now. Back on their attacking side, trying to slow things down. This is where they struggled the most. The timer working against them. Prowler out from mid, but nothing quite found yet. Munchkin will send out the stealth drone as his procedure.
Okay, but the difference here is every time they've done this, the same format
चार
has
जन B की
always
तरफ है,
been
अकेला है।
around Ramen, around Garage. But this
What is
time,
this
it's in the
call?
boom. Make it look like we're taking control of Garage, but the full stack's been waiting by A.
बस जमा होने वाला है यार।
Here from Gen.G.
क्या है around?
Meteor.
वो Meteor
tries
आ
to
गया
get ahead
TP
of
करके।
it. The gate crashes here.
Green
The
around गया।
salvos to cover those corners, but Buzz just out in the middle of the site. Will shut down Foxy9. Now with the salvos, you know the tail was nearby as well. Where can Gen.G go again? Only 40 seconds left. A full rotate with no info seems absolutely deadly right now, but they don't have a choice.
And it's just trying to regroup back into towards top of mid. Izu instantly notes it.
भाई, Izu पे
Snake bite
5
to
gen
delay
चढ़ने
it
वाले,
by
क्या
time
कर लेगा
again.
वो?
The rotations are online.
Seize-
Stacks is here.
Seize is online as well.
20
Stacks,
सेकंड है।
he's arrived. He could throw that out. Only 20 seconds left. Gen.G, not like this again. How far you've come to get to
15
this
seconds.
point. And Stacks goes for the spray. He gets pushed out. Texture gun down from the sky. And he's
आ जाओ, नहीं, बैठ जाओ।
will get
अरे, बैठ जाओ, 5 सेकंड होने के बाद
Khelraay
plant
all
कर लेते
alone.
ना।
5 seconds
हाँ?
forward. The countdown down to the round loss. As T1 answers back with their own flawless.
Prabhat Mandal, thank you so much for the
Pulls
sponsor.
things
Welcome to the
off
Power
for
Gang,
Gen.G.
Prabhat
A definite
bhai.
effect, if anything.
Just Buzz's decision to not stay in spots that they would want to clear out. Just be in the middle of the site for that fight. Izu nice and calm, just doing his part, doing his job. 25 kills and 15 and 8 assists on
OT
that
करूं फिर?
Viper. This time, it's another one. It's another trap play. The salvos, they try to get ahead of it, but Munchkin reads it. Munchkin just know, they both know. Oh, Texture even gets Meteor. They've been reading these TPs for Meteor, and neither team can find a break on the attack.
Not quite. Gen.G still pushing up a little bit further as well. Spike still in the hands of T1 though, and maybe looking for a bit of an opportunity to try to sell some kind of a fake to once again launch that rotate. Izu still on the other end, but Texture continues to hold down ramps. The spike dropped now. Carpe tries to pick it back up, but Texture denies any possible opportunity.
Now just Izu. Back and forth we go. Foxy9 spots him, but he's far away from the spike. Gen.G spreading out, but you don't want to get too antsy. He'll just cut off the entryways. Foxy9 perhaps getting permission to go for the fight. He will lose. But they are positioned in a way, like if Izu had started the hunt here, I'd be a little worried because they're positioned in a way where it could turn into 1v1s. There is this crossfire from Khelraay. And so it should be the end of the round. Yeoman has been just on fire leading into this overtime.
Texture starting to pick up at least in this round as well. Come on. So we will go again. As you mentioned before, neither team can really catch a break on their attacking side. Gen.G getting a read for it, knowing how to work against the lack of passive information from the side of T1. Meanwhile, Gen.G, truly, we saw this so much from the first half, you know, not having time.
Even timeout लिया क्या इतना बड़ा कुछ कॉल देने वाले, कुछ वर्क नहीं करेगा लेकिन ऐसा T1 यही कुछ तो घिसा पिटा कॉल दे रही नहीं. Gen.G अटैक करने वाली है तो T1 क्या कॉल देगी कि मिड पुश करो. नहीं मर जाएंगे यार मिड पे. नहीं 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 एक काम कर ब्रो, बी जा सकते हो, बी पुश कर सकते हो. बी पे एक ही जन आएगा बी पे. मेरा कॉल उन तक जाएगा नहीं. मेरा टाइम आउट खत्म हो गया.
Enter through the choke point. That remains to be
Script writer for Khelraay. Thank you Dipanjan for the 1 month.
As well as the corner that Carpe has been playing before. I assume Gen.G is checking it every round now if they are to execute out of B. But once again, I mean, still setting up for it. They've bought a little bit of pressure down mid. They've tried to go in for that slight split push. Still not quite working out. Now, ooh, a bit of a stack in towards mid.
So that's the read from T1. Getting ready for a potential fast hit, and that's the full sell from Gen.G. They want to draw everyone away, but now it's stopped. Has he stopped before after the snake bite? It's hard to tell. There's the boom bot now. Izu giving that information, but look at Stacks. He gets a sniff of it. He says, well, that's a little weird. Double blast pack and no further utility. Khelraay, what are you looking at? Stacks gets 1 kill. Foxy9 domed as well. Yeoman will answer back, but Stacks is holding the fort. Meteor has now regrouped. What a timing from Munchkin. Just a constant ping pong back and forth between these two teams.
Very close round.
Yeoman doesn't want to face the same fate that his teammates have.
Nonetheless, Spike retrieves it now, an opportunity to get it planted down when first time in a long while Gen.G has time for this. No smokes though, so T1 can continue to push and assault through. Just a bit of the tail utility to fend them off.
There's the aftershock, pushes him out. It's great staggering of the util, now 3v2. Texture still not spotted. T1, they know they don't have much time. The shorty, Izu, what a call. The confidence play to lead in front of his IGL, the new leader of T1. But Texture waiting for a timing. Yeoman needs help, Texture will get it. There's the paint shells. It'll buy time. Izu doesn't have much of it. Toxic screen comes up. Texture will have to face the decay. He needs to swing out!
Oh my god, Izu!
The swings that we have so loved from Texture!
And now just finding a little bit more confidence off the paint shells, off of Izu onto low HP. Finally lands it, breaks the curse, and puts Gen.G up onto an attacking round in overtime. Good opportunity at possibly ending it all on this map
Izu ka drop
for the next round, and we might go into a 5th.
8 attacking rounds that they had to lose to finally get another win. Gen.G primed to take us into bind for
most
a
likely
chance
GG
to get to Masters.
Most likely now it's a GG.
Where they know what it feels like to lift a trophy. T1, same default. Both teams always just trying to make sure they break that first bit of utility. But this time, just after that initial trap play over by the ace side, no further movement from Gen.G.
Still trying to hold on to their current positions. Several stars and anchors towards the B site as well.
Oh, what a bold position here from Stax. He wants to push in, Yeoman. Stax, what Stax is trying to do is draw out more information, more util away from Yeoman. And if not, you will face death. It's a 1v2, Yeoman. You need to call for help. The fault line at the ready. So that's a timing, but Stax is in the site.
Info तो रहेगा obviously कि वो site है. ये बहुत आगे आ गया था.
Chance. A close swing out from Stax to open up the site. Gen.G meanwhile pushing out mid as an answer. There it is. They draw Yeoman out. There's the bait. He gets caught. Meanwhile, Gen.G, they've snuck through sewers.
Hell nah. GG. RIP.
This could still provide a chance for Gen.G. Carpe's way too far out. I don't think they have any idea. I think they trust in Carpe's information. Izu, that's one. But how many are coming in from there? Buzz, he gets stunned. Where's the follow-up?
Oh my god.
Waiting for it. Salvo's a little late. There's the blast pack. They know he's on the side. And that's eventually the trade from Texture. Carpe now coming up through mid. It's going to be another surprise here for Gen.G. They need to push through. They need to get these kills. Khelraay gets one. There's the short. He swaps back out.
Oh my Stax, my god.
In a tough angle. He saw the barrel. Oh, a flick onto Texture. 1v1. Khelraay, you have to stick it. He gets it. Is it enough time? Khelraay cannot finish the defuse.
Oh my god, down to .42. Such a tremendous effort to try and end it out. But down to it at the very end, Stax with his insane call to push into A blindly, try on the push. And then the kill onto Yeoman, being able to get the flip on the edge of the smoke as well. Just so much time ahead of Gen.G. What a round from both teams as he just watches and lets his efforts unfold. The next round begins hot and fast.
Yeah, this time it's going to be an actual send up through mid. Salvo's over in vents. Gen.G, you gotta calm down. Texture, there's so much on the line. All the players on the server starting to play with their emotions on their sleeves. So much that all of them have worked for this whole kickoff throughout the offseason. Now Vent's taken over. It's the first time that Gen.G's had a little bit more control of mid, but no control of the side of the map.
It's always keeping playing by Gen.G at the same time, just keeping themselves posted up. Karen inside a garage. A bit of a flash in.
Now, do they suspect that Meteor would have taken that gate crash? He always has off of that blind side, off of that flash. That's his timing to rotate. But it seems like there's an interim time before the gate crash as well, because Gen.G taking contact. They spot each other. Munchkin tries to get out of it. He's down to 12 HP. He still wants to fight. He knows he has to hold on the salvos to make sure he can't get traded. Izu now drops down. A crossfire set up with Buzz by his side. Can they clear him out? There's the paint shells. Buzz now trying to regroup with Stax. Can he get into screens? There's too many targets. He must escape. Meteor, meanwhile, in mid, Khelraay gets the kill, so now options opened up, but only 20 seconds on the line for Gen.G. Spike going to be held in safety in the corner, and Carpe eliminated. One round up once again, match point, map point rather, for Gen.G.
And that's when they find their best. Gen.G pushed to their limits inside of overtime, fighting for their lives. They continue to evolve on their attacking side, finally cracking the code. A quick push down mid, buys a bit of time, knowing that possibly T1 ain't around the corner. Off of that, finding the quick rotations from mid, down straight back in towards the A side, so darn close at every step of the way.
You see how much it means for Foxy9. Can't even cheer right now. Hands trembling, but you have to study the aim. The operator now out. So the trap play earlier, it was a high-low. This time, the operator eliminated by the Phantom. Do they dare to peek again? I have to imagine that they'll use util. They've been taken out from here before. Texture looking for a sliver. Everybody grouping up. Look at T1. It's going to be a flood in. It'll
भाई मैं मारामारी छोड़ के आया हूँ ये देखने.
Another prowler. The off discovered.
मारामारी चल रही है भाई बाहर. मस्त भाई की. वो छोड़ के आया हूँ ये देखने में.
Texture holds on to his paint shells. No, he actually lets it go in towards ramp as well. Yeoman and a lot of players from Gen.G in position to hold and receive.
Texture. Oh, he tries to clear it. It's still there. They haven't found it just yet. It's going to be used, but Texture just turned to check. Salvo's used to the
Oh shit!
play, so now a little bit of safety gained by Gen.G, but
कैमरा लेके जाओ, नहीं जा सकता भाई, ब्लॉग बताओ यार, स्ट्रीम कर रिकॉर्ड करके लाओ क्या? कौन जीता? Gen.G जीता?
Texture wants to check, but he's
रिकॉर्ड करके लाओ?
through the shot.
अभी भी चल रहा है शायद.
This is what it comes down to. Texture, the shot, it does not fire. Munchkin,
बच्चे लोग ये भाई मैटर कर रहे हैं.
The haunt has to get erased.
हाथ छोड़ गया, हाथ छोड़ गया. दू क्या? भाई ये लेके आया है पुल. क्या से कहते हैं? वुडन ऐसा एक वुडन प्लाईवुड लेके आया भाई मारने के लिए. बच्चा है भाई.
Slight opportunity comes back in to refill screens. Karen out from the top tries to
T1 नहीं, रुको ये GEN.G निकाल सकती है.
Alert to T1 his position. Meteor able to hold out screens with a linear angle. The trade out from Izu. We go another OT.
It's not an easy road. It's not an easy road to get to an international stage, and it only gets harder every year. Another round of overtime. How many we've seen already this tournament. And T1, they want to wrap things up here. They do not want to see Gen.G rise up from the ground, rise up just from down below to try to reclaim that ticket.
Oh, this is now then the round where they're going back into his garage. Salvos early on, cleared out the corners.
And now T1, they just wait. They've seen this before. They'll just confirm there's at least one. And you know that's going to be another default hold. You know Gen.G has struggled to get through that toxic screen in time. Munchkin will still sell once again the same default. Hey, we're near B. We're near Ramen. We want to clear the site. Pings out fence, tries to make it look like they're pushing people away from mid so they can go to B.
Literally, तू सब बच्चा है भाई
Not
वो.
spotted.
और वो क्या? अभी फोन लगा ले, फोन लगा ले. उदय मैटर हो गया, जल्दी आ जा बोलता है.
Waits for the spray, baits out his old teammate.
भाई अभी मैटर चल रहा है
all 5 members alive, and look at Khelraay's position.
Thank you for the sponsor.
The insurance here from Khelraay sets up a star.
बच्चे लोग हैं, literally बच्चे लोग हैं.
To smoke online. He is quite far away. We'll see if T1 can pick up the speed. Trap eliminated, but one down below.
A couple of jiggles as well, and continuing to spot out the T1 players out from heaven. But Stax takes movement away, and now that's going to be Yeoman down. Off to the next. That's Foxy9 gone. Karen and Texture will hold out towards the back of Elbow. And that's going to be the run as Texture continues to swing off again and again. 16 to 15.
Match point.
Will it be another round of OT? It looks like perhaps Gen.G finally
अभी बहुत गर्दी थी.
their one
अभी बहुत गर्दी थी. अभी है ना शायद और बंदे बुलाने गए.
And you have to wonder
वो फोन पे दिखाएगा बच्चा.
As it's that defensive side that's done so well
बच्चे लोग हैं. भाई वो लोग क्या प्लाई वाई लेके आए ले मारने के लिए एक दूसरे को. भाई वो कॉल पे बात कर रहा है ना वो बोलता है गाली क्या दे रहा है. हाथ छोड़ू क्या गाली क्या दे रहा है. उन लगा दूंगा. तो अभी देखने दो अभी क्या चल रहा है. अपडेट देके आता हूँ. फट से अपडेट देके क्या वॉच पार्टी भाई.
Around the world trying to find out who will be next to DRX when they arrive in Masters Bangkok. Stax trying to just relieve the pressure. Carpe calming down his teammates. He's got that experience under his belt. Meanwhile, Gen.G, Foxy9 trying to keep up the smiles, but you can tell the tension, it is starting to creep up across the entire stage.
चिट पे यार दूर चले गए भाई. दूर चले गए भाई. हट.
Cheerful, bubbly, jovial self.
You can't be. There's too much on the line.
Yes, sir.
And
अबे दूर चले गए यार वो लोग.
These original members of Gen.G, the nightmares of Champion Soul.
ऊपर से नहीं दिख रहा अभी.
Right when they thought they were unbeatable, just getting eliminated in home ground before you even have a chance to go to a bigger stage.
भाई वो ऐसा बुलेट अप प्लाई लेके आया.
30 kills for Texture. He has risen back up, and he goes out. A little bit of a miss on the stun, but it's a full push out. The stealth drone as well, making sure that there's nobody down in sewers. But look at this reclear from Stax. It's a good read.
और भाई
the mind games are here. Who will take the peek out first? Munchkin the wide swing. Texture with
पूरी
the
तरह
trade.
भाई क्या सीन चल रहा है?
all alone. The pink shells will keep him at bay.
16-15 चल रहा है भाई यार चलो खत्म करो GEN.G जीत गई चलो
of A ramps.
Yeah, got a little flash from Yeoman as well, but
पैटर देखने का था इधर यार GEN.G ये टेक्सचर की वजह से वो लोग चले गए यार दूर
He might catch an unsuspecting player or two. Texture though quickly notes onto it, and that's Izu gone.
Foxy9 all alone. He said this is where he
Foxy
loves to
दोनों को
fight.
easily
But
मार
right
देगा
now, it's just too much. He has to escape. You have the cam. You've got some tripwires. There's a blast back in from Buzz.
Hello?
Taking
अंधी
things
हो गई?
into his own hands. Now,
बस भाई चैट मीटअप घर के नीचे ही
by the spike. Foxy9 making sure that they
नहीं भाई
cannot
heavy
swing
मैटर
their
चल रहा है
control. But Heaven, how do you clear
अभी उसने
that?
फोन करके बुलाया तो है लोगों को
Meteor gets one.
भाई
Draws out the
crazy
showstopper.
kill by Meteor
He's running out. He's right below. He wants to take it out. The rocket
मर गया
lands.
बस फ्री फंड में
Buzz down.
ओ नाइस
Meteor
ट्रेड
with a trade.
Oh.
One more Foxy9 so low. He
Oh,
tries to go for
Meteor.
the peak, but it's a 4K for
जीत गया
Texture.
भाई
And
इस
for
बार के
once,
निकाला टेक्सचर
he'll
ने
secure
भाई साहब भी
victory
डिसाइडर
with
मैच
an ace in his hands.
Thank you much for the 40 देख अरे मां
Down to
कसम
the final
चिंगम गिर
round.
गया
A little bit of an oopsie. as
भाई
Munchkin's
रुको मैटर देख के आ दो एक सेकंड
falls out of his mouth. But how could you not? When you were pushed to your absolute limits, down to overtime again and again, 17-15, and Texture closes it off.
And just how poetic is it? The one time that he's able to secure that ace, that it leads them to victory. The last time it happened, it led to defeat and elimination. But this time,
heavy watch
that
party
is
होने
the
वाली है अभी heavy watch
spark and
party
the shot
वीडियो बना
that
के लाता
rings
हूँ
true to let GEN.G fans know that they will have one more shot to get to Masters Bangkok.
You just gotta remember every single round. It feels like ages ago, but you just saw how much of it, the efforts from both teams, really fighting tooth and nail to bring you all of this.
Yeah, I mean, the adaptations as well, sometimes just the same defaults, the fakes, everything in the overtime. And Izu, again, as one of the younger players, tries to stay as calm as possible next to these veterans where all the pressure has been burdened. And yet it just wasn't enough. GEN.G comes alive just a bit too much. And you have to
अपडेट
wonder
सुनो
if
सुनो सुनो
T1 just
अभी
what
स्ट्रीम
in
से
the world does it
फोन से
take
स्ट्रीम करूंगा
to
वो अच्छा नहीं
eliminate these
लगेगा ना
guys?
अनएथिकल है ब्रो ये सब
Everything in the kitchen sink, they never ever
एक
give
गैंग आ
up, they
चुकी है
never
ठीक
back
है
down. That's
ये एक
why
जन
they
की
are
गैंग
kind
है ये
of
और
the
फोन
kings
करके
of the
बुला रहा
lower
है
bracket, always making it through and through. The adjustments, the ballistics, the
दूसरी गैंग अभी भी वेटिंग
explosiveness,
में
they bring it in.
दूसरी गैंग अभी भी
Well,
वेटिंग में है
that's
भाई
going to be
लोग
it for map 4, but ladies and gentlemen, we aren't
Oh
done
my
yet
God.
for this night. And boy,
Heavy
is there
gang,
a lot
heavy
to
gang,
discuss
heavy gang.
before we get to
Whole
map
lot of
5.
gang shit.
Back over to the desk.
What a series we're having so far. All logic would tell us with a lead like this for T1, it was over for GEN.G. But in our guts, I think we knew deep down that GEN.G was capable of doing something like this. And they did it, bringing us to a map 5 in this most insane series.
Absolutely unbelievable to watch. It's a spectacle so far. We saw how the tables really turned when they got onto that defensive side. Both teams trading pistols, then trading anti-ecos on the opposite side. Who knows what to expect?
एकदम रुके हैं सब लोग बस वेट कर रहे हैं यार कि कब आएगा They are waiting for enforcements. भाई ये हो रहा है ना पीक ये हो रहा है पीक पीक हो रहा है ये पीक भाई कुछ काम धंधा ही नहीं है भाई मारा मारी कर रहे हैं भाई इधर पुलिस को कॉल कर अबे मैं फंस जाऊंगा उसके बीच में वीडियो तो बनाऊंगा
or because the
इन
other
HD
team
बनाऊंगा
kept making mistakes.
I think Gen.G
L
very,
trimmer,
very
ठीक है
slow
भाई,
start
L
from
trimmer
them,
तो L
but their
trimmer, मैं
defense
watch
was
party कर रहा हूँ इधर।
excellent. We talked about how it's an execution-based comp and they had so many great
Trim
ideas,
alt
which
मार
we'll
दे
see
उन
some
पे,
of soon.
वाह।
For T1, the
PID बन
struggle
के
to
जाओ।
find an attacking side round and seeing your
चोरी
IGL
डाल
kind
दे,
of just try walking out.
अबे अब
it
तक
feels
चालू
like
नहीं
they
हुआ है
didn't
ना,
really have the
चोरी
ideas they
डालने।
needed on attack to close out the game. Looking at how these
आपने
two
नहीं किया
comps
अब कभी
interact,
बचपन
I mean,
में,
you see
ऐसा
this
मैटर थोड़ी
from,
ना भाई
Gen.G
कि बंदे
on the attacking
बुलाएंगे,
side. This is a bully comp that
चमटाएंगे,
denies you space.
क्लास में ही
And for
चामटी मार
T1,
के
it's
खत्म
much
हो
more
जाती
of a
थी
fluid
मैटर तो।
comp where you see things like prowlers and flashes and
और
they're trying to
इतना क्या
retake that
बैट
space
वो
actively in
पूरा
the ground.
ऐसा लाकुड़ वाकुड़ उठा के भी दिखा रहे हो उसको।
Duelists a lot. That's obviously
तो
what they're
इंजरी
trying
कुछ
to
तो
do.
कर रहे भाई ये
When
लोग
you're
बाहर।
running two of them, it's massive for them. But I don't think,
Third party
especially
करो।
across in the second half, they managed
एक
to
stream
make
दो
it
watch
work.
party, yes
Look at
sir।
all this util that comes out from Gen.G. This A main fight is brutal.
It's disgusting. There's nowhere to stand, guys. Where do you stand in A main? There's a grab well, there's two bloody
अबे और वो लोग लिटरली है ना ऐसा फेस ऑफ भी किए, मालूम क्या मेरे को लगा अभी पप्पी लेंगे, लेकिन वो लोग भड़के थे।
And you can't dodge all of the util, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, when you're running this Viper as well, you want to be able to put that wall up across A, find that space, find that lug. We know T1 like to do this with the 4-1 style, but they really wanted to take the fight to Izu.
Yeah, I mean, this was just crazy from start to finish. The OTs really delivering.
Face off किए genuine।
Look, honestly,
Chat अभी तक आवाज नहीं आया कुछ।
like you see these
Second camera लेके जाओ।
plays as well from
नहीं
T1.
यार।
They kept running the 1-4s on attack and it just felt a little bit uninspired,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
this is their style. We know they like it. They like to keep it simple and straightforward, but it really stopped working for them in this second half.
Yeah, I mean, denied entry into B. Shut
भाई
down
ये
the
सब
lurk
सही
over
नहीं है
on
यार
A.
ऐसा लेकिन।
Not really anywhere to go from that point, unfortunately. So, you know, not much to be said
देखना
about
कोई
it. These are
स्ट्रीम
some
पर ना
stats
हो,
highlights
ऊपर
there.
आ
An
जाएंगे।
excellent game.
बराबर।
This game, I thought it was going to be
बराबर
another
है
stacked masterclass on Split, and you could see the multi-frags
अपन
early
चुपचाप
on.
बैठे
But what
रहते।
I really want to point out, and I mentioned it already, in the OTs, he was very much trying to find the gaps and just try walking out A and
बैठते
try
भाई?
to make enough plays for T1 to win. And
मेरे
that's
को नहीं तो
very
उठा लेंगे भाई,
stats-coded, if you ask
कुंबड़ी
me.
में
He is the kind of
मेरे वांदे
IGL
लग
that
जाएंगे,
wants to make the play
अपने
that
को
wins the
स्ट्रीम
game
करने का है।
himself, rather than setting up other people sometimes.
I mean, I respect it, right? I feel like we spoke about this in that amazing RRQ Nongshim OT. In
Wild
OT,
card
you
entry
have
मारो,
to not
हाँ।
be afraid to take risks. You have to
सलाम
try and
रॉकी भाई।
find that one round. So I
पागल है?
don't mind him making that plays.
देखने
But
की
speaking
चिल
of
तो हो
people
रही है,
who
हाँ
found
मेरे
the
को भी
one
अभी
round, this
चिल
last
तो हो
round
रही है
from
देखने की।
Texture, unbelievable.
भाई कौन लोग है वो,
That's
क्या
right.
पता यार,
I mean, we
होगा
were
कोई।
talking about Texture slightly underperforming the first two maps, and it looks like he's caught up on a lot of those kills he was missing out earlier on.
जान से
And
हर्ष भाई
we
आपका
saw him
नंबर ना आ
step
जाए,
up
हाँ
here and
भाई।
just looking like the Texture that
नहीं
we
अरे
know and
कैमरा लेके जाएंगे पागल इंसान, अपने को कितने जन देख रहे हैं, कोई पहचान का निकल लिया, बोलेगा साले हमारा तू लाइव स्ट्रीम कर रहा था, आज आप तेरी लाइव स्ट्रीम करेंगे। नहीं भाई
Shooting them
This
like
नहीं।
fish in a barrel is the easiest kills of
या रियल चेटअप ब्रो, ऐसा दिखता है तू, ऐसा दिखता है। Got queued against Hydroflick in DM. My god. Wow. Beautiful setup. Beautiful setup. ओए ऐसा पड़ा हुआ है चिंगू, इसका नाम चिंगू है। चैट अपडेट लेके आ रहा हूँ बस हल्की सी। ब्रो व्हाट, चैट गायब हो गए, खत्म हो गया लगता है, खत्म हो गया चैट, खत्म हो गया, खत्म हो गया। कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है, अच्छी बात है, खत्म हो गया, वो सुलटा रहेगा आपस में। ये सिर्फ खाने के टाइम पे फ्रेंडली है ना? दिख रही देख कैसी है, अभी आके मुंह पे नोच डालेगी ऐसा लग रहा है भाई। कैसे यार क्यूटीज होते हैं यार कैट्स, हाँ? लेकिन मेरे को सिर्फ फोटोज में ही क्यूटीज लगते हैं। आईआरएल है ना यार चैट, मेरे को हर एक कैट देख के ऐसा लगता है कि नहीं, ये साली काटेगी, ये नोचेगी, ये काट देगी, ऐसा लगता है मुझे। मेरे को आज तक कभी पंजा वंजा तो मारी नहीं है कैट ने, लेकिन फिर भी हमेशा जब भी कैट को देखता हूँ ऐसा मेरे को बीटीएस होता है। भाई डिसाइडर मैप जा रहे हैं हम लोग भाई लोग, ये क्या रिवर्स विप है? 2-0 से 2 ऑल आ चुके हैं हम लोग। इज दिस अ कॉमबैक? इज दिस अ कॉमबैक? यार व्हाई माय शोल्डर ब्रो? नींद उड़ा दिया मेरी, लेकिन उन्होंने, वो लोग ने नींद उड़ा दी भाई लोग। Find my favorite map. Vice is a dangerous peak on Find. Vice crazy है भाई। UPI मैसेज दिख रहा नहीं है। आप अभी तक जेनजी के बाहर अपने कंधों पे, आप अभी तक जेनजी का भार अपने कंधों पे लेके थे ना, इसलिए ऐसा। ये म्यूटेड है।
know that if it goes the distance, you can take it over the line on that map 5. And I think both teams
उनको
are
कॉल
happy
नहीं आया
about
बंदों का
it.
सपोर्ट के लिए।
Like I
ये
say,
भाई
it's
वो लोग
Kanti
डेंजर
will
लोग को कॉल
reset
किए।
mentally after losing 2 maps in a row. One of them in OT. They need something special now.
They absolutely need to do that. You are right, Morgan. Tomorrow, if they make it to tomorrow, their very first grand finals ever in VCT versus Gen.G, our lower bracket kings. Who is going to take this home? We are here in Seoul, Korea. The audience is going mad. We're going to send this back to our casters, Tropa and Quack, to give us another banger match.
20th clutch VCT Pacific total.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
And before we begin
भाई इसने तो एस कर दिया था ना।
getting his 20th clutch.
मेरे को लगा वो राउंड निकाल दिया T1 ने भाई, लेकिन इसने एस कर दिया।
A big accomplishment.
गए सब लोग,
boy,
गए
what a
भाई,
sweet
सब
accomplishment it was
गए।
there in
बोल
that
रहे
last
बस करो
round.
यार, हम दोनों को भेज दो बैंकॉक, हम लोग साथ में जाएंगे।
In fact, trying to shake off that curse that has followed him for so long, only getting the 4 kills.
Yeah, it's no longer T4 extra, it's T5 extra now.
कोरिया में सब लोग शर्माते हैं, उनके ऊपर कैमरा आता है। अमेरिका में सब लोग ये कैमरा शायद नहीं है, कैमरा को देख के पोस्ट करते हैं। कोरियन सब लोग इंट्रोवर्ट्स होते हैं।
The Des talked about it. Fine, a map both teams are used to. T1 dominating on this map in the offseason, but Gen.G, last year's kickoff, it was this bind that got them into Masters over DRX, and it was this bind that got them the kickoff title winning moment against PaperX, and they're here to prove that they know exactly how to play it. Foxy9 gets a lot of information right before he gets engulfed with several members of T1.
And that's such a quick reaction as well. The TP play quick to go through, trying to come in with a pinch, but it does alleviate a little bit more pressure. 4T1 on the A side, they go for the quick rotations. And also Karen up with the smokes. He's actually saving them and playing super far back.
Yeah, not even going to try to hold on to backside all alone. He knows it takes time for that backup. Just yields to the smokes.
इतना heavy fake किए थे क्या वो लोग भी? 50 जन चले गए थे।
There's a lurk because there was a huge pinch. But right now, it's all 5 members. Not a great position for Gen.G to try to go for this retake. They have to go through this choke point with several members. There's one right click going on for 2, but the trade not quite there for Mizu. Meteor will make sure he fills the gaps. And now Gen.G, they've taken over backside, but they are down in numbers, very low on health on both sides. Buzz gets ahead of it. Do they know? Meteor holding on to the side.
रुका शॉट मारा ब्रो।
But there's the pop flash. He's not able to approach. And surely he doesn't have a way out.
Crazy उठा दिया था भाई।
3 points towards that showstopper.
बाद में एक टॉयजन.
About where Stax was and tried to go for that shot.
Hello Nairos.
Down at the very end, you know, it kind of happens at this little choke point, as you mentioned, Chobra. I mean, it's so.
अभी GEN.G हारेगी तो खराब लगेगा, बात तो सही है. तो किसको सपोर्ट करे यार, किसी को नहीं करते, चुपचाप मैच देखते मैं तो बोलता हूँ. लेकिन यार मुझे T1 थोड़ी पसंद है. लेकिन ऐसी बात नहीं है कि GEN.G मुझे पसंद नहीं है. तो मैं क्या करूँ? चुपचाप मैच ही देखते ना, क्या बोलते हो?
Yeah, Phantom and two Bulldogs. Phantom going to be the hands of Buzz with full armor, leading the charge for T1 on the attack. 0 point over to Showers. Meanwhile, slow creeping. You look at the sheer wall, really just meant to watch the flag.
Ooh,
okay,
ooh,
still
what?
gets a trade from Texture. Still at full health. And he will look to hold on to Showers. That gives the threat of a potential flank around with the TP, so Stax will keep him at bay. Razorvine's used as well. They don't want to take any chances. A lot of respect given over to the Sheriffs of Gen.G.
Ooh, a little bit of mosh pit from back from Foxy9 as well on towards Truck. Does force T1 to back off for a second. Still though, flash set up. Meteor just coming back in to hold on to Lamps. Some classic shots out from short with Karen
oh my
at the back.
God,
So T1 just kind of forced to disperse, but they are able to come back in and refill. They've got those rifles. They're looking for the sprays. Meteor does find one. Carpe onto the next and in towards the final one. Yeoman just hiding around the edges of the smoke, sussed out by the ghost at the very end.
Yeah, got the half, but the mosh pit is just too much here from Izu. And a good hold. And if you looked at the minimap, just the trade timings here for T1. You have one of your members trapped behind the boxes here. And it's going to be Meteor. There he is, protecting Stax, making sure that he's not caught off guard. He doesn't get spammed through the box. Eventually, that will lead to the round victory. Only 3 rifle spots, so nothing lost of massive value. Now only 3 points away from the showstopper. Getting very close already.
A Texture as well, and so is Karen, as well as Meteor. So a lot of them coming online pretty soon. And also meeting each other force to force. Still though, bit of a high-low setup, and T1 will be able to collapse. That's Texture gone. Karen tries to hold the angle now, to hold that space even further, but T1 doesn't let it happen.
Yeah, Gen.G going out one by one, just trying to take the fight. And T1, it's them this time that says we'll answer with numbers.
Heavy attack कर रही है T1. Heavy attack भाई, बाय राउंड जीत गए उनके. I mean, इनका bonus round जीते.
And Gen.G just like that, it's a save.
Straight off to it. No other option. It's just T1 now finding this little approach into the A site, something that can be repeated hopefully for the future. Gen.G needing to adjust.
And this type of solo play from Stax, we've seen this before. It's gotten countered before. And Gen.G, if you study the tape, you have to start to get a good read. The tells have been there from T1. Yes, there are variations. And the speed, I would say the tempo, much higher right now from T1 than we've seen at all throughout this kickoff. I'm curious to see if Gen.G has a counter for it.
For now, though, still trying to save as T1 starts on.
Gen.G का सारा petrol split पे खत्म हो गया है. नहीं यार.
There's a swing out. He welcomed them both down, thankfully, but Munchkin gets
attack में कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई जब Gen.G attack करेगी. Don't forget, पिछला map 9-3 था और Gen.G ने comeback किया था. So you can't deny that Gen.G is good at comeback.
It is T1 much closer to the ultimates. In fact, as you mentioned, they go in fast, and Gen.G not quite finding the adjustments just yet. But off the bonus round loss, instant timeout call.
And you gotta wonder
भाई हर बार सेम नहीं होता बात तो सही है. हर्ष भाई मालूम कब आ रहे हो? नहीं भाई मैं स्ट्रीम करता हूँ.
To talk about what you prepped
T1 winning, delayed but not denied.
You were the ones riding high with emotions. I mean, sure, you gotta calm people down.
Delayed but not denied. Heavy, yeah, heavy.
Time out this early. Perhaps Solo and HS.
Like the stream दोस्तों. क्या ले बाकी? क्या कर रहे हो? चाय वाय पिए? 6 बजने आ गया यार, चाय तो पिए रहेंगे ना मजबूत तुम लोग. साला मेरे को भी दो ना कोई.
Possibly also, yeah, it's just trying to cool things down a little. T1 taking a bit of a break as well. I think a much needed one after that most recent timeout.
बिल्ली ने मेरे पंजा हर्ष को गाया गंजा.
For both sides, but still.
बिल्ली ने मारा पंजा हर्ष हो गया गंजा.
Gen.G, you know, there is a bit of a reliance to go in for these fights, these trades where I mean, of course, they are known to
address
do,
दो यार, एड्रेस दो ऑर्डर करता हूँ ये नहीं यार, कोई बना के मुझे पिला दो ऐसा बोलना चाहता हूँ.
Still
कोई बना दे फिर अपने हाथों से मुझे पिला दे.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that they keep control of this. They get the ult orb as well. It's going to be a TP play. But right now you have to give up space. Texture doesn't have a weapon in hand other than just the Sheriff. Waiting for it. No ult just yet from Gen.G though. They identify the boombot. They hear the ult orb. They're ready for the pinch, but not quite fast enough. The Phantom dropped. Foxy9, he picks it up. He can fight, but he is all alone. And T1 does not want to give him that opportunity.
Yeah, trying to keep him pinched in while players from Gen.G, Texture instantly rotates over, thinking that T1 might have done the same.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good read from Gen.G, because surely they don't just try to come back in and always have to have someone watching Foxy9. But T1's going to do exactly that. They've got Carpe watching the TP the whole time, and they get the read that the site has to be emptied out. They expect us to rotate.
खत्म करो ये round यार, buy round नहीं है.
From Stacks, reading into
I miss you and Kelly duo stream. Even I miss
so much up to Foxy9,
but she's busy in work.
Outlaw at the ready. Same with a Phantom. No, he switched it out. 2 Phantoms waiting. There's the flash, buys time, gets information that he has in fact exited the TP. All lies here on Showers. Gen.G's just waiting for the opening shot, and it's not gonna happen! Hope dashed, as now the 3 members just look for cheeky kills, but they will not find him. And Khelraay, Texture, all falls as T1 leads 4-0.
What a round from T1. I mean, you can't really fault Gen.G right there. They're holding as much as possible because they don't want to give
stream
up
equals to best combo
points freely over onto T1, but at the same time, they don't really have the firepower. They don't really have the positioning for the best possible angles, and because of that, at some point, sooner rather than later, T1 just decides to go for it. Meteor off with the swing, Izu off of his contact, and at the same time, Foxy9 just instantly noted and dealt with. They already knew where he was, so kills now, alt points all being picked up, and T1 looking to reaggress.
Foxy9's position is a dangerous one. It's meant to be the peek out from Munchkin, and Foxy9 swings for the trade. Can they get it? The Steel Garden comes out. He can't. The flash is there. He doesn't find a single target. And Munchkin can't connect onto 2. It's just a 1 for 2. Khelraay all alone in Lambs. He gets a kill, but he is stranded. Stim pack activated. Make sure he can dance around. Teammates coming through. Timing! Texture fires the rocket! But it's not going to land. Yeoman will have to be the one that gets the checking all around. Triple. Meteor pushed in. There's the Nightfall. They know exactly the location. But look at Meteor. Look at Meteor going around.
Easy.
He doesn't even need it.
Easy.
Stacks locked in for that 5.
एक को नहीं मारने आया यार.
Swinging in around.
5-0.
Just the setup for that bit of a crossfire with Stacks on the other side. Gen.G doesn't expect it whatsoever. Off with a quick, attempt at a retake, the showstopper in, but they was just all kind of slowed down and denied, and off of that, with the 2-on-2, decided to kind of push up where, a little bit unfortunate for Gen.G, even though they kind of knew where they wanted to look. And that you mentioned, just Stacks being so locked in now, hasn't died a single time, his teammates up to 7 kills, it's 5-0. Gen.G have yet to reply.
And it looks like it's going to be another just site execute, set play after set play, ult after ult. Here comes the Thrash. Texture not going to get detained by just yet, but they know the location. Can he stay alive? Paint shell's coming out. It's just an absolute pinch onto Texture. Nobody has vision. Foxy9 staying alive, but Stacks and Izu answers right back. And Gen.G, they just can't slow down the squad of T1. Khelraay stabilizes with another kill, finds another headshot, but only damage done. Not what you were looking for.
ये 13-0 पागल है क्या? 6-0 से कमबैक करते लोग. ये तो कुछ भी नहीं है. ये तो अभी तो शुरू हुआ है सब.
Trying to take some time, thinking through things, because you have to wonder, does Gen.G at some point use their second time out? Stacks ready for it. Another 3K, 1 point away from the null command.
Another 3K.
Big Tom talked about it. T1 was the one who had to struggle to regroup, to recoup their mental state, to get back in the zone. And they come out firing on all cylinders.
And they really just do it in such a way, such a fashion that Gen.G cannot reply. Gen.G cannot find a moment to breathe. The round before, Texture bought up on an op, but T1 just going quick onto the A site.
The op now
Second time.
And returning for Texture.
Oh, and this is when T1 stacks towards B.
It's going to be that read on that econ. See if there's any reaction. You do have the arc rows outside of showers as well for that passive information. This is that classic setup that Meteor loves, where he has his own agency to try to get timings, to try to get space.
Can you explain how the matchups in Masters are going to work?
Arc rows recovered, seeing if there's a reaction off of that for a really clear. But
जो top 1 रहता है ना, उसको higher seeding मिलता है. उसको कम matches खेलना पड़ता है, ऐसा कुछ तो होता है.
He's not there. A nice attempt at a swing out, but neither really getting the goal they wanted.
Yeoman sent out a Prowler down B long as well, and I think it didn't go deep enough, so T1 not quite noted from before, but now absolutely, with the snake bite being spent from Munchkin, trying to hold and delay them off, but T1 continue forward, straight in towards Hookah. Good launching pad for Buzz, straight into the site. Not checked from underneath though, Munchkin able to come up huge with a double. Izu answers right back, Texture not able to collect. Izu off for the next kill, and a mosh pit to
पहले matches जो होते हैं ना, वो most probably ऐसे होते हैं कि
T1, they have to recognize that they do not have info. Stax is staring intensely at elbow. Understands that
पहले matches जो होते हैं वो mostly जो second लोग मतलब second आए हुए होते हैं ना, उनके में होता है 4 जनों में, तो 2-2 नहीं वैसा नहीं होगा रे, 4 ही जन बचे. ओ भाई साहब, ओ भाई फॉक्सी, क्या पता कैसा रहेगा फॉर्मेट, देखा जाएगा अभी.
Stax puts him back in his place. 7-0. Is there a timeout?
7-0.
No, they continue. Gen.G hoping that the players in the server
हो रहा है ये विषय खोल पृथ्वी गोल गेम.
will stabilize, will stem the bleeding.
This is pure विषय खोल पृथ्वी गोल gameplay right now happening.
I'm honestly speechless.
Angyong namasi.
I mean, you gotta imagine maybe they try it at some point, but right now just really hoping with fingers crossed that somehow either Munchkin or Yeoman or maybe the rest of the team are able to string something together in for a bit of a desperate play with the Viper's Pit up towards A short, Judge at hand. But T1 avoided altogether, straight in with a thrash, comes back in to recollect, marching up B long now, Yeoman on the other side.
Oh, Buzz was ready for that as well. Had his
इको राउंड ये 8-0 होने वाला है. Stax 8-0 चल रहा है. Let's go.
Not there for Gen.G. You just have Munchkin with the Judge and Khelraay now with the Guardian in the site. Counter Thrash, Thrash for Thrash. Both people detained, but Khelraay lands his shots. He's still got the Guardian online. He's still on the site. T1, they might have gotten the kills. They will finally clear the site. Texture, he snuck in. He's been spotted, but he's got the Guardian. He lines him up. Resets. 1v2 on the site, lands another shot, but he sets up the 1v1. But a judge, not enough health taken away.
Pistol से मार सकता है Munchkin actually. देखो headshot ding देगा अभी.
Classic pushes him out. Munchkin closes the gap.
हाथ काँप रहा है ना?
But what a good reposition! 4K for Carpe. And just no
13-0 पागल हो क्या तुम लोग? अभी कमबैक आएगा यार. 8-0 में कमबैक आता है. अभी देखो फुल बाय है. अभी कमबैक आएगा. चलो टाइम आउट ले लिया. चलो ऐसा हारने के लिए थोड़ी ना इधर तक आए रहेंगे भाई.
Keep up the pace. Carpe in with that orbital strike towards the end as well, just to secure a little bit more for the rest of the team. Texture though, quick to adjust, quick to note that possibly someone might hop up, but even then down to the very last moment. Not enough.
Time out. 13-0 होगा.
Just a judge. There it is.
सामने कौन है देख रहे हो?
You have to.
Gen.G है Gen.G. Fnatic नहीं है या PaperX नहीं है.
You have to stabilize. You have to put everything on the line to get 4 if you are Gen.G. If you do not want to fall after such a dramatic map. Gen.G, they were able to
like the stream if you're new, guys. Subscribe to the channel too.
Holding his head, just wondering. And a big part of this is, again, T1, it's just been set play after set play. They just wait. Sometimes it's tempo changes, but they're not working the entire map. Sure, Meteor puts a little pressure in showers, but that's as basic as the default gets here. And Gen.G, they've started to scare away from these fights. They started to cower into the corners of the site.
Just for a while, and die with a smile.
With a timeout, they are able to really steel their nerves. Because if not, I mean, as you mentioned, starting to let that fear seep in. You know, these are the moments when you start to think like, yeah, set plays, maybe I can go for retakes, but then you're afraid.
He's no
now, back into its 3-2 split. Texture into its showers.
He's gone deeper into it. Razor Vines gets cleared by a teammate, so 2 already noted. 2 people watching showers, but outside of it, Meteor gives that information. It's an immediate push into B long. Gen.G, is there a rotate? It begins, but is it going to be there in time? An amazing pop flash, but no kill found. Munchkin waiting as long as possible with the snake bite. Yo man doesn't spot them. They're in the smoke. They're already for it. And T1,
wow,
they just break out into just a spray of bullets. And the site will once again
this is being diabolical. They gotta save this. It's 9-0.
On their warpath, they do not relent. They do not stop. Into the smokes and right out of it. And unfortunate for Yeoman trying to run and gun it down, but it just couldn't quite pay off. And this is off the second timeout that Gen.G calls. Just Karen and Foxy 9 left, and they have to turn tail and save.
Now you just have to figure it out on your own. It's all up to Munchkin.
No Bangkok ki ticket for Gen.G, guys. Sorry. I am sorry, but no Bangkok ki ticket for Gen.G.
Right now, even if you
bye-bye, good night, take rest.
You have enough rounds. Whoa, Carpe on the hunt. They're so far ahead. They don't even mind. Yeah, Karen already has his ult anyway. They'll just try to take away whatever weapons. It does get shut down rather anticlimactically. But 9-0.
Goodbye in the chat.
A score unlike anything we've seen before.
1.5 के like के लिए 3 like चाहिए. Like करिए दोस्तों. It's a bye-bye. It's a bye-bye.
Oh my gosh.
Window ticket किसके लिए? Window ticket किसको देनी चाहिए, chat?
Jump out as well, and you know it makes sense. T1, one of the first ones to
window
really
ticket
run this
किसको देनी चाहिए?
here on Bind. And this time they even use Buzz as part of that. Just flies out alongside all of that util. They know how this works. Carpe knows how this works. Coach Autumn and the rest of the staff knows how this works.
Karen को window ticket deserve करता है यार. हर game top frag कर रहा है.
Slight adjustments. Gen.G now desperate for it. In for texture on that showstopper in towards bats.
घर पे return जाने की ticket. घर पे return जाने की बोल रहा हूँ.
Trying to gather information.
But look at this T1 once again. They take contact, slow creep up, right up to the line of scrimmage. And then they'll have util at the ready. They'll wait for the poison cloud to go down. The toxins are going to be gone. What's the answer here? Do we use a smoke?
Oh.
If you're Gen.G, he's thinking about it. Oh, just too far jumping out. Munchkin, meanwhile, gets a long-range kill on B long, but that's already the sign to enter the site. Foxy 9 stabilizes. There's the orbital strike. Meteor takes a little bit of damage. Down to 21 HP, but he snuck through. They have no idea. Foxy 9 starts trembling, and Meteor gets cleaned up by Munchkin.
2 players and the spike down on the ground for T1.
Yo, man,
this is the round.
In case there's a rotation, but
this might be the round.
Not pay off. It's gonna take so long for him to regroup. Holding on to backside, and Evan, he needs to make a run for it. No more Vice. So you have to run through. His first mission will have to be
अभी तो बहुत obvious रहेगा कि flank के लिए वो लोग रुके हैं. Flank आएगा अभी बंदा.
Yeoman's now within range of the site, so Sky smokes up.
Oh, breach देखो, Brim देखो. अरे sound मत दे. अरे flank है.
With a wraparound.
Oh, he knows.
Same with Carpe and Yeoman. He senses it, but can he have the timing? He does. He finds him. Izu, a surprise kill, half done by Karen. He trusts in Yeoman.
चलो 9-3.
Finally, the teamwork.
9-3 वापस होने वाला है भाई लोग. GG लिख दो.
To Gen.G.
9-3 वापस होने वाला है. You can type in GG already. क्योंकि ये एक reverse sweep वापस होने वाला है.
A really
come
long
back.
huge concerted effort just to get here. Still needing to close off the rest of the first half in almost like perfect style though. They've got some ultimates to work with. You know, Yeoman on the Nightfall, Texture on the Showstopper, but nonetheless, this is just extremely labored for Gen.G right now.
Yeah, but just even in that moment, Yeoman doing his best, showcasing the experience he has as a leader on other squads. Down in Challenger saying, we're back. Trying to get the troops rallied, riled up, ready to go.
Oh, T1 though.
Oh, bhai.
This time out of hookah. One of the most dangerous ways to execute onto the site, but we'll see if it works. The Dizzy, there it is! A quick 180 with the showstopper. And Buzz is, oh, what in the world is that? Mr. 4K himself gets 4 on the site. Takes time, keeps Stacks at bay. There's the Dizzy. Stacks hides away from it. Is it a peek out? Foxy9, he gets spotted, and GEN.G Texture! No
Ace
longer
Maharaj
4K! Call him the bat of the ace!
Last round in
The second one picked up in this entire series. And he's just continuing off. It felt like the entire round was lost for just a second, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, up in the skies, Texture, the showstopper straight into hookah as everyone tried to hop off. Triple kill through and through.
Wow. I mean, oh my gosh, the Predator ace here for Texture.
Bro!
Second one, like you said.
The stars have
We've
aligned.
never seen this happen before
We
for this
are
guy.
about to witness
But
the
is that what's
craziest
needed?
river sweep
He's
of
always
entire
been the
university.
one to create just the impossible for
Stars have
GEN.G
aligned.
when they are the most down. Sure, sometimes
It's
it used to be your
time.
Munchkin buying time, but it was Texture getting an ace, getting a 4K that lights that fire.
It does slow down T1's pace
Dो
just
जने
by a
पैसे.
bit, so now trying to create a little bit more pressure across the map while this trio of T1
अभी
tries
तीन
to
जने.
launch something in towards A main.
Chapti.
Still though,
खत्म 9-3.
stacks now already noted. Flash is not quite available now. Nightfall sent through as well from Yeoman.
Oh, ultimate कोई detect नहीं हुआ.
One, that might be a little
Now
bit of
they can-
misinformation because
now
the
they
rest of the
can boom,
squad
boom,
from
boom
T1
from
was
hookah.
already nearby. Arcros set up. It does get popped. Molly at the ready, but here comes the Thrash. GEN.G, can they separate long enough? Buzz gets onto the site.
Excited.
He is aware of the position. Meteor takes down Yeoman.
Taron.
Khelraay hiding,
Chakawa.
takes out Meteor. He still does everything he can to defend this site. He's blinded,
Nah,
but he'll
ये tough
hold
round है.
on. He'll
बहुत
hold
tough round है.
true. And the
मेरा
back
तो TP
pass
कर देता.
arrived. 4v3, Spike not planted yet.
किसको प्लान दे रहा है?
Looking to truly survive or die on this hill as long as his teammates
God,
arrive
क्यों
on
नहीं plant
time.
कर रहा?
Now they're here. Now they push out. Karen starts it
Oh, ये
off.
push out
Texture
रुकाने के
continues
लिए
to
शायद.
swing and
Never
catching
mind,
on
9-3
the
it
two
is.
E's of the final death. GEN.G will complete
9-3
the
it
3
is.
straight rounds.
Here we go
end
again.
the first half in a 9-3.
Here we go again.
And you might say it's old
Here
news,
we
you might
go
say it's been run to the
again.
ground, but when it matters most, 1 half left to get to Masters Bangkok. Do you believe in the scoreline? Because GEN.G has done everything possible to make it a reality.
Pam pam, I'm a
Truly
shitty on a
feels
monted.
as though this
Pam pam, I'm a
entire
shitty on a
matchup
monted.
is truly just destined for greatness between these two teams, between all of the players, the parallels drawn, Texture breaking his curse. They completed the comeback from before. They pushed us down to this very moment. Can they do it one more time?
उसे बाबा वो बन नहीं सकता अलग अलग.
10 rounds left for GEN.G.
एक ही घर में बनाना होता है सब कुछ.
Can they
और अभी
make
संडे
it
लग गया. There is
happen?
nothing more to do in the game.
T1 trying to relax, but you know
लोगों को
it's
भी देखने में
impossible
मजा नहीं आ
on
रहा था.
stage. All 10 members, the coaching staff, everybody.
Netflix
They've
देख एक
been
बार जल्दी से.
standing on that stage 4.5 hours, just waiting to punch their tickets, waiting to confirm their reservations, waiting to sit comfortably to find out who their opponent would be.
I know the camera's on the audience members right now who's, I can't read it.
Well, one of his friends is going to buy dinner, apparently, whichever team loses. So.
All right.
So the middle guy wins no matter what.
But what I want you to focus on, though, is look at the eyes of these players right now. It's not just, you know, fatigue, maybe sure, some of it, but at the same time, it really reflects onto the tension, the emotions on the stage right now. That's what's at stake here.
You have to imagine you're a player, you get to this point. So many past rounds start flashing
तो लोग
before
भाई
your
खुद
eyes. You have to
dispersion
shake
में
that
लग
off.
रहे.
And then sometimes that Masters logo starts flashing before your eyes. You have to shake that off. The job's not done until it is over.
क्या हो रहा है? चालू करो ना. टेक पॉज है क्या?
Trying his best. He's always been
Hey,
praised
यार,
for how
tech
well
pause है
locked
भाई.
in he was no matter the series. But even he himself
लफड़ा अपडेट
starting
देना
to
कुछ हुआ ही नहीं
show
यार लफड़ा.
that tension creep up over his
Yes,
skin.
match में करेंगे.
Looks like a little bit
ओ चालू हो गया.
of a retooling here for Munchkin on the gear side maybe. And headset back on, ready for the second half. 12 total rounds remaining, unless they want to go to another overtime. One team gets to go to Masters, one team will play again
डोकं दुखतंय
tomorrow
बाळा. बाळा
against
डोकं
DRX.
दुखतंय.
Texture
भाई टेक्सचर से
seemingly
डोकं
having a
दुखतंय.
headache, but boy has he not shown it in the server in the last 3 rounds.
भाई मतलब जब टेक्सचर का सर दर्द देता है तब वो अच्छा खेलता है.
One to close out the previous map. The second to save his team just when it looks like everything was lost. Still though, that was just the first half. We are not done with this yet. 9-3 scoreline means
म्यूजिक क्या चल रहा है भाई?
for T1 to close everything out.
चालू करो ना यार, टेक पॉज क्यों हो रहा है ऑलरेडी? इतने भाई लंबे गेम्स चल रहे हैं, ऊपर से टेक पॉज दे रहे हैं ये लोग. वो चालू हो गया, चालू हो गया.
They've been able to try to get ahead away
I
from
hope.
Gen.G. And now it lies on Gen.G to answer back. They get the pistol, the gap closes, and suddenly it's anybody's game.
9-3 switch!
Gen.G's attack!
The decider!
Fucking wake up, everybody, because it's only going to happen once. As we get ready to find out who the second team from VCT Pacific will be to go to Masters Bangkok.
That's absolutely right, Shobra. Gen.G is starting things off with 3 sheriffs in their arsenal.
ये मेरी स्ट्रीम नहीं होगी आज.
Screen at an angle down into the A site. They hold. T1's pushing out.
They're waiting for it, but Foxy Knight, he doesn't have an escape. He has to at least get 1 kill. He will, and it will be a trade. T1 suddenly not feeling confident
but
about pushing out. You have no idea where the remaining members have been.
दो तो किया ना लेकिन उसने. अच्छा नहीं मारा उसने बस को. Okay.
Carpe jiggling inside of Hookah. They don't have too much information out of B long, so just kind of giving up that space to Gen.G.
भाई वो लोग 3 जनों के साइड पे ही जा रहे हैं.
Still at long range, Izu.
Yeah, and Gen.G, they think with the silence that T1 would bite onto a rotate. And T1 has considered it, but Stacks is back, but it's a clean shot from Texture. The site weakened. The wild card will come down to Carpe.
Come on, Stacks, bhai.
Will he be able to provide assistance? He decides to regroup.
Again.
And still 45 seconds left on the clock. Gen.G says we'll play time.
Yeah. Pops the smoke, Gen.G plays around it. Texture, he allows himself to get noted by that 0 point. The rest of his team, though,
Carpe
back into Ratuka, and Carpe goes down.
Now Stacks all alone, and Gen.G, no matter where they go, they'll have an absolute advantage. Stacks has to do the impossible. Haunt comes out right under the tube. He's been spotted, marked down to 1 HP. And down to 1 member of T1.
Still able to get away with at least 1, but now down to this last player, Meteor. I mean, you're gonna have to do so much.
When he's done it before, but with just a ghost, no sheriff in hand. See what he can do. Smoke comes out again. Nobody's watching it though.
Wow.
Nobody's been seeing. They now turn their heads, all just waiting for the tap. Nobody showing an absolute inch of their location, and there's just too much. There's just too much to cover. Meteor knows it. He has to start going for it. They hear the footsteps, and Gen.G, the start they needed. 4 rounds on the board.
Yeah, not even trying to let the opportunity slip by. He's not gonna try to track for the headshot. Just fire 4 shots through and through, and we'll get whatever we can. And that Stacks going down. Thanks to Foxy 9 being able to collect onto the first. Thanks to Texture now, once again online with the Sheriff, being able to collect onto these nasty shots. Gen.G truly looking for to complete this opportunity all the way back up. The buys up through now. 2 Bulldogs, a Guardian, and a Marshall. They're angling in towards A site once again.
Quick elimination on that Arc Rose. They know the location of 2 members.
One classic over by Hookah,
and the Vice over by A.
I don't think so.
Bit of a Marshall.
I don't think so.
As well to lock out the angle in towards Baths. Gonna have to be careful with the approach though. Meteor on the other end. It is just a classic though.
Yeah, but that Marshall, if you give it over to Meteor, might have gotten that quick sight. So Meteor will just hold a close angle. So T1 just all looking, just fishing for 1 kill, maybe 2 at close range.
This knife. Wait, reveal नहीं हुआ उसमें.
Steps away, Buzz. That smoke will run out eventually. And the Vice gets taken down, and that should be the signal. But do they recognize the trouble? So many players have been sitting here. This time, Buzz trying to sneak into the smoke.
Surely get one shot.
But Munchkin still inching forward. The timing has to be right. There's the Prowler, a close check. Buzz gets 1, but that's going to be it. Just a complete pinch, a safe check from Gen.G. And Wingman will go in and plant the spike.
Thanks to that, most players still able to watch for the further angles, Izu will hold alongside Carpe in case Gen.G does continue to push up. They are looking to hold on to these positions and not to give Gen.G too much. They have an advantage
like
that they don't want to throw it away.
Gen.G, Munchkin, seeing if he can get a couple more kills. Just the
Tax 40
Marshall.
किया भाई मारा उसने उसके बाद सिर्फ शॉट ही था यार
perhaps
और क्या मारेगा वो
more of the creds, a little bit more of the old
अच्छा
points
नहीं वो
as
तो
he's
बस
already got
कुछ
3 on the board.
3 मिनट टैक्स करेगा
He has time, but it's a nice little crossfire.
ठीक है इको राउंड है
He does
वैसे
get
भी
even one. Would be impressive. He gets both. What in the world?
Wow. That was
just on a
crazy.
swivel.
He went in, crouched,
Crazy.
flicked to get the first, and also
Crazy.
doubled back.
Holy freaking free, bro.
Just. And sure, it's an eco for T1, but it's things like this. Yeah, it's things like this that suddenly make your opponent look like giants.
All right.
That was diabolical.
T1, they've got a chance at stopping this now. If not, if Gen.G converts the bonus, that's going to be a huge confidence boost.
Yeah, but they've got the firepower to do it. 5 rifles. Sure, not all Phantoms are Vandals, but it might be enough. Shot onto the wall. See if Buzz was up top on top of the truck.
Meanwhile, Gen.G slow and steady, yet trying to retrieve as much information as possible. T1 looking to do the same. Nothing noted outside of Bats as the Prowler comes in to check Hookah. Meteor as well as Izu.
बहुत slow gameplay हो रहा है, बहुत slow gameplay.
Shearwall's still here.
This is not how I like Vine to be.
Gen.G, if they want this to be valuable, they'll have to work the map a bit more. Some pings that will call over stacks just in case.
Well, that 0 point's going to come up at some point. There it is. He might be able to use that for further information, possibly to confirm that B is relatively clear. Does think back to it though, and this is when Gen.G rotates into the A site.
The timing here from Khelraay has to be impeccable because Buzz, he's just focused, laser focused on the one angle. They start to hear the advances. Buzz just does not want anything else than the one target, but he gets chipped. 61 HP. Now they're trapped in showers. It's just an absolute pinch. Carpe
double B kabhi. Shower mein double B.
Back on the site they go. There's the C's. Buzz, he's been decayed, but he will survive. Nobody spraying through just yet. Foxy 9 wants the spike. He needs to pick it up.
And hopped on over. Running out of time though, and Karen has to go at some point. Buzz, Carpe, they're still locked in.
Oh my god, he can't plan, bro.
But still, Foxy 9 going through for other trades. Stacks finds one right back. Pop flash is over, but the spike goes down anyway. Dizzy sent over from Izu.
Nice.
They shoot it down, but Meteor comes up and initiates off of the fight.
Easy round.
T1. They managed to stifle Gen.G's momentum.
Can be 10-6.
Absolute chaos and
Absolutely.
all the props to Fox9 and Khelraay for doing what they can. But T1, they just say, they don't fall into that trap of we can stop the defuse. They say give, or it's the plant.
How much do you earn?
Give the plant.
10 CR
We're
per
gonna
month.
fight with numbers. Take the shots you can, but do not overextend. The discipline coming in, and Stacks opening things up for his team.
Such a champ. I mean, maybe the read not entirely there, but he did have an inkling as to what might have happened on the A side, as to what would have happened on the A side, and that's why quick with the reactions as well. Now, different toxic screen from Gen.G in towards Lamps.
Yeah, just a traditional one to lurk onto A short, trying to tie somebody up on the A site. But if you want this to have value, you gotta work the teleporter on the sides of the map. And right now, T1 has full control.
Gen.G को बैक टू बैक दो राउंड्स लगेंगे so that T1 का इकोनॉमी भी बिगड़ जाए और कमबैक भी हो जाए. They need two rounds back to back. And वो एक्चुअल में पॉसिबल है अगर वो लोग ये राउंड जीतते तो, क्योंकि तब तक अगले राउंड में उनके पास अल्ट्स आ जाएंगे. But then T1 का वैसा इतने अल्ट्स नहीं बन रहे. But yeah, Gen.G अगर ये राउंड जीतती है तो नेक्स्ट राउंड जीतने के चांसेस है.
And they're just trying to bait that out. A timing miss here. Carpe barely getting out with his life, so Lamps has to be given over. Showers Buzz all alone. He gets regrouped with Carpe, but they're both going to be a little bit weaker. Carpe gets taken down. Buzz reclaims that position. He knows there's too many, but he just has nowhere to go. 2 people waiting for him. Spike already planted.
Wow.
Meteor deeper in than the opponents expect. That's 1 member down, trying to create a crack in the armor here. The pop flash,
okay.
it
Flash
doesn't hit, but it's still going to lead
okay.
to the kill. Khelraay good for a trade. Now a 3v2. Stacks
Viper पे
down
molly
to
नहीं है.
46
That's the only
HP.
molly they had.
He's up around the sides, goes in for the defuse, at least tries to stick it halfway, but GEN.G
Wow.
pushes up. Yeoman and
That's
Khelraay
my wow,
will
मेरे भाई.
eliminate the
वाह.
final two
अरे
players
क्या flash
just to
है.
stay alive for another round. I mean, GEN.G
Wow,
says
wow, wow,
that
wow,
there are
wow.
many ways to slice this pie. They knew that this is where Carp and Buzz would play. That's why Texture hops up onto this box.
वाह दोनों
I love that
flash
they
आ गए
recognize
भाई.
what happened in that previous round, and they still go for a pinch, but this time make sure that they can't just sit around on the site, try to deny the spike plant, and they love the push up as well. Not just waiting on utility. You know you have a 2v2, and you still have one member after the mosh pit to peek out. This time Shearwall once again set up on the A side. It's been too many hits on A short. And
अभी इको आ गया
GEN.G, will
देखो.
they
तो
recognize
ये
the
राउंड तो
setup?
निकाल सकते हैं easily
And when will they
10-7.
discover
अगले
it?
राउंड्स के लिए A's ults देखो कितने हैं.
Spots Meteor!
Heavy
Well,
comeback,
they don't
heavy
need to
comeback.
find it anymore. It's right there, late bear, not active. Stacks waiting with a sheriff in hand. They know Buzz has been in showers. Munchkin has the map downloaded. He knows the positions of T1. The eco round. Sheriff not gonna do the job. Munchkin even waiting for the flank. I mean, everything read through.
Oh.
Here's the final score. I will buy you the new bundle.
But just a classic, okay? Picks up a Phantom.
Would bring him a little bit closer towards that Thrash for future rounds. He's still
13-10,
gonna go
T1 wins.
and hunt for whatever he could find. Taking his time.
Yeah, but after that much time passes with 43 HP, goes for the save, would rather build up a little bit of that economy, picking up a free Phantom. And I have to wonder if T1's gonna call a timeout right now, because this round, the previous round, just goes to show that GEN.G has the read. GEN.G actually didn't have almost any information, but just off of Stacks' 0 point onto Hookah, they know that it's always been 0 point, potential rotate. If we wait long enough, they go back to B, the rotation's late. And then they wait also for the hit onto Lamps as well.
Yeah, that's that hit that really sets things off as well. Just being able to go in that confidently now against T1.
All dal.
And I love the tempo change against an eco round as well here from GEN.G. Munchkin trying to bring up the confidence again. Only 3 rounds apart now, but the operator comes online for Buzz. And that's the time GEN.G now considering shifting their weight towards the B side of the map.
No one's speaking that.
Avoiding that operator wholly, but at the same time, that's an alt or picked up by Carpe. Orbital strike afforded. GEN.G continuing to hold. They're not really pushing their weight either way just yet, in case there is a bit of a peek out from T1, but nothing so far. A bit of a sky smoke off of a timing. GEN.G thinks that it might be a slight opening.
It does look like GEN.G eventually still just want to go through A short. I think they've just accepted the fact that Buzz probably is in showers and he can have that space, but do they expect him to have pushed all the way out? If you're gonna go for something like a Thrash pinch onto showers, you might not even find him because he's so far out.
And he's then able to double back in to hold the angle from showers into sight.
No one got revealed in the ult.
Buzz continuing to kind of hold his spot, maybe pushing further to set up a bit of a flank. T1 arriving on the site. Texture pulls out the showstopper. He's looking for Buzz.
Yeah, but the no command shuts it down. Meanwhile, you do have Munchkin on the other side of the map, but the spike has already been planted. Does he catch sight? He doesn't quite, but the sheer wall should have been tripped, and there's Texture swings out! Doesn't give Buzz an absolute chance at all to fight. Orbital strike has been used to clear out Lamps,
oh my,
but
Texture
still
got one
holding
more.
showers. That's created an opportunity for GEN.G. T1, they try to answer back, but there's so much post-plant. In fact, using it now as a delay. Stacks holding close. He's the one who has to get the kill. They know he's close because of that 0 point. He's given himself away, and Yeoman confidently takes his shot. That should be the round. No chance to sit on the defuse. GEN.G now up to 8. Operator dropped. Economy broken. T1, they need to find a solution.
This might be then the moment that they call that timeout. GEN.G, off of round wins like these, they put themselves within range of tying up the score against T1. What a round, what a play. And how they're able to suss out Buzz's position, not allowing him to even re-scope back in. Buzz kind of, Texture kind of knew
नींद आ रही है
he didn't have information further back in.
अभी सोऊंगा डायरेक्ट फोटोशॉप स्ट्रीम को उठूंगा नहीं खाना खा के फिर
GEN.G and the whole squad They just set themselves up and ready.
Mood के आते हो भाई लोग पटाख से.
Looking a little
Till
bit
then, like to see me if
defeated
you're
on
new.
stage.
Subscribe to the channel
And
too.
this is that difference. Do you thrive off the pressure or do you start to crumble? Does the anxiety start to creep up?
अच्छा quality नहीं कर.
Because Stacks, I mean, sure he's won in Korea, but it hasn't really been coming to fruition since VCT Pacific. You have to remember, the era of DRX ends as Pacific begins. Paper Rex takes him down in that grand final, the very first one. And since then, sure, they've risen back up at stage 2 last year, but it was Gen.G that shuts them down. Stacks hasn't been to an international since 2 years ago.
It was also Gen.G that lifted a trophy when DRX could not. And I certainly hope that these ghosts aren't coming back to haunt Stacks. Ghosts from the past. You're on the new team now. You've come this far now. 10-8, there are still 2 rounds ahead. Economy not great, as you mentioned. And T1 looking to tie things up. I mean, tie up the loose ends. 3 stack on the A site.
You do have Steel Garden. You can make the fight even, and you have a showstopper. There is a chance for T1 to make the 5v fight their advantage, but can they get in position for it? No information found just yet. 0 point still being held by Stacks. Waiting. He'll throw it out off the paint shells, but they have to give up the site, and that's a quick entry here from Gen.G. Oh no, they cross paths. They don't know about Buzz! The showstopper only finds one, and he immediately gets gunned down. The least of their worries here on the side of Gen.G as they take out the member in Hookah. Wingman goes out to clear out the smoke, pushes T1 back, but they will not be moved. They will hold on to the site!
Round nikala bhai.
Carpe, a 3K, and brings T1 1 round closer.
Well played Carpe bhai.
That's really close if you ask
tap
me.
mara bhai isne Buzz ne
I
ya
thought it was
Stacks
kind
ne.
of gone when Izu fell. I mean, he was holding inside a hookah. It was just a phantom, but because he's dead, then you know, not too many guns afforded for T1, but Carpe picks one up, and off of that, spins around and finds the
Crazy
third.
bhai Carpe, crazy.
Put in at the last moment, but Carpe still able to deliver.
पर सही में जब मैं मैच नहीं देख रहा हूँ तभी T1 जीत रही है.
For T1, no matter what the other games were like, no matter what the team was like, when they needed it, it's the clutches, it's these multi-kills, it's the anchor down on the site. Now an operator afforded again for Buzz. Gen.G trying to change the tempo, trying to get ahead of things.
Trying to get ahead in towards B, long garden, a little bit of hookah as well, but now just noting out and selling early information. That 0 point, that was intentional.
Yeah, Texture gets hit, says the duelist is over by the B side. T1, what's your call? They'll hold for the time being, but a lot of time has passed.
We've seen this a lot. Buzz, he's still holding.
Buzz ऑफ लगा के रखा है.
He does decide to push in showers now. That could be someone biting the dust.
Yeah, and the shear wall over by A short as well, so the pinch won't be perfect. They're getting closer. Surely some util. There's the Prowler, waits for it. Shot fired. Boombot trying to delay. Gives him an opportunity. Another peek out right before the wingman.
बहुत गंदा peek लिया यो मान देना.
No more fade, no more info. Buzz, does he go for another? He waits, he goes,
oh,
takes
you
a shot
almost connected it, bro.
But the shorty in hand, there's the peek out. Steel Garden now forces Gen.G out of this fight. Spike still in hand, but only 25 seconds.
Bhai, look at him. Look at Carpe.
But can they even get in?
Oh shit, bhai. अगर Carpe hold करता ना निकाल लेता मालूम.
Spike, can it get there?
Bhai, they can't reach the side.
Foxy9 sprinting, but I don't think he's going to make it. It's just too far. They take the safety. 10 seconds counting down.
It's going to be down to the wire.
You have to land on the site. The spike is dropped.
Bruh.
And so are the hopes of Gen.G.
Bhai,
कितना long cut मारे. Match point.
That might have been it. I can't tell you, Chopra. Match point. Going the long way around, that has to hurt. Karen even threw down a molly just to buy more time for his team before T1 arrives on the site. Buzz, the way that he was able to recollect, re-peek in towards these baths angles, truly shuts things down and deletes players away from Gen.G's roster. And there we stand, match point, 12-8. Operator still online, same spot.
Just one more round win for T1. Prowler being denied a
He
little
wanted
bit
to
by
get
that 0
revealed.
point. Yo, man, can't follow up on it. Sherwell once again set up. And GEN.G, they haven't ever really tripped this one. They've only taken out Meteor once. But it's going to be a 5-stack onto B. GEN.G just going to play on a timing. No info on the other side of the map. All in onto this side. Carpe spots him, has to duck out. Smoke up, trying to anchor down on the site. Jumping out of this window is going to be so dicey. They do have the pit.
तो ही side पे.
And it's going to
Karan का
be
एक
used
kill में
right
ult आ
above,
जाएगा.
all the way into the site. There's the show.
What? How?
Carpe
What?
knows 300. How does he stay alive
Oh
on
my
the
god,
site?
no luck on
He's
GEN.G
still alive
भाई.
in elbow.
Okay,
Keeps
Fox is
things
on.
alive. Karan and Fox
Karan ने ult किया है.
answering back. It all
They got the
comes down
plant.
to this spike planted.
That's a 2v3, one guy is on flank.
T1
What a
loses
shot by
Carpe,
your man.
Loses control of elbow. Buzz running, sprinting to provide assistance. Foxy9 is waiting for him. Buzz has to get the shot. Meteor trying to get ahead of it. He gets it.
What a
no!
shot.
Foxy9's ready for it. And now Meteor all alone. He's been tagged. The Dizzy sounds the alarm.
Well,
And
9.
this should be another round for GEN.G. Another chance to remain in the running.
3 rounds away from another overtime. So incredibly close, but they make it to the
भाई
finishing
economy तो
line.
काफी strong है वैसे
Straight in
इनका.
with the showstopper.
Bro,
Incredible
how texture.
decision-making from Carpe. Quick-witted as he pushes further up front, running and gunning, throwing a caution to the wind. But down to at the end as well, Foxy9 alongside Karen. Thanks to that orbital strike, it just buys further time and
I don't think
spacing
so.
away.
OT
Thanks to that,
होगा.
the spike
What?
was
They
able
are
to go
saving
down.
this round.
Next
Okay.
round comes up now. Bit of
Okay.
a half
Okay.
buy
They
out
could have
for
bought
T1.
that.
Possible 10th for GEN.G as Munchkin comes up online with an outlaw.
Yeah, with the sum on the other side, there's that Thrash and the Outlaw as well. So a big combo. And T1, they'll have to make the hard choice of do we try to use
लोग
Omi
अगर
as a chance
हारते
to
थे
just secure
ये
the
राउंड
win,
तो उन लोग
or do we
अगला
wait?
राउंड इको आ जाता था ना.
Buzz
तो
spotted.
मैच पॉइंट गिव अवे हो जाता
Too
था.
wide.
उनको मैच पॉइंट गिव अवे नहीं करना है. That's why I guess they decided to save
They
it.
hold TP control around the map.
नहीं मैच पॉइंट तो नहीं गिव अवे होता.
With that 0 point.
तो मैच पॉइंट पे
GEN.G
उनको
slowly creeping
इको
back up in
मिलता है
A
I guess.
short where it's just Meteor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
right.
push out this time. T1.
अगर ये राउंड
They'll
बाय
push
करते हो
out of
तो.
Hookah. They don't want to be trapped with false information. Izu going for the check. Texture, he gets one. He suspects another, but Carpe's holding close. I don't think you expected. The movement was good, but Texture's got a phantom. Meanwhile, the execute begins. Foxy9, yet another kill on the board. Spike, they go for the tap. They wait for a reaction. Wingman sent out for safety. Munchkin lands the shorty. Now 2
Okay.
rounds apart.
Flawless निकाले.
As GEN.G
Foxy का ult है.
gets a flawless.
And a flawless to give themselves, just everything that they can afford, every possible piece of weaponry or utility to close in and tie up the score for the overtime. T1, they go in for these plays again and again where Texture just goes in and sells that fake. So now stacks onto the A site.
But the operator for Texture, that's their answer.
Ooh.
This time for Buzz. It's a face-off. Buzz is already in position. And Texture, can you land it,
Shot,
Buzz?
bhai.
Flicks right onto his arm. The raise down, the investment gone, and control of the map just absolutely diminished.
2 power ultimates online for T1 as well. Sure, that could be a thrash for a thrash, but you gotta imagine this is just advantage on top of advantage for T1. Buzz still has the
Oh,
angle
he's gonna
locked
repeat
down.
that?
Munchkin, think twice.
You gotta send
No
the
way,
thrash.
right?
You have to just use the movement. You have to send it. You have to chase him out. You have to land the
Oh, he missed the
detain.
satchels.
Doesn't
उसने
quite
दोनों
chase
satchels miss
up.
किए.
Oh, he
Oh!
dodges it. He's got
What?
the back out. Paint
How?
shows to delay. His teammates have arrived. GEN.G
नहीं,
still
Pete.
have 50
मत कर.
seconds. They
मत
need
कर,
to stay
बेटा.
calm and cool as T1 now
What a
waiting
shot. He has
just
his
a
ult.
couple
Oh my
kills
God, that's a
away.
GG.
The ults go out.
That's a GG.
And it's down to Foxy9 all alone. And he goes down. T1 enter
चलो
their
लाओ.
first ever grand finals
चलो लाओ.
of VCT Pacific.
भाई साहब, congratulations
At
T1
the
भाई.
same time, they
Big
have
big
punched
congrats
their
to
way
T1
to
भाई.
Masters
Insane. Let's
Bangkok,
freaking
Shobra.
go, bro.
13-10 10 on this final map.
Goated team.
Gen.G
Goated game.
almost making the full comeback.
Well freaking played.
A rise to greatness.
Insane.
Trying to make themselves proud of holding that badge called T1.
भाई कितना खुश है यार ये लोग, कितने खुश है. GG's in the
that
chat.
logo flashing everywhere in the world of esports. It means pride, excellence, and to be the very best. And while they still have a little bit of that journey left,
see, Gen.G knows it's a big season. Gen.G knows it's super big season भाई. Gen.G ने पिछला सीजन लिटरली हर एक टूर्नामेंट खेला है, तो Gen.G knows भाई it's a big season, so they won't be sad obviously. They know कि क्या वो लोग लैग कर रहे होंगे and they'll come back for sure. चलो, कौन था बंडल देने वाला? चैट नाम बता उसका, क्या था? एक्सक्लेमेशन यूपीआई मेरे भाई, एक्सक्लेमेशन यूपीआई पे आप अगर सुपर चैट करते हो तो आपकी स्क्रीन पे भी सुपर चैट दिखेगी, तो आप भेज सकते हो. चलो नया बंडल, चलो लाओ, जल्दी लाओ. कौन था? हम क्या था? गेमर सब @gamer sub. चलो लाओ गेमर सब जी, गेमर सब जी. हम लोग रुके जल्दी. Thank you for the potty Croxy and thank you for another potty Croxy. जल्दी गेमर सब भाई, हम लोग रुके भाई. ब्रो हेल ना, ब्रो हेल ना. हाँ स्कैम करीस, स्कैम करीस. हेल ना. हाँ ब्रो, बट भाई का प्रेडिक्शन था कि नहीं भाई? मैं फुल रीड करके प्रेडिक्ट किया भाई, एकदम रीड करके. एंड विद दिस अभी अगला जो दिन बचता है वो बस एक फाइनल दिन बचेगा दोस्तों. फाइनल होने वाला है कल आखिरी दिन है VCT स्टेज, VCT किक ऑफ का. इट विल बी सुपर फन, इट विल बी सुपर फन. आज रात 3:30 को द बिग फ्रिकिंग गेम Sen versus G2 rematch in a BO5. That shit is insane. भाई गेमर्स हब किधर है यार तू? गेमर्स हब दे चल जल्दी भाई, रुका हूं मैं.
이제 사전에 버즈 선수와 좀 이야기를 했었을 때 이번 마스터즈 진출이 정말 간절하다고 이야기를 해주셨잖아요. 그러기에 오늘 승리가 의미가 남다를 것 같은데 승리 소감부터 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단은 이겨서 너무 기쁘고요. 근데 일단 더 기쁜 건 일단 저희 팀들이 저를 캐리해줘서 이겨줘가지고 그래서 더 기쁜 것 같고 이제 또 결승 남아있는데 그 결승 잘 준비해서 우승할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
와, 벌써 다음 경기를 생각하고 있군요. I'm really happy, of course, for the win, but I really want to give like a special shout out, thanks to my teammates for carrying me. And we do have the kickoff grand finals tomorrow, so hopefully I'll be able to play better. All right, next up, Izu.
That's it. Thank you so much for watching. VCT EMEA हम लोग नहीं देखने वाले आज का. Okay. Make sure तुम लोग लाइक कर रहे हो. We are close to 1.7 के likes. मिलते हैं अगली स्ट्रीम में भाई लोग. That was a fun game. That was a fun game. That was a very fun game. That was majoristic competitive. Congrats to T1 on qualifying. They actually deserved it. I see them winning Masters. Not gonna lie. Thank you so much for watching. I'll catch you guys later. Sen versus G2 होने वाला है 3:30 को, तभी भी स्ट्रीम करेंगे अपन, और उसके पहले फोटोशॉप की स्ट्रीम होने वाली है अपनी 11:30 के अराउंड, तभी भी मिलेंगे. ठीक है, पीस आउट, सी या लेटर.